Block 3. The 2-meter-long mountain cobras slithered swiftly, trying to dodge the arrows as best as they could. The mountain cobras had rock-hard skin, so even if Lena's arrows hit them, only those that struck vital areas could incapacitate the cobras. Frost barrage. The woman using ice magic stepped forward, quickly chanting a spell. A number of ice balls formed in the air and shot toward a group of cobras. The ice balls struck them, freezing their massive bodies and slowing their movements, making them easier to take down. Mr. Kate hovered in the air momentarily before descending rapidly, his sword gleaming, ready to slash one of the level 10 mountain cobras that charged forward. In an instant, the cobra's fangs tried to strike Mr. Kate, but deftly, he twisted his body mid-air, evading the deadly attack. Clang! Mr. Kate's great sword collided with the rocky body of the mountain cobra, creating a loud sound, but only a small crack appeared. Kate's eyes narrowed. "You're tough, but this isn't over." With all his strength, he used his entire body to launch a vertical strike, slashing the cobra's head right at the weak spot between its scales. Thick green blood spurted out, and the creature collapsed to the ground, convulsing before dying. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, level 10, X plus 53. The kill notification rang in Mr. Kate's ears. However, he wasn't complacent. He scanned the area, locked onto his next target, and dashed forward with full confidence, smashing the mountain cobras. Meanwhile, Lena didn't stop firing her arrows at high speed, aiming her arrows at the eyes of the cobras trying to approach. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she focused her gaze on the level 15 mountain cobra that was getting closer. "This is no ordinary enemy," she murmured softly, reaching for a special arrow from her quiver, a poison-tipped arrow she only used in emergencies. On the other side of the battlefield, the other team members were beginning to feel the immense pressure. They fought fiercely against the swarm of mountain cobras attacking from all directions. The woman using ice magic, breathing heavily, launched her next attack. "Frost prison," she yelled. Larger ice shards than before shot from her hands, forming a frozen wall that trapped several mountain cobras inside. "I need more time to hold them," she shouted to the rest of the team. Mr. Kate heard the shout and leapt back into position, protecting the other team members. Before him now stood a level 15 mountain cobra, a giant snake larger than the others, with glowing red eyes and bone poison dripping from its fangs. "Come here, monster," Kate sneered. $yen. The cobra swung its tail with lightning speed, but Kate quickly used his defensive maneuver, raising his sword to block the attack. A heavy impact ensued, but Kate held his ground firmly as the cobra launched a series of attacks. Mr. Kate deftly dodged left and right, looking for an opening amidst the monster's relentless onslaught. Kate's eyes caught a small movement at the cobra's neck, and he knew this was the perfect moment. Taking a deep breath, he leapt high again, this time activating his signature move. "Heaven slash!" Kate shouted loudly. His sword glowed with a bright red light, absorbing energy from his entire body. In an instant, his attack slashed through the mountain cobra right at its vital point, causing a massive explosion around it. Shards of stone and blood splattered in all directions. However, even though it was slashed, the level 15 mountain cobra was still alive, hissing angrily as green venom began to spread from the large wound on its neck. The creature retaliated quickly, spraying bone poison toward Kate. "Damn it!" Kate jumped back, but the poison hit his left shoulder. A burning sensation spread through his body, and he felt the paralyzing effects quickly taking over. Despite this, he forced himself to move, using his sword as support as his body began to weaken. "Mr. Kate!" shouted the middle-aged man whose body had transformed into a towering, 2-meter humanoid panda with black and white fur. His large claws gripped the mountain cobra's tail with ease, swinging it without any sign of fatigue. His gaze focused on Mr. Kate, who looked weakened by the deadly poison spreading through his body. With a determined look, the panda man tossed the mountain cobra's tail aside. Then, without hesitation, he lifted a large rock lying on the ground. His movements were swift and powerful, as if the rock was nothing more than a pebble in his hands. "Throw it," he shouted loudly. The massive rock flew through the air like lightning, closing the distance between him and the cobra that was about to attack Mr. Kate. A loud crash echoed as the rock struck the cobra's head with perfect accuracy. A piercing shriek followed by a sharp hiss filled the air as the mountain cobra staggered and fell, writhing before it finally stopped moving. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, level 13, EXP plus 61. Even though one threat had been eliminated, dozens of other mountain cobras still surrounded the team. Their hisses grew louder, and their red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty lust. "Mr. Kate, are you all right?" asked the panda man as he approached Mr. Kate, who was now kneeling on the ground, his hands trembling from the effects of the poison. I can manage," replied Mr. Kate in a hoarse voice, struggling to stand. Despite his pale face, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "This poison, it only paralyzes me slightly. We must hold on, or this will be the end of us all." With great effort, Mr. Kate pulled a small vial of potion from his bag. He hoped that the potion was strong enough to counteract the effects of the bone poison spreading through his body. Meanwhile, the other team members continued to fight with relentless determination. Although their bodies were starting to tire and were wounded, they showed no signs of giving up. Their bravery was the last barrier between life and death. Chapter 158, Origin Laboratory. Attack after attack was launched with precision. The Ice Mage summoned large chunks of ice, mercilessly striking the mountain cobras and freezing them in place. Lena, with her archery skills, rained arrows on the enemies, piercing their tough hides with deadly accuracy. Each time her arrows hit vital points, a cobra fell lifeless. On the other side, the Panda Man demonstrated his combat prowess. With every martial move he used, a mountain cobra would surely collapse. His fists were powerful, and each punch sent waves of energy that shattered the enemy's bones. Despite the overwhelming number of mountain cobra monsters, Mr. Kate's team had a significant advantage in their variety of skills, particularly due to the abilities and techniques they possessed. This advantage stemmed from the ongoing Inter-Race War event, which granted humans access to the higher realms. Through this access, they could acquire essential resources such as skill books, combat equipment, healing potions, and other rare items, as long as they had energy crystals as currency. This allowed them to continue evolving and enhancing their combat capabilities. Explosions filled the air as the island's defense towers fired energy bullets. The monsters fell one by one, unable to match the combined strength of the team and human technology. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, level 10, EXP plus 53. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, level 11, EXP plus 57. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, level 14, EXP plus 63. A few minutes later, the battle was over. Mr. Kate's team had defeated the swarm of mountain cobras, though they had paid a heavy price in blood and wounds. Battles like these had become daily routines for the hunters. Every day, hunter teams gathered at the Hunter Guild to plan their next steps and decide on the missions they would take. In the initial stages, they would form teams, ensuring a balanced composition between attackers, supporters, and strategists. Once the formation was set, they would look for missions that matched the team's strength and skills. These missions were posted by various organizations needing hunters' help to gather materials, secure areas, or fight dangerous creatures. One common example was Pertwee Hospital. As the largest medical institution in the City of Life, they required various raw materials to produce medicines and medical equipment. However, many of these materials could only be obtained from outside the island, sometimes in dangerous locations that only hunters could reach. Therefore, they regularly submitted missions to the Hunter Guild, hoping these adventurers would collect large quantities of materials. It wasn't just Pertwee Hospital. Other organizations also contributed by offering missions. One such organization was the Material Procurement Organization, which focused on collecting and selling raw materials to various other organizations. They frequently posted missions to hunt rare materials to meet the ever-increasing market demand. The materials collected by the hunters were not just for medical needs but also for construction, technological research, art, and even fashion. For hunters, joining missions wasn't just about earning rewards or payments. There was a sense of pride in helping fellow humans, ensuring that the human race continued to grow and become stronger. Humans are social creatures, and the need for mutual assistance is part of their very essence. Meanwhile, on an island, specifically in the City of Life, Lyn's private car slowly stopped in front of a magnificent building. This building was unlike any other, modern with shiny silver walls that reflected sunlight, adding an elegant impression. The transparent glass surrounding the structure was as clear as crystal, making the entire building appear open yet still exuding an aura of mystery. This grand building was the Origin Laboratory, the most advanced technological research center on an island. The top of the building was adorned with a large dome made of glass, showcasing its interior clearly from the outside. Inside the dome, a massive metal plate rotated slowly, symbolizing innovation and technological advancement. This plate was not just a decoration but one of the most crucial components of the laboratory's mechanism. Powered by crystal energy as its primary source. Lyn stepped out of his car calmly, assisted by his personal driver. He gazed at the large building before him, a symbol of progress that functioned not just as a laboratory but also as a technological hub that would determine the future of Lyn Island and humanity. At the entrance, an old man in a white scientist's uniform stood waiting, his long robe draped down, and his clear glasses emitted an aura of wisdom. His face was lined with wrinkles of experience, but his eyes were still sharp, as if he had been through countless studies and experiments. Again, Lyn slightly frowned when he saw the status panel of the old man in front of him. Status: Name, Ares. Level, 23. Race, Human from the Blue Planet. Power Core, Player. Rank, Tier 2. Yes. The old man waiting for him was a Tier 2 ruler. It was easy to imagine how strong his background was. Even if he had spent his time doing research, he still managed to level up to 23 and become a Tier 2 ruler. Seeing Lyn getting closer, The old scientist greeted him and shook Lun's hand warmly. Although he had a high background and position at the Origin laboratory, the person before him was no ordinary man but the owner of the island they were on. "Hello, Mr. Lun, welcome. Nice to meet you," the old man greeted with a warm smile. Lun wasn't rude. He shook the old man's hand and returned the greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ares," Lun said casually. He already knew Mr. Ares's name because his staff had briefed him about every detail of his visits. The report mentioned that the person who would be guiding him was Mr. Ares, the head of the mechatechnology department. Yes, one of the primary research areas of the Origin laboratory was mechatechnology. "Please, Mr. Lun," Mr. Ares said as he immediately invited Lun to follow him toward the entrance of the Grand Origin laboratory. The automatic doors opened smoothly, revealing an interior filled with advanced technology. Chapter 159, Crystal Battery Power. Every corner of the laboratory was clean and filled with bright white light, reflecting off the perfectly polished equipment. The glass floor gave a futuristic feel, while the walls were lined with panel screens displaying data in holographic forms. "Welcome to the Origin laboratory, Mr. Lun," said Mr. Ares with a smile. "Here, we research and develop technologies capable of transforming human life. Most of our work focuses on mechatechnology and developing new systems that can help humanity progress further," Mr. Ares explained clearly. Lun nodded while observing his surroundings. Along the hallways, he saw scientists busy at their workstations, studying various tools and formulas connected to the situation in the celestial skies. There was something intriguing about how they worked. High efficiency and focus radiated from everyone in the room. Additionally, upon further observation, Lun noticed several scientists from other countries, wearing badges with the flags of the United States, Japan, France, and Germany on their uniforms. Scientists from various allied nations are very interested in working here because we have abundant resources and technology far more advanced than in their home alliances, Mr. Ares continued with a proud tone. This laboratory provides opportunities for research that might not be possible elsewhere. Lun nodded in agreement. It was true that the materials and resources provided by his alliance were incredibly abundant. There was no place richer than his island. The scientists before him would surely do anything to pursue experiments that occupied their minds, but Lun didn't want it to be that way. He wanted the scientists to be given their rights as they deserved. The two of them walked further, passing a room where some scientists were researching chemical reactions in large glass tubes. Lun paused for a moment to observe the process. "What are they doing here?" Lun asked. Mr. Ares explained. "They are trying to understand how to transform raw chemical substances into usable materials for new technology. This process is crucial because we use these substances to create new items that can enhance everyday human life." Lun nodded while looking deeper. Some scientists were recording the results of the reactions, while others were busy with 3D simulation models floating in the air. The atmosphere in the room was highly productive, full of innovation and experimentation. After some time, Mr. Ares led Lun to a more specific division, the Creation Division. As the door opened, Lun was immediately greeted by a different atmosphere. This room was much larger, filled with various advanced equipment and large work tables occupied by ongoing projects. On the walls of the room, stacks of gleaming crystals were neatly displayed. "This is the Creation Division," Mr. Ares said, pointing toward the stack of crystals. "This division is responsible for creating items beneficial to humanity by utilizing crystal technology as an energy source," he continued clearly. Lun observed the power crystals Mr. Ares mentioned. A status panel appeared. Crystal battery power. Energy, 1000. Energy consumption, 100 energy crystals. Minute hash at? $+ plus dash. Creator, Blue Planet Human Race. Indeed, these crystals are different from energy crystals, Lun murmured to himself. At first, he assumed that the energy source of the devices made here used regular energy crystals, but it turned out to be different. Lun seemed intrigued. "How does this crystal technology connect with items made by humans?" he asked curiously. Mr. Ares smiled, seemingly having anticipated the question. "These power crystals contain natural energy that is very stable and strong. In their raw form, crystal energy cannot be used directly. However, with the technology we've developed, we can create a connection between these crystals and human-designed items. Essentially, these crystals serve as batteries that power various devices or items we create," he further explained. "First, the energy crystals must undergo a special purification technique. In this process, we stabilize the energy within them and convert it into a usable form. After that, this energy can be linked to items like weapons, transportation devices, or even mechas. By using control panels integrated into these items, humans can easily access and control the crystal energy." Lun carefully watched as some scientists in the room were working on creating a crystal-powered robotic arm. The tools they used appeared highly precise, reflecting the importance of each step in this process. Mr. Aris continued, the advantage of these crystals over other resources is their efficiency. Crystals can store and transmit large amounts of energy without losing much power. This makes them a highly valuable energy source in various fields of research and technology. Nodded in agreement. So, these energy crystals are not just a system's currency but also act as a bridge between technology and humans, allowing smoother and more efficient interaction. Lun said, wanting to confirm. Exactly, Mr. Aris replied. We are currently developing this technology further, hoping that one day all aspects of human life can be enhanced by utilizing crystal energy, he explained. Lun was amazed to see how this technology was developed at the Origin laboratory. Everything here seemed more advanced compared to other technological research facilities he had seen. This is an incredible achievement, Mr. Aris, Lun said, glancing at a table displaying the prototype of a robotic arm that had just been completed. I am confident that the future of humanity will change drastically thanks to the technology you are developing here. Mr. Aris smiled proudly. We are doing our best to realize this vision, Mr. Lun. And with your support and the resources of this island, I am sure the Origin Laboratory will continue to be at the forefront of technological innovation. After touring the entire Creation Division and observing some prototypes under development, Lun became increasingly interested in the potential of this power crystal technology. He also saw several research projects on the human body using crystals as an energy source to enhance human physical abilities. Before concluding their tour, Lun thanked Mr. Aris for his guidance and said, I hope to see the final results of this research soon. Technologies like these will become key pillars for the development of our human race. Mr. Aris nodded in agreement. Of course, Mr. Lun, we will continue to work hard to achieve that goal. And then left the Origin laboratory full of hope and optimism. The knowledge and technology he witnessed in this laboratory opened up many possibilities for the future of humanity, especially on the island he built. Chapter 160, Alliance Corps Member, Ellen. After inspecting the Origin laboratory, Lun decided to continue exploring other parts of the city. He wanted to ensure that every project was going according to plan and that the residents were becoming more comfortable living in the city of life. One of his stops was at the construction site of a 200-meter-tall skyscraper that would become the new trade center. From a distance, Lun saw a steel beam floating toward the top of the building without any visible support. Curious, he looked down and saw a wide, flat device at the base. Everything placed on that platform would float up toward the sky. What an amazing device, Lun said in awe. After the beam reached the top, the workers were busy installing large windows overlooking the cityscape. He paused for a moment, observing an architect giving instructions to the construction team. They looked focused, and the building process was progressing with impressive efficiency. Good, Lun thought with a smile. He was proud to see his vision for the city coming to life faster than he had imagined. As the day turned to dusk, Lun's spirit remained undimmed. He continued his journey, visiting various smaller projects, new public spaces, city parks, and even a new teleportation terminal designed to accommodate more residents. Night fell, and Lun felt satisfied after hours of touring. Gazing at the star-filled sky, he returned to the city hall. The building stood majestic, towering in the city center as a symbol of governance and control. The streetlights illuminated his path, and the residents still active at night greeted him with respect and admiration. Not long after, Lun's car, moving slowly around the city hall area, finally stopped in front of the building. As usual, his driver promptly stood by the car and respectfully opened the door. Thank you, Lun said casually as he stepped out. He walked toward the large entrance of the city hall at a leisurely pace. Lun stepped into the city hall, a vast room exuding modern luxury and elegance. The walls were clad in glass and metal, intricately etched to create an elegant and futuristic atmosphere. Crystal chandeliers adorned the high ceilings, casting a soft light throughout the space. In the center of the room stood a modern bronze statue symbolizing progress and unity, emblematic of the city of life. Shiny white marble floors stretched to the far end, where a spiral staircase with steel railings led to the upper floor. Lun walked across the spacious main hall, passing several staff members who greeted him with respect. He headed toward the dining room, where he heard the sounds of light conversation. Are there guests? Lun wondered. Sure enough, as he entered the dining area, his gaze was drawn to three women enjoying dinner together. Nita, who was the first to notice Lun's arrival, smiled and greeted him. Hello, brother, you're finally back. We're having dinner. Care to join us? Next to Nita, Lara sat calmly, looking relaxed yet still captivating. She raised her hand slightly as a greeting without saying anything. Beside Lara's, a girl with twin braids looked shy, her body tensing slightly when she realized Lun had entered. Her face flushed, and she didn't dare to look directly at him. The girl kept her head down, busying herself with her meal. Clearly feeling awkward, Lun smiled softly and stepped closer to the table. Hello, Ellen. How are you? Lun greeted the girl with twin braids named Ellen. Yes, Lun knew who the girl was. The shy girl before him possessed powerful summoning abilities, rivaling even the beast masters Lun had encountered in other realms during missions or battles to earn points. The girl in front of him always wore a veil, never showing her shy face directly to strangers. "Hello, leader. I'm good. Good," Ellen replied, still not daring to look at Lun for long. Hearing Ellen's broken response, Lun could only sigh deeply. Even though she was a core member of the Alliance, the girl in front of him still treated him as a stranger. He then tried to find a good topic to make the girl less afraid of him. "Haha. You're still as shy as ever. You're amazing, Ellen." Making it into the top 5 ranks, Lun praised enthusiastically. Not as he had hoped, Ellen became even more embarrassed. She didn't respond to Lun and just sat in silence, staring at her plate. "Ugh. Brother, what are you doing? If you don't want to join us, just go," Nita yelled angrily. She had invited Laras and Ellen because she was tired of being alone. Laras and Ellen were among the 3 female core members of the Alliance. The other member was Hana. As women, they naturally became closer and formed a special bond that even Lun couldn't break into. Agreed. Laras, who usually didn't talk much, also spoke up for Ellen's sake. "What's with these girls?" Lun wondered, confused. Not wanting to create more problems, he quickly left the dining area and headed upstairs toward his private room. It didn't take long for Lun to reach the floor where his bedroom was. Opening the door, Lun was greeted by a room with a warm, positive atmosphere, enhanced by the city view from the window, adding a cozy vibe to the space. "So beautiful," Lun said as he removed his outer clothing, gazing at the night view of the city through the window. Humanity had been in the Divine Sky realm for over a month. Initially, everyone had the same start, the same system, the same opportunities. But only the lucky and chosen individuals would survive. Lun was among them, possessing an SSS-level talent. Among the top alliance leaders, like the American, Chinese, and Russian alliances, all their leaders had at least S-level talents. An S-level talent never disappoints and always has a significant impact, even if indirectly, like Lun's talent. After changing into his sleepwear, Lun threw himself onto the large bed in the center of the room. Stretching his muscles and joints, Lun felt refreshed and relieved. "I wonder how the human race chat is doing?" Lun asked himself. Since the emergence of social media, the use of race chat had decreased. Although race chat allowed long-distance communication and group chats, social media provided various platforms. Some companies even created highly popular apps from Earth that attracted many users in just a few days. The only advantage of race chat was sending messages over vast distances, while social media required transmitters to send messages between alliances. However, Lun was confident that human technology would advance rapidly, and social media would eventually match the distance capabilities of race chat. Opening the human race chat, Lun saw that there were still some ongoing conversations. Blue Planet Human Race Chat, Blessed One. "Hello everyone, good evening. I miss the floods back on Earth. White Rabbit, tune in tonight. Ariel will be live. Here's the link 30. Haruka, my points have reached 50,000, I'll be promoting to tier 2 in a few days. Jaren, skill books in the Eros realm are very expensive. Don't come to this realm. Hang, promotion at the Alliance's World Market. Don't miss out." Yeah? The conversations were pretty light, not as terrifying as the early days of humanity's arrival when every second, every minute, brought news of a fallen human leader. Time to Gaka, Lun said in a bored tone. Rising from the bed, Lun walked toward the large bookshelf in the room's corner. The shelves were filled with books on strategy, technology, and world history. Without hesitation, Lun pulled one of the books from the middle of the shelf. A hidden mechanism clicked, and a panel in the room began to move, revealing access to his private room, a secret chamber where he kept his most valuable possessions. Lun stepped into the white corridor. At the end of the hallway, a spacious room filled with racks of large golden chests bearing ancient, faintly glowing symbols came into view. This was part of his nightly routine. Opening one epic chest before bed with a faint smile, he walked toward the center of his secret room, ready to see what surprise awaited him tonight. Open, epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. Suddenly, a purple light radiated from the epic chest, bright and mesmerizing. Tiny stars sparkled around the chest, creating a magical atmosphere. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. Mid-level energy crystal X150. Lightning boots. Level 30 X1. Samung Seed X10. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. Energy Crystal X650. Double-eyed Sword, Level 35 X1, Prayer Stone X36. That night, only the monotonous voice of the system accompanied Lun. Steadfast, he confirmed each chest opening, glanced briefly at the contents, and proceeded to the next one. The occasional bouts of boredom crept in as he opened chest after chest, but the thought of the potential within each item quickly rekindled his excitement. With his current power at level 50 tier 3, Lun already possessed more than 5 high-level artifacts and equipment. His gear, tempered to a purple grade, provided a 15% attribute bonus. As a result, he wasn't particularly interested in ordinary items. Even when level 30 or level 40 items appeared, he would only glance at them briefly before dismissing them. His chest-opening activity continued until 10:30 p.m. Afterward, Uln meticulously tidied up his storage room, ensuring every chest and item was in its proper place before exiting his private space. With calm steps, Uln walked through the secret corridor connecting the storage room to his bedroom. His mind remained occupied with plans on how to utilize the newly acquired items, especially some valuable ones that could enhance his alliance's strength. Chapter 161, Last Day of the Race War Event. The next morning, Uln woke up feeling refreshed. Although he hadn't found anything extremely valuable from the epic chests he opened the night before, he had still gained dozens of pure artifacts, each with unique abilities. Uln yawned, his body stretching along with his deep breath. The muscles in his strong arms tensed, revealing his hidden strength. After a moment of gathering himself, he stepped down from his bed. With light steps, he walked toward the bedside table. His gaze met the reflection of a refreshed young man in the large mirror. His black hair was still messy, but his eyes radiated vitality. Uln now looked vastly different from when he first entered the Divine Sky Realm. Back then, his face resembled that of a man in his 30s, burdened by the pressures of life and work. But now, he appeared more like a young man in his early 20s, full of spirit and unburdened. Seems like the stories in those novels are true, he murmured with a faint smile, his eyes fixed on his handsome reflection in the mirror. Uln recalled his high school days when he loved reading novels and fiction. Almost every story depicted the same thing. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body, and one's appearance could be maintained at its peak. Tomorrow is the last day of the interracial war event, he muttered. Remembering Elder One's words, his thoughts kept circling around Etheris, the realm where they currently resided. From Elder One's stories, Uln concluded that the creatures living outside Etheris were much stronger and more terrifying. Etheris, Uln whispered softly, lost in thought. But after a few seconds, he shook his head, trying not to dwell on it. He had done his best so far. In fact, he had reached the maximum level achievable, level 50, a feat that only he and Nita had managed to accomplish. Leaving his reflection in the mirror, Uln turned toward another door in his room, the door to the bathroom. He felt a fresh breeze wafting from inside as the door opened, welcoming him. Inside, he turned on the faucet, and the sound of water started filling the room. The water fell gently, creating a serene flow as it hit the marble floor. Each drop sounded calming, like a morning symphony of nature. Uln extended his hand, feeling the cool water running over his skin. The sound of water rippling as it touched his body made the atmosphere more peaceful, erasing any lingering worries in his mind. After a few minutes, Uln exited the bathroom, drying himself with a soft, thick towel. He walked toward the wardrobe and picked up a casual blue shirt, a usual choice for his daily wear. The fabric was comfortable, simple, yet still gave a neat impression. He put it on with calm movements, tightened the belt at his waist, and adjusted the collar, feeling refreshed and ready to start the day. Uln walked toward his room door. The cold handle touched his fingers as he opened it, and the light from the corridor greeted him. He stepped out, passing through the sturdy, elegant walls, heading toward the stairs that would lead him to the lower floor, where breakfast was already prepared. As he descended the stairs, the aroma of food filled the air, tempting his appetite. Occasionally, the soft sound of Uln's footsteps echoed on the perfectly polished wooden floor. The large dining room downstairs awaited, with a long table filled with various dishes, radiating the warmth of the morning. "Hello, big brother. Come eat." Nita's cheerful voice rang out energetically. She looked busy helping the staff tidy up the table already laden with various kinds of food. Her face beamed, reflecting her joy as she welcomed Uln. "Good morning, what's on the menu today?" Uln asked as he approached the table and examined the available dishes. There, he saw vegetable soup, sour vegetable soup, chicken curry, and several fish-based side dishes. "Try everything, brother." "There's beef impale, curry, and vegetables." "I picked all the main ingredients myself," Nita said enthusiastically, her voice full of energy. She seemed ready with answers for every question Uln had, explaining all the dishes in detail, as if wanting to make sure that Uln knew how serious she was about preparing the food. "And here, try my homemade sushi." Nita offered a small plate with 4 pieces of rice topped with slices of red fish. A broad smile spread across her face as she watched Uln with hopeful eyes, waiting for his reaction. Uln examined the sushi with curiosity. "Wow, impressive. Thanks, Nita," he said, taking a piece and trying it. The taste was soft in his mouth, almost like authentic sushi. "It tastes good, almost like the real thing. Though, it's a bit salty," he added gently, offering praise with a small suggestion. Hearing Uln's compliment, Nita's face lit up even more. "Really? Thank you, brother," she replied joyfully, She then tasted one of her own sushi pieces, smiling contentedly even though she also noted the slight saltiness and mentioned, yes, a little salty, but I like it, Nita said with a wide smile. With that, the two of them began enjoying their breakfast, the relaxed morning atmosphere making their conversation flow easily. They talked about simple things, the city's development, Lun's plans for the day, and Nita's stories about trying new recipes. Between bites, their laughter occasionally filled the room. So, what's on your agenda today, brother? Nitu asked while sipping her vegetable soup. I'll be checking on some more facilities and preparing myself for further preparations after the interracial war event ends, Lun answered, chewing slowly, savoring the delicious taste of the chicken curry. They continued chatting warmly, enjoying a simple yet close-knit breakfast. The sounds of clinking plates and spoons mingled with light laughter, creating a peaceful moment amidst their daily busyness. While Lun and Nitu enjoyed their breakfast, the city outside was already bustling with its usual morning rhythm. The city streets were filled with high-tech vehicles moving in orderly lines under the watchful eye of an automated system. Construction machines were already operating, their hum blending with the laughter and conversations of workers starting their day. At the teleportation hub area, the teleportation portals pulsed gently, channeling hundreds of people from various regions into the city. Children headed to school in low hovering buses, cutting through the fresh morning air. This was the morning routine on Lun's Island, a busy, modern, and always active place. In the distance, a towering building with 100 floors loomed, reflecting the morning sunlight. At the top of the building, a golden star emblem shone brightly, symbolizing authority and grandeur. At the entrance of this majestic building, people with unique traits moved in and out. Some had muscular bodies with large weapons strapped to their backs, while others appeared ordinary but with sharp eyes hinting at their battle experience. This was the headquarters of the Star Guild, one of the largest hunter guilds in the City of Life. The Star Guild was known not only for its vast network but also for its immense wealth amassed from various missions and contracts it managed. As a hunter guild, the Star Guild accepted all kinds of missions, from individuals to organizations, rewarding hunters with energy crystals, money, or even rare artifacts. Inside the Star Guild's main hall, the atmosphere was no less busy. Large blue holographic screens displaying mission lists and other information hovered in the air, while hunters of various levels and backgrounds accessed them to find missions suitable to their abilities. A young man stood in front of one of the screens, his hands moving swiftly as he scrolled through the mission list. His hair was covered by a brown headband, and a long sword hung at his waist, gleaming with a worn handle, a sign that the weapon had seen many battles. HMPH. Why are the missions getting harder lately? The young man grumbled, his voice filled with frustration. His dark eyes squinted as he continued scrolling through the mission list on the holographic screen. Mission list. Your chapter source. Collect 1000 light stones in 3 days. Reward 10,000 energy crystals. Forge 10 weapons into +10 weapons. Materials provided. Reward 7,000 energy crystals. Become a personal instructor. Minimum level 8. Reward 1,000 energy crystals. Day. Hunt tier 1 monsters in the night forest. Reward 20,000 energy crystals. Ha. A beginner like me doesn't stand a chance, he muttered again, his face looking dejected. He was only a level 1 hunter, and almost all the missions on the list seemed too difficult for him. Without enthusiasm, the young man turned his gaze to another holographic screen displaying a list of teams currently recruiting members. Team recruitment list. Looking for a level 5 mage for an expedition to the Blackstone Golem Island. Equal reward distribution. Seeking an archer with level 3 Rain of Arrows skill. Mission. Hunt golden bird feathers. Reward distribution plus 10% of profits. Looking for a level 4 tanker for the Monster Island mission. Looking for someone to form a team. Any job. Equal reward distribution. Initially uninterested, the young man scrolled through the list lazily. However, after a while, his attention was drawn to a line that made his heart race. The sentence was simple but full of hope. Looking for someone to form a team. Any job. Equal reward distribution. His previously gloomy face brightened with energy. Yes, this is my chance, he shouted inwardly. Without hesitation, he touched the holographic screen and quickly typed a short message to the team creator, expressing his willingness to join. In a few days, I'll definitely level up, he muttered, his eyes burning with renewed determination. Chapter 162. Raven Team. The young man with the headband then submitted his application for the recruitment. After sending in his application, he waited calmly, his gaze shifting to the large holographic board displaying various missions. As a level 1 youth, he had no real combat experience. He had only fought a few wild animals in the mountains around the City of Life. However, those were just battles on the forest's edge. He had never been brave enough to enter the forest's depths, filled with dangers from both wild beasts and other hunters. His motivation this time was to find a team that could help him venture into more dangerous areas. He knew that, with his level 1 and minimal experience, Joining a stronger team was the only way to gain experience and improve his abilities. In the corner of the Star Guild Hall, a group of 4 sat around a round table. Among them, a woman with a black sword leaned back in her chair, staring seriously at a green-haired man who was busy typing on his phone. Raven, what about the other team members? Have you chosen who will join? The woman asked, her eyes fixed on Raven. The woman with the black sword asked the green-haired man sitting across from her. The man had an oval face with sharp eyes. His gaze was currently focused intently on the screen of his phone. Raven, with his oval face and sharp eyes, paused his fingers over the screen for a moment. Hold on. There are many applicants, but none have explained their talents, he muttered while continuing to type. Suddenly, a message appeared on his screen. The message read, I want to apply. I'm still level 1, sword user. Raven typed a quick reply. No problem, you can join. But what is your talent? It didn't take long for a response to come. My talent is level B. I can change the element of my sword for a certain amount of time. Raven stopped typing and stared at the message. After a few seconds, a wide smile spread across his face. I found a suitable team member, he said while sharing the message in their team chat. Who? What's their talent? Asked a middle-aged man with a large shield beside his chair. Raven's 3 friends immediately looked at the message, and their reactions were similar. Excitement was evident on their faces. A level B talent? I didn't expect someone like that to apply to our team, said a middle-aged woman holding a long staff with elegant carvings. Our leader only has a level 3 talent. This is incredible, she added. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hall, the young man with the brown headband received Raven's reply. He felt excited, even a bit nervous, as he read the instructions to meet them at table #B12. Where's that? He muttered, his eyes searching for the table number displayed on the holographic board. After a few minutes of searching, the young man finally found table #B12 in a quieter corner of the hall. The 4 people waiting immediately recognized him from the description they had received through the chat. The young man walked closer, hesitating but full of enthusiasm. Are you the team looking for members? He asked politely. Raven smiled as he stood up from his seat, shaking the young man's hand. Yes, we are Raven's team. I'm Raven, and these are my friends, Fira, Rena, and Liana. The young man introduced himself. My name is Urson. I'm a sword user, still level 1. That's fine, we've already read about your talent. Sword element, right? Said Fira, the woman with the black sword on her back. She looked at Urson with great interest. Urson nodded. Yes, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. Don't worry. That's why you're joining us, said Rena, the middle-aged man with the large shield. They then sat down together and began discussing the mission they would take. On the holographic board, many mission options were displayed, ranging from simple tasks like escorting merchants to more dangerous ones like hunting wild monsters in the forest. There's a mission to hunt mountain tigers in Verdant Mountain. Raven pointed to one of the missions. It's located south of the City of Life. How about we take that one? Mountain tigers? They're known to be strong, especially in the Verdant area, muttered Liana, frowning. But we need a challenge, and the reward is pretty big, replied Fira. After some discussion, they all agreed to take the mission. With enthusiasm, they went to prepare. Each team member bought some healing potions, protective charms, and supporting tools like ammunition as well as food and drinks for the journey. One by one, they boarded the public transportation, a levitating vehicle that quickly took them to Verdant Mountain. The 20-minute trip felt short, though a tense atmosphere began to creep into their hearts, especially for Urson, who was embarking on a real mission for the first time. In the distance, the peak of Verdant Mountain, shrouded in mist, loomed high with dense forests surrounding it. They knew that's where the battle against the mountain tigers awaited. Time passed quickly, and they finally arrived at the Hunter Association post for the Verdant Mountain area. The Hunter post was a 10-story building, and in front of it, hundreds of small teams consisting of 3 to 5 members were gathered. They were all hunters looking to complete missions in Verdant Mountain. Finally, we've arrived. Let's go, said Raven to his friends. He was the first to step off the bus and quickly headed to the Hunter post to complete some administrative steps. Urson, the young man with a level B talent, followed them nervously from behind. He had prepared himself for all of this, and he had also gathered information about the Hunter missions and what they would face, but he was still very nervous. He wasn't sure why. Do I really not have the talent for combat? He asked himself. Urson, hurry up. What's going on? From afar, Fira called out to Urson, who was lagging behind. She also noticed that he seemed a bit nervous. Yes, I'm coming. Urson quickly ran to catch up, trying to control his nerves, attempting to be more enthusiastic and brave. It didn't take long for the team to register at the Hunter post. Of course, Raven, as the team leader, was the one to register. Welcome, sir. Please input your Hunter ID. The female receptionist directed Raven to register on the holographic panel on the table. Raven, as if used to this, entered his ID into the holographic panel. Afterward, information about him appeared. Similar to the system panel, though not as detailed. Status: Name, Raven, Tier 1. Hunter ID, Raven 007. Level, 12, 2%. Class, Swordsman. Team, no team. Active mission, none. Raven then entered the mission ID they were going to take into the holographic panel. Afterward, the mission details appeared on the panel. Mission name, Hunt Mountain Tiger. Location, Verdin Mountain. Reward, 10,000 energy crystals. Mission goal, collect the fangs, tail, skin, and heart of the mountain tiger. Requirement, 5-person team, at least 1 Tier 1. Mission description, hunt the mountain tigers in Verdin Mountain, south of the City of Life. The better the materials collected, the higher the bonus. Beware of the mountain tiger pack's abilities. After ensuring everything was correct, Raven approved and completed the registration. Thank you, sir. Please take this mission badge. The receptionist handed Raven a silver bracelet. The bracelet would serve as the team member's identifier and contain the mission details they had taken. Raven returned to his friends, who were waiting near the hunter post's entrance. All done, we're ready to go, he said, showing the bracelet with a smile. Good, replied Fira, looking at the bracelet curiously. Let's get moving. They then walked toward the towering gate of Verdin Forest in front of them. The forest was notorious for its many monsters and wild beasts, including the mountain tigers, their mission target. Hundreds of other hunters filled the area, each preparing for the mission they had chosen. Raven walked ahead, leading his team. Listen up, we're entering a dangerous area. I'll be the main attacker. Urson, you'll support from behind with ranged attacks using your sword element. Fira and Renna, you'll protect us with your defensive abilities. You all know what to do. Renna, the man with the large shield on his back, nodded in agreement. I'll make sure nothing gets past our defense line. Fira also nodded, adjusting her sword. I'm ready. Urson, though a bit nervous, tried to calm himself. All right, I'll follow the plan, he said with a slightly trembling voice. This would be his first real battle. They stepped through the gate, and the dense Verdin forest stretched out before them. The air began to feel cooler and more humid, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the forest. Sunlight could only pierce through the gaps between the tree leaves, casting strange shadows on the ground. Along the way, they passed several other hunter teams. Some consisted of 3 members, while others had 5 or even 6. Most were hunters of a higher level than Raven's team, but that didn't lower their spirits. Chapter 163, Battle with Mountain Tigers. We're not the only ones who took on this mission, murmured Fira as they passed another team resting by the roadside. Everyone looks ready to fight. The more teams there are, the fiercer the competition for the best mountain tigers, Raven replied, still focused ahead. But we must stay focused on our mission. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the area known as the mountain tiger's habitat. The ground became slightly rockier, and the rustling sounds among the leaves heightened the existing tension. The trees surrounding them appeared larger and older, creating a more oppressive atmosphere. We've reached the mountain tiger territory. Raven and the others stopped, carefully observing the area around them. Deep within the forest, they could see several trails where the grass had been parted, forming a path. It seemed the path had been created by a pack of mountain tigers. Everyone, activate your gear, and stay sharp, Raven reminded the others. They immediately activated their equipment and followed one of the natural trails where the grass had split, moving cautiously in a formation with Renna leading at the front and Fira guarding the rear, ready for close combat at any moment. Rustle, rustle. The sound of grass being stepped on echoed through the forest, filled with natural noises. Raven's 5-member team sharpened their senses, anticipating a sudden attack from any direction. The team continued their exploration deeper into the forest, following the clear mountain tiger tracks along the path. The parted grass and large footprints on the ground made it evident they were approaching the hunting grounds of the tigers. They walked in a steady formation, each member prepared for any sudden assault. Raven closely observed the signs around him. Look at this, he said, pointing at a large tree with fresh claw marks. These marks show they passed through here frequently. We need to be careful. Elson glanced at where Raven pointed and swallowed nervously. What kind of tiger could leave claw marks that big? He thought, feeling his anxiety creep up again. Not far from there, they also found the carcass of a savaged animal, with deep bite marks clearly visible. Renna grimaced at the sight. Looks like they've just hunted. We're not far from their den. Suddenly, Fira, who was at the back, halted and sharpened her hearing. SHH. Do you hear that? She whispered, her right hand gripping the hilt of her black sword. The entire team stopped and fell silent. The usual forest sounds of rustling leaves and the wind suddenly gave way to an eerie quiet. Liana, standing in the middle, started sensing that something was amiss, and in an instant, without warning, a large, muscular mountain tiger leapt out from the bushes, lunging straight at them. Watch out, shouted Raven. But Fira was ready. With one swift movement, she drew her black sword and activated Lightning Slash, a skill that allowed her to attack at incredible speed. Her sword flashed like lightning, striking the mountain tiger in mid-leap. The tiger roared in pain and was knocked back several meters. rolling on the ground. "Well done, Fira," praised Renna, who quickly stepped forward, raising his large shield, ready for the next assault. "Your chapter source." They immediately formed a battle stance. Renna stood at the front, his shield raised high to protect the team. Fira stood on the right, her sword glowing, prepared for another strike. On the left, Riven gripped his sharp dagger tightly, his eyes scanning for an opening to attack. In the center, Liana and Essen were ready to provide support from the rear with ranged attacks. But before they could relax, another loud roar echoed, emerging from the shadows of the trees. More mountain tigers appeared one by one. Each tiger was larger than the first, their bodies standing over 1.5 meters tall, with black and white striped fur that stood out starkly among the foliage. Their glowing red eyes revealed a murderous intent that was terrifying. "There are more of them," Liana called out, her voice filled with caution. 3 mountain tigers now stood surrounding them, with immense strength and taut muscles. They were preparing to pounce. Essen, standing at the back, felt his body tremble slightly. Although he had trained for this, it was his first time facing such a grave threat. His breathing quickened as he tried to control the fear creeping up on him. At this moment, the entire team could clearly see the status and attributes of the mountain tigers in front of them. Mountain tiger, level 10. Type, fighter. Attribute, STR 30, Int 22, Aga 28, Res 28. Tiger's strength, enters berserk mode, plus 10% movement speed, plus 5% increased damage for 1 minute. Afterward, attributes decrease by 10% for 10 seconds. Mountain tiger, level 7. Type, fighter. Attribute, STR 24, Int 16, Ag 18, Res 15. Tiger's strength, enters berserk mode, plus 10% movement speed, plus 5% increased damage for 1 minute. Afterward, attributes decrease by 10% for 10 seconds. "We can handle this," Riven tried to encourage his team. "Don't let them separate us." One of the mountain tigers lunged at Renna, slamming into his large shield with surprising force. Renna was pushed back a few steps, but with incredible strength, he managed to hold his ground. "Now, attack," he shouted, holding back the tiger's sharp teeth from piercing through his shield. Fear moved swiftly, slashing from the right with a horizontal strike, creating a sharp, white streak. Essen, watching from behind, was amazed by the grace of her cutting motion. Meanwhile, Riven seized the opportunity on the left, aiming a swift strike at the tiger's belly as it focused on attacking Renna. His attack was quick, with Riven skillfully spinning and bending to strike the abdomen. Slash! A long tear appeared on the tiger's belly, and its blood gushed out. The tiger roared in agony, unable to stand, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 8, X plus 21. The familiar notification rang in Riven's ears, but he paid it little mind. His gaze remained focused on the remaining mountain tigers. Liana, from the back, began launching long-range attacks with her magic staff. A ball of light slowly formed and grew larger. When it reached its peak, Liana shouted and unleashed the magical orb directly at a mountain tiger not far from her. The team continued to take down the mountain tigers one by one. Their movements were well coordinated, and their battle formation became more solid as time passed. Every time a tiger leapt to attack, one of them was always ready to face it. In the midst of the battle, Essen, who had been providing support, began to gather his courage. He spotted a mountain tiger with a level of 5 not far from his position. With determination, he leapt forward and swung his sword, trying to slash at the tiger. However, unexpectedly, the tiger's right paw kicked him with tremendous force, sending him flying 5 meters away. Essen, Liana screamed, panicked as she saw him fall hard to the ground. Without hesitation, Riven dashed towards the mountain tiger that had kicked Essen. With swift and decisive movements, Riven stabbed his dagger into the tiger's throat, killing it in a single strike. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 5, X plus 8. Liana, check on Essen. "I'll handle the rest," Riven said, turning his attention to the other tigers closing in. Every time Riven moved, he would kill a tiger within 3 to 5 motions. His lethal strikes were fast, agile, and powerful, even making some of the mountain tigers wary of him. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 8, X plus 21. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 7, X plus 19. The constant notifications of kills didn't slow Riven's ferocity as he continued to slaughter the approaching mountain tigers. Liana ran towards Essen, who was still lying on the ground. "Essen, are you okay?" she asked, worried, examining his clearly pained expression. Essen tried to get up, but the pain in his chest made it difficult to move. I'm fine," he replied, though it was evident he was in pain. Without wasting time, Liana pulled out a small bottle containing a blue liquid from her bag. "Drink this," she said, handing the bottle to Essen. "It will speed up your healing." Basic healing potion, a natural energy-infused potion with some basic herbal effects, capable of providing fundamental healing, can be consumed in large quantities, but the best effects occur within the first 5 bottles. Essen took the bottle and quickly drank its contents. Within seconds, the pain in his chest began to subside, though he still couldn't stand fully. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The largest mountain tiger, at level 10, suddenly roared loudly, emitting a thick red aura. Its body was enveloped in a powerful energy, drastically increasing its strength. Tiger's power, Raven whispered, knowing that this was the mountain tiger's special skill, capable of drastically increasing their attack strength. "Everyone, be careful. Don't let that tiger strike directly," shouted Renner, standing on the front line, warning his team. Renner immediately activated one of his defensive skills, Protection Barrier. In an instant, a transparent energy shield enveloped the other 4 team members, providing them with extra protection and an inexplicable sense of safety. Chapter 164, Heikel Emmanuel's Confusion. Maintain formation. Don't let them break us apart, Raven ordered firmly. He then repositioned himself, ready to attack the tiger with the red aura. Fira, positioned on the right side, had already prepared her black sword for the next slash. Her body moved swiftly, waiting for the perfect moment to strike as the large tiger leapt toward them. Fira moved with impressive agility, dodging the attacks of the mountain tiger that tried to pounce on her. With her black sword in hand, she waited for the perfect moment to strike. When the tiger lunged with its fangs bared, Fira spun her body, executing a swift and precise circular motion. Her sword sliced through the tiger's belly, leaving a deep gash. The mountain tiger roared in pain, but before it could counterattack, Fira swung her sword once more, this time hitting the beast's neck. In an instant, the ferocious creature collapsed to the ground, dead, successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 6, X plus 15. However, Fira had no time to rest. On the other side, Raven was facing the largest mountain tiger, level 10, whose aura emitted a deep red glow. Both creatures appeared ready to pounce at any moment. Raven stared coldly, preparing himself. "Shadow," Raven whispered, and instantly his shadow split into 2 figures, moving swiftly and circling the mountain tiger with blinding speed. The mountain tiger attempted to strike at Raven's shadows, but each time its massive claws swiped through the air, the real Raven appeared from the opposite side, plunging his dagger into the tiger's body. Wound after wound tore through the tiger, though its red aura remained strong. As Raven readied himself for the final blow, Renner raised his hand from a distance. "Buff of strength," he shouted. Golden energy flowed from Renner to Raven, drastically increasing his strength and speed. Feeling the surge of power, Raven disappeared in a flash and reappeared directly in front of the tiger. With a single, sharp shadow slash, he drove his dagger into the mountain tiger's heart. The beast let out one final roar before collapsing, lifeless. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 10, X plus 50. Raven exhaled, watching the large tiger's body fall. "Good. The boss is finally down. You're incredible, Captain." "Just as expected from the Shadow Slayer," said Renner as he approached Raven. The rest of the team also gathered around, discussing their next steps. As the team leader, Raven surveyed the area filled with mountain tiger corpses. They had killed over 20 tigers, with the strongest being the level 10 mountain tiger Raven had just slain. "All right, everyone, help extract all the corpses. After that, we'll scout the surrounding area." Raven gave the orders. The mountain tiger pack they had just wiped out was only one of many in the Verdant Mountains. The rest of the team approached the tiger corpses lying on the ground. As they neared the bodies, an extraction panel automatically appeared, allowing them to harvest materials from the mountain tigers. Urson, who had been looking slightly better, joined the extraction process. It was his first time extracting from a high-level monster. He approached one of the corpses, ready to begin the process. "Extract corpse, mountain tiger, are you sure?" "Yes." Immediately, the corpse in front of Urson was enveloped in white light, wrapping around the body before slowly disintegrating into tiny specks of white light and disappearing. Urson saw several materials fall to the ground, followed by item information from the extraction. Successfully extracted from mountain tiger, obtained. Energy crystal X10. Mountain tiger fang X1. Hard leather X3. Wow. Energy crystals, Urson said excitedly. 10 energy crystals were a huge amount for him. He had done many physically demanding tasks unrelated to combat and had only ever received 1 energy crystal at most. But now, he had obtained 10 energy crystals from just 1 corpse. How many could I get from 10 corpses? He thought to himself, trying to do some quick calculations. "Yosh, I'll become the strongest hunter in the future," Urson declared with determination. His eyes focused on the energy crystals on the ground. He gathered all the fallen materials and continued helping the team extract from the other mountain tiger corpses. And so, after completing the extractions, Raven's team moved on to another location where more mountain tigers awaited. "Hut, I am back." An old man let out a long sigh as he stepped out of a large portal. He was currently standing in the teleportation hub on an island. As usual, the area was bustling with activity. The old man glanced around. Taking a deep breath, His inner senses felt a vibrant energy, as if he could see the island's progress and development. While the old man was observing the bustling area in the distance, two soldiers in white uniforms approached, their faces tense but respectful. "Welcome back, Master Heikel," one of them saluted, his voice filled with respect. "Welcome back, Master Heikel," the second soldier followed, saluting with equal firmness. Yes, the old man was Heikel Emmanuel. As one of the core members of the World Market Trade Alliance, he was one of the most powerful figures on Lun Island, second only to Lun himself in terms of power and influence. His sharp eyes swept calmly over the surroundings, absorbing the familiar atmosphere of the island. The old man smiled faintly at the two soldiers. "Ha ha. No need for the formalities," he said, his voice deep but light. He handed over a small, well-preserved leather-bound book. "Take this and document it properly," he continued. The soldiers carefully accepted the book, realizing the importance of the information within. They nodded respectfully as the old man, Heikel, stepped out of the teleportation hub, moving through the busy crowd with calm yet deliberate steps. When he reached the gate, a sleek black car was already waiting for him. The car exuded luxury, its metallic sheen seemingly untouched by dust or grime. "Please, master." The driver standing beside the car bowed slightly, opening the door with deep respect. The old man entered the car without much fuss, his fit body moving with the ease of a seasoned warrior. The door closed softly, and the driver directed the vehicle away from the teleportation hub, heading towards their predetermined destination. Inside the car, the old man leaned back quietly, his eyes gazing out the window. Lun Island, though changed, still felt like home. "How long has it been since I was last here?" he murmured to himself. During the interracial wars, the old man Heikel had wandered through many realms, accumulating contribution points. Now, with more than 4 million points, he ranked second, an achievement only made possible with Lun's help. Lun had provided experience potions to all the core members, allowing them to reach level 30 and ascend to tier 3, ensuring their survival in more dangerous realms. But that wasn't all. Lun had also equipped them with high-level artifacts and gear. One of these, the Vortex Plate, granted exceptional flexibility in battle, allowing for teleportation skills to dodge enemy attacks. Not to mention the Golden Defense Talisman, capable of deflecting a full-force attack from a Deer Master or even a nascent Soul Cultivator. Why is this young man so generous? The old man Heikel mused. Isn't he afraid of being betrayed? The place Mvlempi. The old man pondered deeply, trying to understand Lun's motives. His long experience in the harsh world had made him skeptical. On Earth, a slave or beggar could rise to power with enough strength, often through betrayal or seizing opportunities. Friendships could easily crumble over valuable items, especially among those fighting to survive. "Can I trust him?" he thought, his face filled with doubt. Once again, his thoughts returned to Lun. The young man was a mystery. If Heikel had reached this level of power with Lun's help, then Lun must be far stronger. This suspicion grew stronger as he recalled the only time he had seen Lun in action, during the Silver Badge quest after the first Void Monster invasion event. Back then, Heikel and Laras had traveled from island to island, defeating countless monsters, though the Silver Badge they sought never appeared. During that mission, Heikel had witnessed Lun's power firsthand. The young man's sword strikes were extraordinary, his aura terrifying, and his buff skills could double combat attributes. But at the time, Heikel had felt his own abilities, enhanced by his dark book, were equally formidable. That's why he hadn't thought much of Lun's strength at the time. They had seemed like equals, partners in the alliance. However, as the days passed, Lun continued helping them all level up, providing heaven-grade equipment and artifacts that were incredibly hard to obtain. Deep inside, Heikel couldn't accept that someone could be so generous without expecting anything in return. Ugh. It's too hard to understand, he sighed, shaking his head. Unable to find a reason behind Lun's actions, he decided not to dwell on it for now, but the curiosity lingered. If Lun was this strong now, how far had his power truly grown? Chapter 165, Development of the City. Life on Lun Island went on as usual. Everyone carried out their activities like any other day. Parents went to work, children attended school, and the hunters embarked on missions. Everyone was busy with their respective routines. Even Lun and the core members of the Alliance were immersed in their own efforts to strengthen themselves. Far off on other islands, home to the alliances of major nations, progress continued as they focused on development. Cities were being meticulously built and managed with care and professionalism. Humanity, preoccupied with themselves, enjoyed the power they had gained from the system, boasting, killing each other, and fighting amongst themselves. Yet, what they failed to realize was that the transparent barrier protecting the realm they inhabited was nearing its breaking point. Lun was currently in the City Lord's chamber, reviewing the developmental data of the City of Life and the island as a whole. Together with Nita by his side, they carefully read through several sheets of reports spread out on the table. Has the 3-year school trend been implemented yet? Lun asked Nita beside him. Yes, big brother. According to several experts, 3 years of school is enough for general education. If anyone wants to become an academic, they can continue on to higher education. Otherwise, they are strongly encouraged to learn life skills. Nito explained clearly to Lun. Lun listened casually, occasionally nodding in agreement. He supported shortening the time spent on basic education. Given the state of the world today, humanity had to adapt. Lun continued reading the papers in his hand, which detailed the number of schools and students on his island. One sheet indicated that the City of Life, directly managed by him, had the highest number of schools and students, followed by Ilan's City of Peace. Oh, speaking of Ilan, has she found her father yet? Seeing Ilan's City of Peace mentioned in the report reminded Ilan of the girl. That shy girl was one of the core members of his alliance. Her timid nature and being the youngest member of the alliance left a strong impression on Ilan. Not yet, brother. I visit occasionally and help her manage her city, Nita replied. Aside from Lara's, Nita often visited Ilan's house to play. If she considered Lara's her older sister, then she viewed Ilan as her younger sister. Ilan leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting to the reports piled on the desk. After discussing education with Nita, his thoughts started to turn to other equally important aspects, such as infrastructure development and the island's military strength. MVLMP official text. Among the scattered reports, various topics were covered, from city construction and tourism sectors to defense and the number of active troops. Each of these aspects played a vital role in humanity's survival, preparing for any future threats. Lun picked up one of the construction reports placed on top. The data showed significant progress in building. Construction in the main city is proceeding according to plan. 3 new districts have been completed, and 1,200 new houses have been added. Occupancy rates have also increased by almost 15%, Nita explained while looking at the report in her hand. Lun nodded. What about the defense towers? Nita quickly grabbed the relevant report. The defense tower project has reached 80% of the overall target. We now have 500 new towers equipped with long-range sensors and automated defense systems. A special team is also reviewing additional upgrades to complement the defense system with the latest advanced technology we've acquired. Lun paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the other details in the report. Good, but make sure they do it right. Then, he turned to the report on tourism. How's the tourism sector? Since reopening, the tourism sector has seen a sharp increase, especially in Ilan's City of Peace. Visitors are drawn to the natural beauty and the relatively peaceful environment, Nita reported. Lun smiled slightly. The City of Peace indeed offered a tranquil atmosphere, vastly different from the bustling City of Life. Ilan's peaceful nature seemed to manifest in her management of the city. But then, something else caught Lun's attention. The numbers on the next report made him pause for a moment. The number of Tier 2 rulers. The number of Tier 2 rulers, Lun muttered as he skimmed through the figures in the report. This can't be right. Nita looked at him, confused. What's wrong, brother? Lun shook his head, still trying to process what he was reading. The number of Tier 2 rulers has almost reached 50,000. How did this happen in such a short time? Nita frowned, equally surprised by the information. Maybe the price of silver badges is too low, or perhaps other rulers are selling them at cheaper prices. Lun carefully closed the report, his gaze still contemplative. That could be it. The system they've acquired might be greater than we initially thought. With this many Tier 2 rulers, humanity has amassed great power, but also a significant risk. A risk? Nitu asked. If this many have reached Tier 2, that means more will aim for Tier 3. And we both know that advancing to Tier 3 isn't just about power, but ambition. Those who are unprepared could cause new problems, both inside and outside the alliance. Nita nodded in understanding, her face serious. We need to be ready for the consequences of this growth. Exactly, Lund said, placing the report down. We need a new strategy. The size of our forces is impressive, but we also need to ensure they remain controlled, disciplined, and loyal. There's no room for error. He then picked up another report detailing the number of troops. What's our total active force right now? So far, we have 150,000 active troops spread across the island. Most are stationed in the main city and the outer cities as border guards. Meanwhile, reserve forces continue training at our bases, Nitu explained. Lund thought again, calculating everything he had heard. With this rapid growth in power, they needed to be more prepared than ever. There was a greater force forming behind the scenes. We need to move faster. Nita, I'll call all the core members for a strategic meeting soon. We must devise our next steps before things get even more complicated. Nita nodded firmly. Understood, brother. I'll arrange everything. Lund looked once more at the reports. Behind all these numbers and data, he knew something far bigger was looming on the horizon, something that couldn't be faced with physical strength alone. Chapter 166. Race War Event ends, alien enemies invade. Tomorrow is the final day of the Race War event. Lun was in his secret room, opening hundreds of epic chests. He deliberately spent his morning in the secret room, waiting for the system notification about the race war event. Open. Epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. Flame sword. Pure artifact X1. Phoenix feather armor. Level 30 X1. High level energy crystal X15. Forest guardian token X1. Not bad. A pure artifact, Lun muttered with a bit of excitement. He currently had over 300 different pure artifacts. Some of the good ones had already been duplicated into 1,000 copies, which he planned to distribute to the core members when the time came. Of course, he wouldn't give everything he had to the 10 core members. He had always provided them with some help, but only when he was sure of his own strength. What gave him the most confidence was the golden talisman, capable of withstanding a full attack from a master deer creature, equivalent to a nascent soul-level creature in the cultivation path. The 10 other core alliance members also had the talisman, though in limited quantities. His plan up until now had gone according to expectations, with the island's development growing nearly tenfold compared to what he could have done alone. Whether it was attracting other Earth rulers or helping city development, the 10 other core members of the alliance had been invaluable. Putting those thoughts aside, Lung continued opening more epic chests. Open. Epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. Thunderstrike Bow, level 30 equipment X1. This is Emblem P special. Dragon Heart Gem X1, middle level energy crystal X4, elemental core blueprint X1. Lun kept opening chests until 8 AM. And right on time, the long-awaited system notification arrived. The race war event has ended. Congratulations to the rulers who survived. The world protection has been removed. All surviving rulers have obtained the rebirth stone. Ranking rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you are ranked first on the leaderboard, earning the title, Race Dominator. Congratulations, you are ranked first on the leaderboard, receiving, Super Territory Artifact, 100 million crystals, Epic Chest, Ancestral Dragon's Nest. Huh. It's finally here, Lung muttered. He stood in the quiet of his secret room, his sharp gaze fixed on the holographic screen in front of him. Carefully, he read each system message, his eyes scanning the words to ensure he didn't miss any crucial details. As usual, the system started with routine praise for the rulers. However, this time Lun couldn't relish the moment of pride. A glaring message appeared, bearing much heavier news. The world protection had been removed. Lun's chest tightened, his heart pounding faster than usual. What is this? He muttered, his eyes darting around the room. A sense of unease he had never felt before suddenly gripped him, tightening its hold. A foreboding presence seemed to hang in the air. Suddenly, a barrage of urgent messages flooded his communicator screen. Nita, brother, where are you? There are unknown creatures attacking. Master Arjuna, emergency. Lord, strange creatures are invading our territory. William Alexander, Lord Lun, intruders have arrived. Let's join forces. Hey Manuel, foreign enemies are approaching from outside. Lord, we need orders. Laras, brother Lun, where are you? Intruders are attacking. Lun stared at the screen, his eyes wide. Message after message appeared, all delivering the same dire news. Foreign enemies had arrived. Without a second thought, he rushed out of his secret room. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed along the corridor. Reaching his quarters, he wasted no time. Leaping through the large open window, activating the vortex plate artifact trapped around his ankle. Swash wash, the sound of the artifact hummed as he soared into the air, his body lifted by the energy emanating from the vortex plate. The wind whistled in his ears, while in the distance, the sound of emergency bells began to wail, signaling the impending threat. Nanjing, the city below had already sprung into action. Everywhere, guards were moving swiftly, evacuating citizens and forming defensive formations around homes and buildings. Lun could see magical formation patterns glowing on rooftops, wrapping the city in a temporary protective barrier. Yet, the unease within him did not fade. This threat felt different, far more significant and dangerous. Sure enough, he saw it from afar. A massive explosion. Lun estimated it was near the teleportation hub. Did the enemies sneak in through the teleportation portal? Lun muttered curiously. He didn't head there immediately. First, he needed to meet Nitu and hold an emergency meeting with the core alliance members. Aside from that, he had full confidence in the defense towers on his island. Every few seconds, the thunderous sound of lightning strikes echoed loudly. Alliance chat. World market trade. Lun, everyone. Emergency orders. Activate Galactic Fortress at full power. Use 100,000 power essence per tower. Activate there. Star protection. Skill to shield the island. Summon Star Army 100 times. And use their Star Shot. Skill in critical moments. Arjuna, East City Defense. Understood. Gerald, East-West Defense. Understood. Lun gave his first orders, and they were quickly responded to by his military leaders. When facing these unknown foreign enemies, Lun focused on the Galactic Fortress. Galactic Fortress. a tower where countless stars gather, spreading star energy to all corners of the realm. Type, territory artifact. Grade, heaven. Essence, 176,900. Ability, star protection, star shot, star breath, star army, star protection. The galactic fortress forms a strong shield with star energy, protecting the Lord's Island. 100 power essence per day. Star shot, the galactic fortress launches a beam of starlight to attack enemies from a great distance. 1000 power essence per shot. Star breath, the galactic fortress releases star energy over the island, increasing all living beings' EXP gain by plus 20% for 1 day. 10,000 essence per activation. Star army, the galactic fortress summons star troops to assist the Lord in battle on the Lord's Island. 100 power essence per troop. Chapter 167, Tier 3 Creature Attacks. The Divine Sky Realm was in chaos. Among the large islands inhabited by humans, the sound of explosions echoed without end. Battles raged everywhere, especially on the weaker islands, whose defenses were on the verge of collapse. Even the top 5 human alliances were not spared from the turmoil. In the emptiness of the Divine Sky, a large island could be seen floating, protected by a transparent shield that emitted a soft glow. This was the American Alliance Island, and the center of chaos was happening in the teleportation hub area. Looking closer, tension covered every corner of the island. Tall buildings collapsed from explosions, and vehicles raced frantically. Some met fatal accidents in their attempts to flee. At the heart of all this chaos, large portals stood tall, the source of the calamity. Everyone, move back. A man shouted loudly, his voice reverberating, warning the people around him. He was wearing a military uniform adorned with several star insignias on his chest, indicating his high rank in the armed forces. This man stood in the teleportation hub area, where all the portals from various islands were connected. His sharp gaze focused on a strange old man not far from his position. Status: name, Zooman. Race, Hani-U. Power core, cultivator. Rank, golden core. Tier 3. Damn. He's a tier 3 ruler. The uniformed man muttered with a tense face. His expression grew tighter, and large veins bulged on his temples as he struggled to find a solution to the threat before him. Welcome to Mvlampi, Captain Jin. The citizens have been evacuated, reinforcements are on their way. A subordinate soldier reported respectfully, his eyes also focused on the strange man who had just emerged from the portal. But Captain Jin didn't respond. His mind was in turmoil, processing the reality that before him stood a powerful cultivator with a menacing aura. The flying sword hovering beneath the man's feet only added to his fear. What should I do? I'll die if I go alone, he muttered, his inner voice filled with despair. Alert. The tower's energy is fully charged. The notification from his communicator distracted Captain Jin. His face instantly changed, as if he'd found a way out of his predicament. Next strike in 3. Captain Jin held his breath, counting down, hoping the defense tower would activate soon and destroy the threatening cultivator in front of him. 1. Strike. A large energy ball began to gather at the top of the defense tower at the edge of the teleportation hub wall, radiating like lightning. Zooman, the cultivator, sensed the approaching aura of the attack. He sought its source and locked his gaze on the tall tower. Suddenly, an enormous energy shot from the tower, its lightning streaking with incredible speed, striking directly at Zooman's head. Boom! Zap! A massive explosion occurred. Blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, making Captain Jin unable to see what had happened. His heart raced, waiting for the dust and light to settle. But when his vision cleared, a greater fear overtook him. What? He screamed internally, his chest tightening. In front of him, he saw Zooman standing tall, protected by a golden barrier surrounding his body. The powerful lightning strike hadn't left a single mark on the shield. A fairly strong tower, Zooman muttered while glancing at the tower in the distance with a knowing look. Then, his gaze shifted back to Captain Jin and the soldiers around him. Lowly beings like you don't deserve to live, he said calmly. Without warning, he shot towards them with terrifying speed. Run! Captain Jin yelled, his voice mixed with fear. He knew there was only one outcome if they stayed: death. The soldiers quickly activated their blue and green gear, triggering the best escape skills they had. But as they started running, a head fell without warning, marking the death of one of the soldiers. The horror froze their blood, forcing them to flee as fast as they could. One, Zooman said coldly, wiping the blood from his dual-edged sword, which emitted a fearsome white glow due to its sharpness. One by one, the fleeing soldiers fell to the ground, helpless against Zooman's savagery. With each deadly slash of his sword, blood flowed freely, and their bodies collapsed lifeless. Zooman showed no mercy. His expression remained blank, as if these killings were mere routine for him. Desperate screams and the clatter of fallen weapons echoed around the teleportation hub. The chase extended beyond the area, and many civilians began to panic. They fled as fast as they could, trying to escape the deadly threat that was closing in. Amidst the panic, Captain Jin witnessed the horror unfolding before his eyes. The soldiers he led had been slaughtered, and now Zuman was moving towards the innocent civilians. His body trembled, but his heart felt heavy. Something inside him told him he couldn't run anymore. I have to stop him, no matter the risk, Captain Jin thought. Without hesitation, he stopped running, staring at the approaching Zuman. Captain Jin's hand reached behind him, pulling out a large weapon, a spiked iron mace that gleamed, his trusted weapon in battle. The veins in his arms bulged as he lifted the weapon. I won't let you kill any more people, he said firmly, though his heart was still filled with fear. He took a deep breath, gathering all his courage, then activated his ultimate skill, Killer Strike. The size of his spiked mace suddenly grew, revealing sharp, terrifying spikes. Red energy began to shimmer around the mace, giving off a deadly aura. Killer Strike, attack power plus 10%, bleeding effect 20%. Each spike on the mace will inflict a 50% bleeding effect with each hit. Cool down. 5 minutes. Captain Jin didn't wait any longer. With all his strength, he swung his giant mace directly towards Zuman. The strike was incredibly fast and powerful, creating a massive airwave around them. The mace aimed straight at Zuman's body, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, Zuman didn't remain idle. Calmly, he raised his sword and effortlessly activated his skill, Continuous Slash. His long sword danced in the air, releasing several quick slashes in succession. The first slash blocked Captain Jin's mace, creating an explosion of energy that spread around them. The second slash swept across Captain Jin's chest, making blood spurt from his body. Chapter 168, Officials Meeting. Captain Jin was thrown back, his chest covered in wounds. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood, his body trembling in pain. His eyes remained open. Though his vision began to blur, he knew there was nothing more he could do. With one final swing, Zuman thrust his sword into Captain Jin's chest, ending his life mercilessly. The brutal battle was over. Captain Jin's body lay lifeless on the ground, along with the other soldiers, blood flowing from every wound. Zuman stood tall amidst the scattered corpses, his sword still glowing with a cold light. Casually, he looked around, searching for his next prey. The distant screams and footsteps of fleeing people echoed in the air. Who's next? Zuman muttered, his voice filled with arrogance and bloodlust. Main Hall, American Alliance. A large meeting was taking place in the main hall. The high-ranking officials of the American Alliance gathered around a long table, with William Alexander sitting at the head, leading the meeting. The atmosphere in the room was tense. No one dared to speak. Occasionally, the soft voice of a female assistant could be heard, reporting the latest information from the battlefield. Sir, the teleportation hub in the southern city has been destroyed, a Tier 3 entity, the assistant said. The word Tier 3 made everyone in the room take a deep breath. They were all Tier 2 fighters, except for William Alexander and the two individuals sitting on either side of him. Sir, those creatures can withstand attacks from low-level defense towers, said a man in a black suit. Only high-level defense towers can have any effect on them, especially the Tier 3 beings. William Alexander nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the communication screen before him, his expression serious. Though he himself was a Tier 3, the current situation felt out of control. Tier 3 beings had appeared in almost every city across the American Alliance island. On the chat screen before him, several messages remained unanswered. William Alexander thought hard, trying to decide what course of action to take. William Alexander, Mr. Ln, what should we do? Many Tier 3 beings are attacking. Ln, I understand. I can save your alliance if you're willing to meet the conditions I've outlined. William Alexander felt conflicted. He didn't know how to respond to the offer. After a moment, he turned his gaze toward the senior officials in front of him. His sharp blue eyes scanned the faces of everyone in the room. Once confident, he took a deep breath and spoke. Everyone, listen. William Alexander's voice echoed the tension felt by everyone. They all immediately focused on him, sensing that something important was about to be revealed. I contacted the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance a while ago. William Alexander began to explain. He's willing to help, but with two conditions. After delivering that last sentence, William Alexander paused briefly, waiting for a reaction from the senior officials. As expected, the faces in front of him grew tense. Some scowled, while others furrowed their brows. What's happened to you, President? Have you been hypnotized by him? One senior official scoffed with a mocking tone. Exactly. We don't need the help of that young man. We can handle this ourselves, added another. I disagree. That would only degrade us as the top alliance. Words of disagreement began to emerge one by one. All the senior officials spoke out, rejecting William Alexander's idea of asking Ln for help. The atmosphere, once tense, now shifted into chaos, with voices clashing throughout the room. Thud. Suddenly, the sound of the floor cracking was heard. An old man sitting to William Alexander's right dropped his large sword to the ground. The clanging noise echoed, silencing everyone in the room. The power of a Tier 3 was not something to be taken lightly. Enough of this nonsense. Let's first hear what that boy's conditions are. the old man said in a tone of authority. Even though he too seemed displeased with the forthcoming demands, he wouldn't allow the chaos to continue. William Alexander nodded at the old man as a gesture of gratitude. He knew the man wasn't happy either, but at least he was willing to listen. "All right," William Alexander continued in a steady voice. "The first condition is to elect Lun as the ruler of the divine sky realm." For a moment, silence enveloped the room. "The second condition," he added, "is to hand over 25% of the Alliance's shares to Lun." William Alexander scanned the room, observing the clear disapproval on the faces of the senior officials in front of him. The tension quickly escalated as voices of protest began to arise one by one. 25%? "That's too much," shouted a senior official with a serious face who sat in the middle of the table. "In the long run, our alliance will be under his control. Giving away a quarter of our shares is insane. This isn't just aid. This is surrender." That statement was met with nods of agreement from several others around the table. The voices of dissatisfaction grew louder. "We cannot let someone like Lun become the ruler of the divine sky realm," said another senior official firmly. "If he becomes king, he'll rule over all of us without opposition. He'll do whatever he wants, disregarding our interests." The atmosphere became even more heated as intense discussions erupted. William Alexander remained silent, listening to all the opinions without giving an immediate response. He knew that this decision was monumental and couldn't be taken lightly. The old man who had cracked the floor earlier sat with a cold expression on his face. After listening to the various opinions, he finally spoke up. "Only found at Mvlempi, Lun's demands are excessive," he said in a grave tone. His eyes locked on William Alexander. "Electing him as ruler of the divine sky realm and handing over 25% of our alliance's shares, that's too much. We cannot simply give away our rights and power just to gain protection. There has to be a limit." Chapter 169. Russian Alliance. Foreign enemies coming. The room fell silent again. Everyone knew that this old man, with his immense power as a Tier 3, wielded significant influence. His opinion could not be dismissed lightly. "Your chapter saw Semvila MP." But in the midst of that silence, a soft yet firm voice suddenly spoke from the other side of the table. The man in the black robe, who had been quiet all along, began to speak. "I agree with Lun's proposal," he said calmly yet with conviction. His sharp eyes gazed around the room, particularly at William Alexander. "I believe it would be wiser to accept these terms now." His statement shocked nearly everyone in the room, including William Alexander. The man in the black robe was usually reserved, only speaking when absolutely necessary. But now he was openly supporting Lun. William Alexander was curious about his reasoning. "Why do you think so?" William Alexander asked, breaking the silence that followed the black-robed man's statement. The man sighed for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts before answering. "Lun's power far surpasses ours. We must be realistic. Facing the Tier 3 creatures attacking us now is a massive challenge, even for those of us at the same level. But Lun, he possesses unparalleled strength. Aligning with him will provide us with protection far greater than what we can offer ourselves." Some seemed ready to interrupt, but the black-robed man continued, his voice louder to ensure everyone heard him. "We can view this as a long-term investment. Yes, 25% of our shares is a significant sacrifice. But under his protection, we'll gain access to power we can't even imagine. Rather than continue fighting with limited resources and losing more, we can strengthen our position through a powerful alliance. The benefits far outweigh the losses." Everyone remained silent, processing his words. William Alexander pondered in silence, weighing everything that had been said, his gaze fixed on the black-robed man as various possibilities began to unfold in his mind. Now, the monumental decision lay in his hands. Not unlike the American alliance, the same chaos was unfolding on the Russian alliance island. A muscular man was currently watching strange creatures continuously emerging from a massive portal. These foreigners looked similar to regular humans, but the black lines covering their bodies made them appear bizarre and distinctly different from Earth's human race. The alien beings kept appearing without pause, and now there were more than a dozen, ranging in various ages, though most were adults. Standing nearly 2 meters tall. Status: Name: Keelan Wildheart. Race: Red Star. Power Core: Star Beast. Rank: Solar Empowerment, Tier 3. Status: Name: Lyra Fang Shadow. Race: Red Star. Power Core: Star Beast. Rank: Lunar Growth, Tier 2. The muscular man remained unfazed by the endless emergence of these alien creatures, but his serious gaze suddenly narrowed. "What's this? Are they moving their entire family over? Ha ha ha." The muscular man laughed loudly, clearly not taking the alien beings, whose auras were no less powerful than his, seriously. With a slight shake of his body, he leapt onto the back of a white bear beside him. "I'll wait for all your lackeys to show up," said the man, extending his hand forward. With a simple trick, a beer bottle appeared in his grasp. Glug. Glug. In one gulp, he downed half of the bottle and belched loudly, as though enjoying a show. Although on the surface, he appeared unafraid and dismissive of the enemies before him, there was a burning fire in his eyes. What's going on with President Nova? Shouldn't he have wiped out these aliens when there were only a few? At this moment, a hunter wielding a gleaming green bow asked his comrade, who was standing alert beside him. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion at their president's actions, the muscular man riding the bear. "I don't know either, let's prepare for the worst," replied his equally perplexed friend. The tension at the teleportation hub was mounting. On one side stood the Star Beasts, with some at Tier 2 and a few at Tier 3, while on the other side were the citizens of the Russian Alliance. The teleportation hub in the main city was a bit quieter compared to other places. At other teleportation points, the defense towers had been continuously firing, bombarding all alien creatures emerging from the portals. Staff, Mr. President, the teleportation hub in Tambov City can no longer be held. 10 Tier 3 creatures with faithward and power cores have appeared. Nova, the muscular man, glanced at the incoming message on his chat. His body trembled slightly as he read it. Even with the defense towers, Tier 3 power is no small thing, Vladimir Nova muttered to himself. He deliberately refrained from using the defense towers to attack the star beasts in front of him because many civilians still needed to be evacuated. Besides, he was waiting for someone. Ha ha ha. This fresh aura, it's been a while since I've breathed it in. A man with an incredibly handsome, smooth, and charming face spoke with a delighted expression, smiling broadly. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, his gaze inspecting every place and building with nostalgic eyes. "So beautiful. The essence of this world must be exceptionally high," he said casually. The man continued observing until his gaze landed on the human forces there. A muscular man, casually drinking beer, sat without a hint of fear. The handsome man's eyes met his directly, and their gazes locked. Interesting," the man said, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. With a wide smile, the handsome man signaled to his subordinates, "Spread out and destroy everything. Leave this place for me." His voice was calm yet commanding, exuding an aura of unquestionable authority. His subordinates, all sturdy and full of vigor, immediately nodded in obedience. Their bodies began to glow with foreign energy, and in an instant, they transformed into massive star beasts, ferocious creatures with immense power, sharp claws and starlit eyes, ready to destroy everything in their path. They quickly spread out, shaking the ground as they moved. Chapter 170, Ulm's Plan and the Alliance. On the other side, the handsome man remained, locking his gaze on Vladimir Nova, who was still seated casually, sipping his beer as if nothing was happening. "Your confidence is quite extraordinary," said the handsome man with a smile, his eyes sharp and filled with curiosity. Nova only gave a faint smile, placing his beer bottle on the table unhurriedly. "It's not about confidence, I just know who I can bring down and who's worth my attention." The handsome man chuckled softly. "Ha ha. You're truly intriguing. Not many lower races can stand so calmly in front of me, but let's see how far your conviction holds." Nova raised his hand slightly, signaling to his subordinates, "You all, go guard the other areas and leave this one to me." His voice was calm, yet his command was instantly understood. His subordinates, consisting of elite warriors, immediately moved, activating their powers. Their energy surged into the air, and they swiftly spread out, intercepting every approaching creature, ready to fight to the death. Now, the two men stood facing each other, their auras of confidence were unshakable, and the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze for a moment, anticipating the great clash that was about to unfold. World Market Trade Alliance Island. Read first at Novel Fire. The current situation on Lun Island is no less chaotic, not due to destruction, but because of the continuous sound of cannon fire that never ceases. Right now, a dozen main teleportation hubs are shielded by protective arrays created by cultivators. These arrays can isolate an area within a radius of several meters with considerable strength. Every time someone steps out of a portal, a black lightning immediately strikes and kills them on the spot. Several soldiers are currently on standby outside the protective array, ready in case the black lightning towers fail to kill in one strike. Not only the soldiers, but many hunters are also prepared to fight to the death. Lun Island is on high alert, but its defenses are so solid that they are impenetrable to the foreign enemies that keep emerging from the portal. The main teleportation hubs are tightly sealed by protective arrays designed by the finest cultivators, enveloping the area with a layer of energy capable of withstanding attacks across a wide radius. Each time an enemy appears, in the blink of an eye, the black lightning from the defense towers activates with extraordinary power, striking them without mercy. The enemies have no time to react. They appear for a second, then vanish into ashes, leaving no trace behind. The power of the black lightning towers is so ferocious that no enemy attack has been able to break through Lun's defenses. Amazing. Look at that lightning tower strike. So powerful. Nothing remains of them, a hunter said in awe, his hand patting the large shield hanging on his back. His voice echoed among the troops on guard, their eyes witnessing the relentless might of the tower. "Nothing can get past this," muttered another hunter, his eyes filled with admiration. Despite the emergency situation, An island's efficiency in handling the threat is extraordinary. Within minutes, all civilians had been evacuated to underground shelters, fortified with high-level defensive arrays. These shelters are not just ordinary protection spaces but hidden fortresses with multiple layers of defense capable of withstanding even the most powerful enemy attacks. The soldiers and hunters standing guard outside the array remain vigilant, though the lightning towers have so far always succeeded in destroying the enemies in one blow. They are prepared, knowing that if anything escapes the lightning strikes, it will be their turn to confront the enemy directly. However, so far, no creature has managed to breach Ln's defenses. While chaos rages outside, the World Market Trade Alliance is holding an important meeting, discussing further plans to deal with the alien creatures. The grand meeting room of the World Market Trade Alliance exudes an atmosphere of grandeur and unparalleled beauty. Its walls are adorned with large paintings depicting the history of the Alliance, epic battles, and symbols of prosperity. Marble statues stand proudly in the corners of the room, representing legendary figures who contributed to building this trading world. Modern neon lights hang above the long conference table, emitting a soft glow that creates an elegant and professional ambience. Ln stood at the head of the table, exuding a relaxed yet positive aura. Nita, beside him, calmly observed the tablet in her hand. Her eyes focused. The 10 core members of the Alliance sat on either side of the table. Their faces serious yet calm, reflecting their vigilance in the face of the ongoing threat outside. Ln opened the meeting with a firm and charismatic voice. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to be here amidst this urgent situation." For a moment, Ln paused, looking at each member in the room, ensuring they were all paying attention. "We all know that the alien attacks are ongoing. Our teleportation hubs are still under siege, and although Ln Island's defenses have not been breached, we cannot ignore this situation. We need to act faster and more effectively." After pausing for a moment, Ln continued, "After the natural protection was removed, other realms could enter our realm with ease. Currently, a special team is investigating the realm's edge, ensuring no intruders are heading toward the Divine Sky realm fully prepared." Ln went on to briefly explain the current situation. All the portals above the island could be accessed by the alien creatures. As far as they knew, portals could only connect if they had identified each other. One portal could not enter another's endpoint without a mark. Currently, the leaders of the Human Alliance are speculating that the alien race must be using some special trick to forcibly connect the portals. Even more impressively, even after the portal above the Divine Sky realm was destroyed, another portal appeared in the same place. Thus, people could not destroy the portals to avoid attacks from the alien race. Chapter 171, Lara's and Heikle Manuel's Opinions. After discussing the general situation, Ln paused for a moment before finally saying, "Nita will explain the specific situation and current conditions." Nita nodded and began explaining, her voice calm yet firm. "Up to now, the alien creatures emerging from the portal have been attacking in random patterns, but the intensity of the attacks is increasing. The defense arrays and lightning towers are still holding, but we have noted an increase in the number of enemies with greater power, including some that seem to have tier 3 star beast cores. The situation for the Human Alliance is quite concerning. Almost hundreds of small and medium alliances have been destroyed. The top 10 human alliances are fighting the alien race directly." Nita presented all the data available on her tablet. The alien race attacking is very diverse, ranging from power cores of Cultivator, Faithwarden, Star Beast, Beastmaster, and even Player. So far, the highest known power is tier 3, Nita confirmed, emphasizing the strength level of the alien race. The faces around the table reflected deepening concern. Lara's, always quick to think, raised her hand and spoke firmly. "We can't just keep defending. If we don't find a way to stop them all, humanity will fall." Heikle Manuel, a wise yet strong old man, nodded slowly. "Lara's is right, we must send aid and help other alliances survive." Dion, sitting at the other end of the table, added, "But the question is, do we help for free?" Ln nodded as he heard these inputs, his eyes calm amidst the urgent situation. "You are all correct. In fact, many alliances have already asked for our help, but I don't want to assist them for free." Ln explained to the 10 core members of the Alliance. "I've given them a condition that they must hand over 25% of their Alliance shares and choose me as the ruler of the Divine Sky Realm." Ln said enthusiastically, his ultimate goal was to become the ruler of the Divine Sky Realm, allowing him to set the rules as he pleased, striving to improve the quality of life for the human race on Earth. Old man Heikle Manuel pondered deeply as he heard the terms proposed by Ln. Though they seemed reasonable on the surface, his mind was troubled by the percentage offered. To him, 25% was too small, especially given Ln's current power and influence. Even if Ln demanded 50%, many alliances would likely agree without much question. Meanwhile, The other core members of the alliance also contemplated Lun's terms, which required approval from the major alliances to cooperate. They all understood the importance of electing the ruler of the Divine Sky Realm. As Lun had explained before, according to the established rules, the leader of that realm must be chosen by the people of the Divine Sky Realm through a majority vote. Thanks for reading on Novel Fire. I agree with the terms you've given, Brother Lun, said the old man Takulani, nodding his head with conviction. Imposing too much on the other alliances will only stifle their development. Takulani, known for his patriotism, cared deeply about the welfare and growth of smaller alliances. Yes, I agree as well. A woman with a radiant aura and shoulder-length hair added her agreement. This woman was Hana, a core member who had long worked on building the trade network for the aliens' world market trade. Her extensive experience had taken her to nearly every human alliance in the Divine Sky Realm. Because of this duty, Hanu understood very well the situation and conditions of the human rulers, especially the smaller alliances with limited wealth and resources. Adding too much burden would only worsen their situation. Almost everyone in the room had expressed their approval, except for two people, Laras and Heikel Emmanuel. The two figures stared at each other in silence. Heikel looked at Laras as if waiting for her to speak first. However, Laras, known for being quiet and calculated, simply returned the gaze without saying a word. The heavy silence filled the room, as if a great decision was hanging in the air. Heikel Emmanuel let out a long sigh and said, "I'm sorry, young Marston, but I cannot agree to the 25%. In my opinion, it would be better if the number were 75%. Everyone was shocked, especially Uln. Heikel continued calmly, if all resources were managed by you, young Marston, the management of the realm would be far more efficient. The other alliances are too fragmented. Relying on each of them to contribute small amounts will only hinder our progress. It would be disastrous if you were to govern the Divine Sky Realm but had to constantly supply resources from your own. Uln looked at Heikel in silence, pondering his words, but before he could respond, Laras's cold and calm voice cut through. I also disagree with this division. Laras surveyed the room with certainty before adding, why should there be any more divisions between alliances? We've reached a point where all of humanity should unite. I believe the Divine Sky Realm should be governed as an empire, with you, Brother, as the emperor. The other major alliances could become kingdoms supporting you. This way, we could consolidate our strength without any boundaries or sectoral egos. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. The core members who had previously agreed to the 25% division now began to reconsider after hearing Heikel and Laras's reasoning. Slowly, they exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Lun, though surprised by their statements, understood their point. Heikel and Laras were the strongest after him, and it was natural that they wanted something larger to support the future of humanity. Lun sat quietly, deep in thought. He hadn't expected Laras and Heikel to have such ruthless ideas. To him, 25% was already quite substantial. In fact, he had initially considered proposing 10%. Am I being too kind? Lun thought to himself. He remained silent for a while, contemplating Laras and Heikel's suggestions. From Lun's perspective, Laras's proposal was the hardest for the human rulers to accept. Changing the percentage from 25% to 75% might still be debatable and negotiable. However, if they had to directly submit under Lun's rule as subordinates, the freedom they had enjoyed, like being presidents or alliance leaders on Earth, would vanish. This would likely provoke resistance, as humans fundamentally long for sovereignty, even if it's limited. Chapter 172, Enemy Danger Level. Lun certainly desired the position of Supreme Ruler of the Divine Sky Realm, but he didn't want to force his will or make people feel coerced. For Lun, it was important to build leadership that was respected without using power harshly or exploiting their weaknesses. He wanted to create an environment where every alliance leader felt they were contributing voluntarily, not under pressure. Lun turned to the side and asked, Nita, what do you think? Your novel fire source. Nita, who had been busy reviewing data on her tablet, paused suddenly at her brother's question. She raised her face, slightly surprised, but quickly donned her usual calm expression. Her sharp eyes met Lun's for a moment, then she placed her tablet on the table. This isn't just about numbers, brother, it goes deeper than that. It's about trust and security. If they feel we're trying to control them completely, that fear will destroy everything we've built. Nita said, her tone calm but thoughtful. She continued, but if we can give them enough space to still feel independent while working under strong leadership, they'll be more likely to accept it. The imperial system Laras proposed could work, but it will take time to convince everyone. Lun nodded slowly, considering Nita's words. To him, it was crucial to find the balance between strong leadership and enough freedom to make people feel comfortable with their positions. All right, for now, we'll postpone the decision regarding the cooperation with the other alliances. The main point is, as long as they agree to me being the ruler of the Divine Sky Realm and becoming their guardian, We will assist them. After thinking for a while and unable to find the best solution at the moment, Lung decided to postpone the decision. He believed the most important thing now was to help the alliances face the onslaught of the foreign races. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Laras and the old man Hayekle Manuel remained silent, indicating their approval. Nita, assign the tasks for the rescue operations, Lung said to Nita. Nita was already prepared and quickly began reading the data on the tablet in her hands. In general, almost all of humanity has asked for help, and we have already outlined the major list of enemies attacking, Nita said in a clear, commanding voice. We've sent the deployment data to the Alliance chat. The red markers indicate islands with the highest danger levels, Nita explained, displaying her tablet, which showed a list of Alliance islands along with their danger levels marked by various colors. On the screen, most of the danger levels were marked in yellow. Yellow indicated less than 10 Tier 3 creatures. Meanwhile, the blue danger level indicated fewer than 3 Tier 3 creatures. The green level meant no Tier 3 creatures were present on that island. The final danger level was red, where the number of Tier 3 creatures exceeded 10, with the numbers constantly fluctuating as data updated in real time. Crazy. All the top 20 alliances are marked red, muttered a young man with glowing black eyes. He stared at the screen with a hint of worry and sadness, as if he could already see the horrifying situation on those islands. This young man was Ifan, gifted with the eyes of fortune. He, along with the old man Takulani, were among the first to join the alliance formed by Lun. I wonder why these foreign creatures are targeting the islands with the highest human power. Gusty, with his muscular body, asked with a puzzled expression, as if he thought the foreign creatures were seeking their own death. Several members of the alliance turned their gaze to Gusty, feeling that there was some truth to what he said. The unfortunate ones who entered Lun's island never even saw what the island looked like before they were reduced to ash by the lightning tower. What's there to wonder? Of course, they think they're strong enough and are going straight for the highest power islands, Laras said coldly, eager to crush the foreign invaders. Her usually bright and smiling expression had turned into a permanent frown. I also believe their teleportation technique depends on the number of portals on an island. Obviously, the top alliance islands have more portals. That way, they can bring in more and stronger foreign creatures, added the old man Hayekle Manuel. The other core members nodded in understanding. The old man Hayekle had a wealth of knowledge, having spent much of his time exploring high-level realms during the Interrace War events. Nita then continued the briefing on the rescue operation. Her gaze was sharp, but her face remained calm. Brother, Laras, and Hayekle Manuel will immediately move to assist the top 5 alliances marked in red, she said firmly. The number of Tier 3 creatures attacking there continues to grow, already exceeding 20. The situation is extremely dangerous, and you must be prepared to face powers we've never encountered before. All alliance members listened attentively, knowing the gravity of the situation. Every decision could mean life or death. Ifan and Master Takulani, you two will remain on the island to guard its defense, she continued, glancing at Ifan, who was still focused on his screen, and Takulani, who nodded resolutely. We need you here to ensure no surprise attacks occur. Ifan, with his eyes of fortune, seemed able to sense impending danger, while Takulani, with his vast experience, was ready for any eventuality. The remaining 6 core members, Nita shifted her gaze to them, will be sent to assist the alliances ranked 6 to 20. You will help them fend off the attacks from the foreign creatures. While the threat level there is slightly lower, we cannot underestimate the enemy's strength. The members in question nodded, accepting the responsibility given to them. Nita then raised her voice, more firm and commanding. Remember, our primary goal here is to ensure the survival of humanity. However, your safety comes first. Do not act recklessly. Move strategically, and if the situation becomes too dangerous, retreat immediately to save yourselves. Chapter 173. Soul Contract. The entire room nodded again, taking in Nita's every word. They understood that in this chaotic battlefield, one wrong move could lead to ruin. The special forces and hunters in the city will assist the islands marked in blue, Nita continued. The number of Tier 3 creatures is smaller, and they should be easier to handle. But do not let your guard down. Every creature attacking is a threat to all of us. Story source novel Fire. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, but also filled with resolve. Everyone knew their role, and the great battle ahead would be the ultimate test for them all. Lun gazed at Nita for a moment before finally saying, all right, let's move according to the plan. Don't let them destroy everything we've built. After saying that, Lun took out several items from his spatial ring. The items were sheets of paper radiating an incredibly sacred aura. The holy energy emanating from them even made Laras feel like crying as she was deeply touched. She felt as if the item was a part of her. What is that, Lord Lun? Ilan, the little girl who rarely spoke, suddenly asked, curious about the item Lun had just produced. She also felt a bit of comfort from it. I'm sure it's not just any ordinary item, as long as it comes from Lord Lun, Ariel added. having silently observed throughout the entire meeting. Her green hair did not match her quiet nature. Hearing their questions, Lun merely smiled warmly and didn't intend to answer. He looked at each of them one by one, recalling when they first met. Back then, none of them knew each other, yet they trusted him to lead the alliance. Yes, although that trust wasn't entirely pure, there was always the possibility of betrayal. Luckily, it hadn't happened yet. His core members continued to follow his orders and respect him. But as Lun thought about humanity's progress in the divine sky realm, he began to realize that he couldn't maintain his previous open-minded approach. They might only follow his orders now because of his immense power and wealth, and they knew they couldn't challenge him in any way. Yet, deep down, what if they grew stronger than him one day? Who could guarantee they would remain loyal? Who could assure him they wouldn't turn against him? No one. No one could be trusted but himself. Staring at the items in his hands, he paused briefly. After a few moments of silence, he finally summoned the courage to toss the sacred papers to each of the core members. The papers floated gently in front of them. Each core member caught one with a confused and curious look, then examined the description of the item Lun had given them. Old man Heikel, read the item description. Soul paper. An ancient soul paper crafted from mysterious materials, adorned with magical symbols that shimmer in the dim light. When touched, it feels warm, as if it channels the energy of the souls bound within. Master, bound, soul contract. The bound soul will not and cannot harbor malicious intent toward the master. Punishment, 99% status reduction and imprisonment in the soul prison. Please drop your blood on the paper to agree. The bound soul limit is master level and cannot exceed the master's soul. Reading this in his heart, his expression remained neutral before finally breaking into a smile. This is how it should be, he murmured. Old man Heikel then sliced his pinky finger slightly, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the paper. The blood dripped onto the soul paper, which immediately absorbed it and disappeared into thin air. Not just old man Heikel. The other core members followed suit. They even smiled slightly as they did so, letting out a sigh of relief. They then glanced around at each other, and watched their actions. He frowned and observed them carefully, while Nita, beside him, looked puzzled. Brother, what did you give them? Where's mine? Nita asked Lun, raising her eyebrows and extending her hand like a child asking for a treat. Expecting this reaction, Lun responded with, what? There's none left. He raised both hands, gesturing that he no longer had any of the items. Brother, what was that? Nita yelled in frustration. She glanced at the others and noticed that none of them had the papers anymore, except for the muscular man sitting in the corner. Lord Gusty, stop! Nita shouted as she stood, and in a flash, she was already beside Gusty. What is it? Princess Nita, do you want one? Gusty asked with a clueless look. He was puzzled by Nita's sudden movement. Nita ignored Gusty's question. Her eyes fixated on the description of the soul paper. She stood still for a moment, reading the system panel with a serious expression. After finishing, she turned to look at Lun across the room. Sorry, Nita said in an embarrassed tone. Her face flushed slightly from shame. Sister Nita, your face is red, Ilan observed innocently, her eyes wide with curiosity. Nita couldn't bear to look at Ilan and obediently walked back to her seat, resuming her habit of fiddling with her tablet. This girl. Ilan shook his head at Nita's foolish actions and returned his attention to his core members. Moments ago, Ilan received a notification that all the core members had agreed to the soul contract he had given them. Soul paper, successfully connected with a new soul. Heikel Emmanuel, soul paper, successfully connected with a new soul. Takulani, soul paper, successfully connected with a new soul. Area. He hadn't expected them all to agree so easily. The soul prison punishment and the 99% status reduction seemed harsh enough to scare anyone. Yet, here they were, all in agreement, without a single question. It seemed his core alliance members had anticipated this move from him. Young Master, you've finally done it. A voice suddenly spoke. It was old man Heikel, looking at Lun with a kind smile. I initially had doubts about you, young master, given all your actions. But today, I understand that you are fair and have no intention of harming others. You truly are fit to be the leader of this realm. Chapter 174, Item Preparation. Old man Heikel shared his thoughts calmly, expressing everything he had felt. However, as a fellow human, my advice is this. Young Master, you must learn to be a little more ruthless if you wish to rule such a vast realm, he said with a deep voice, concerned that someone like Lun could be hurt by those close to him. When he saw the soul contract on the paper Lun had given, a small excitement stirred within him. By doing this, those under Lun would no longer harbor any ill intent toward him. I also agree, brother Lun, we must adapt to the new environment we're in. It's not just about adapting our lifestyle, our mindset must also change to fit the rules of this world. Laras chimed in, nodding in agreement with everything the old man Heikel had said. Her father had been a businessman for several decades, building multiple successful enterprises on Earth. Lara's often heard her father explain to her about the cruel nature of humans. Because of this, she had a deep understanding of human nature and even developed an instinct to perceive the true intentions of those around her. One of the reasons she joined the World Market Alliance was due to that very instinct, which told her that the person before her wasn't a bad person. The other members didn't want to be left behind, and they quickly shared their own thoughts. Marston, thank you for allowing me to join and become a co-member of the World Market Alliance. This sole contract is a small matter compared to the benefits I've received, said Ifan enthusiastically. Without Lung's help, he wouldn't have reached Tier 3 or have the quality of life he now enjoyed. Stay updated with MVLEMP_YR. Marston. Thank you, Ilan managed to say, struggling with her words. She was still very shy when speaking with strangers, even with Lung himself. Hearing all the responses from his core members, Lung felt relieved and happy. His biggest worry had dissipated as everyone had agreed to his actions. He also recalled the advice given by the old man Heikel earlier. With his age and experience, Heikel's mental strength was formidable. He was even the first to agree to the sole contract proposal. Everyone, thank you for not disappointing me, Lung said sincerely. Despite the bond of the alliance, Lung still maintained limits on how much he shared with his core members. He only distributed resources that wouldn't cause him any trouble, such as the artifact, Ring of Time. He still hadn't shared this powerful artifact with his core members. The artifact, Ring of Time, reduced skill cooldowns by 80%, an item that could drastically change the outcome in a balanced situation. The defense towers spread across the islands were entirely under Lung's control. Although the government staff had access to operate them, they were merely executors, as the entire system was controlled by Lung, the island's owner. With the system equipped with an integrated administrator, Lung felt at ease knowing the island's defenses were firmly within his control. Lung glanced at his core members, reminding himself of their unwavering loyalty and dedication. All right, let's get back to the main topic, he said, his tone calm yet firm. He raised his hand, and from within his private storage space, several black bags appeared before him. Everyone, take this, Lung said as he distributed the black bags to each core member. Use them wisely. After each person received their black bag, Lung continued, once you've successfully helped one island, don't stop. Move to assist another island as quickly as possible. He threw 10 black bags to each core member, one by one. Lara's, who had been listening attentively, swiftly caught the black bag thrown at her. Curious, she immediately opened the bag and checked its contents. What? She exclaimed in her mind, shocked. It wasn't that she had never seen these items before, but the sheer quantity inside the bag left her stunned and overwhelmed. Black Bag Gale Fairy Dolls X100,000 Galactic Fortress X100 Gold Protection Amulet X100 Gold Teleportation Amulet X100 Time Ring X1 Power Essence X10,000. Isn't this a bit too much? Murmured one of the core members near the table. They were even more surprised than Lara's, completely unprepared for the extent of Lung's wealth. The fact that Lung had given each of them a black bag meant his total net worth was more than 10 times the contents of a single bag. Terrifying. I seriously underestimated the power and wealth of Marston, Heikel muttered to himself. Not only was Lung kind-hearted, but his wealth was also beyond imagination. Even if Heikel were given a year in the Divine Sky Realm, he wouldn't be able to obtain items of such high quality and quantity as those in the black bag. The most valuable item in the bag was their Galactic Fortress, a powerful defensive item with incredibly high attributes. Its passive skills were astounding both in defense and offense. However, activating it came with a steep cost, as it required the use of Power Essence. Next was the Time Ring. The artifact Lung had previously mentioned. This was Heikel's first time seeing an artifact with such a remarkable effect. Time Ring. Type, Active Artifact. Grade, Pure Essence. 890. Ability, reduces skill cooldown time by 80%. Damn. What kind of artifact is this? Reducing skill cooldown by 80%? Even if a skill's cooldown is an hour, it becomes just 12 minutes. This is truly a terrifying artifact. The core members of the Alliance displayed a variety of facial expressions, ranging from awe to utter shock, as they looked at the contents of the black bags given to them by Lung. Some of them even froze for a moment, as if unable to believe what they had just received. This is insane, exclaimed Dion, his eyes wide as he gazed at their Galactic Fortress in his hands. An item like this, it should be worth a fortune. And not just anyone can buy it, right? Chapter 175, Core Member. Damn. What kind of artifact is this? Reducing skill cooldown by 80%? Even if a skill's cooldown is 1 hour, it becomes just 12 minutes. This artifact is terrifying. All the core members of the Alliance displayed various expressions, ranging from awe to sheer disbelief, as they examined the contents of the black bags handed to them by Lung. Some even froze for a moment, as if they couldn't believe what they had just received. This is crazy. exclaimed Dion, his eyes wide as he stared at their galactic fortress in his hands. An item like this? It should cost a fortune. And not just anyone can buy it, right? Lara's, still holding their time ring in her hand, could only nod slowly. I never imagined I would see such a high-level item this powerful, she whispered softly. Amazing, said Hannah, admiring their time ring on her finger. But when exactly should we use all of this? Lun, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. You're right. Don't rush to use these items. The real threat hasn't arrived yet, but when the time comes, when all the islands require our best defense, you'll know what to do. He looked at all the members with a gaze full of conviction. Be ready, because we're going to face enemies stronger than anything we've ever imagined. All the core members listened carefully to Lun's words, determined to follow his instructions. They continued to inspect the contents of the black bags, unable to hide their shocked expressions. Well then, if there are no more questions, we'll end the meeting here, said Lun as he noticed there were no further inquiries. Yes, sir, thank you, brother Lun. With those words, all the core members stood up from their seats and expressed their gratitude. Lun quickly left the hall with Nita, as he needed to act fast and help as many islands as possible. The more islands he saved, the stronger Earth's human race would become. After Lun and Nita left, Lara's followed suit. She stood up, backed away from her seat, and hurriedly left the hall, looking as if she was in a rush. Hannah, noticing Lara's leaving immediately, turned to Gusty, who was seated beside her. Mr. Gusty, why do you think Sister Lara's left so quickly? She didn't even say a word after the meeting ended. Gusty, a large, muscular man, shifted his gaze towards the hall's door. He too had noticed Lara's hurried departure. I don't know, Miss Hannah. Maybe she has something urgent to attend to, he replied with an innocent expression, not giving it much thought. I think she has pressing matters in the Chinese Alliance Islands. I've heard her father's business there is quite large, said the old man Heikel, who had also noticed Lara's swift exit. He didn't find it strange, given that foreign enemies were attacking. With his vast network, Heikel could easily guess a logical reason for Lara's haste. Ah, yes, you're right, Mr. Heikel. I've been to the Chinese Alliance Islands, and indeed, her father's business there is quite substantial. It's just as big as what they have in our alliance, Hannah said, nodding slightly. She recalled her visit to the Chinese Alliance Islands to set up a branch store for their alliance. When she arrived, the dominant force in the market was the Chinese Alliance, followed closely by Lara's family business. The Lara's family's main business involved selling various system-related items, from rare monster materials to finished products like combat suits specially designed to protect adventurers. They also produced combat weapons renowned for their durability, as well as support items like potions that granted extra strength and talismans that aided in various situations. The success achieved by Lara's family in the Chinese Alliance was a clear reflection of her father's extraordinary abilities as a merchant. After Lun left the hall with Nita, the atmosphere in the room began to calm down slightly. But the sense of responsibility among the core members remained strong. Each of them knew that a great threat was looming, and they couldn't stay idle for too long. In one corner of the room, Ifan was speaking with the old man Takulani, an elderly man with the job of a swordsman. Their conversation sounded casual, reflecting the close bond they had built as the first ones to join the alliance together. Powered by Mvln Pyre. Mr. Takulani, will you oversee the east or the west? Asked Ifan with a smile. Though he already knew the answer, Takulani, with his hair turning white but his posture still firm, let out a short sigh. I'll be heading east. Of course. My Heaven Sword City is there. There's no way I'd leave that place unprotected. He looked out the large window, watching the sun dip towards the west. Besides, the eastern region is always more vulnerable to enemy attacks. That's my responsibility. Ifan nodded in understanding. All right then, I'll focus on the west and make sure everything stays secure there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, some of the other core members also began casually discussing things after the official meeting had ended. Arya, a large man who always carried a shield with him, was speaking with Budi, a young man with green hair and a friendly face. So, which alliance will you be helping? Asked Arya, his voice calm but firm. Budi let out a sigh. I'll be supporting the Dragonheart Alliance. The situation there is tough because most of their forces are tier 2 and below, he replied. Budi, being a mage, was a perfect fit for the task since his abilities excelled at area of effect attacks. It would be easy for him to deal with the tier 2 and lower monsters. Arya nodded, then turned his gaze towards Ilan, who was sitting in the corner of the room. Ilan, what about you? Which alliance will you help? Ilan, known for being shy, blushed slightly before answering. I'll help the Japanese alliance. Her voice was soft but loud enough for the room to hear. I used to watch anime, so I thought I could help them. I don't want their anime industry to die. Chapter 176. Ilan's main weapon. Arya and Budi smiled at Ilan's response. Budi chuckled lightly. Yeah? We can't lose anime, that would be a huge loss for humanity too. The room's mood lightened with the playful banter, but behind the smiles and laughter, there was a deep understanding that what they were about to face was much bigger than personal matters. Their task wasn't just to protect their alliance's islands but also to safeguard Earth's human civilization. Outside the hall, the morning breeze blew gently, as if signaling the calm before the great storm. Ifan and Takulani exited the hall, continuing their discussion about strategy and defense plans. "We can't just sit around on the island," said Ifan as he looked up at the sky. "Brotherlin told us to protect the surroundings, but we need to be more proactive. There's a chance the foreign enemies could appear in remote areas." Takulani nodded. "Exactly. We need to make sure every region, from the major cities to the smallest villages, remains protected. No one should let their guard down." The two of them agreed to divide tasks and immediately began moving across the island. Meanwhile, the other core members also started preparing for their respective duties, ready to face whatever might come. Teleportation Hub. The sound of endless thunder filled the area of the teleportation hub. From the dozens of portals at the teleportation hub in the City of Life, all had been marked by the foreign invaders. The invaders continued to arrive, only to be killed on the spot by Black Lightning. In reality, the main defense at the teleportation hub wasn't just the Black Lightning Tower. There were also automatic arrow towers, fire cannons, and light lasers. However, none could match the power of the Black Lightning Tower. Lun had specifically ordered the use of cannon towers to ensure that no enemy would survive or escape with a single strike. The vast area of the teleportation hub was now eerily quiet, with only the storm of lightning visible along the perimeter. A few military guards silently observed, watching over the area with caution. At the northern gate of the teleportation hub, a young man in a blue robe could be seen casually walking into the area. He showed no fear of the black lightning that was striking everywhere. As the island's owner, none of the towers on his land could harm him. "Quite lively as usual, ha ha ha," Lun murmured as he continued walking toward one of the portals. Yes, the young man was Lun. He had a strong suspicion that the invaders weren't system-made entities. It was highly likely that the creatures attacking were beings just like them. Ever since the natural protections had been lifted, the barriers preventing invasions from other realms had fallen, allowing access to the Divine Sky Realm. After walking several meters, he finally arrived at one of the main portals, which stood 3 meters tall. He then examined the description on the status panel of the space portal in front of him. High-level space portal. A space portal crafted by a master blacksmith. The high-level space portal has the capability to connect 2 points in space up to 1 million kilometers apart. Designed with pure energy extracted from the universe's core. This portal is the result of profound knowledge about dimensions and energy flow. Range 1 million kilometer. Energy consumption 1000. Space stability high. Status negative. Taken over, just like they reported, Lun muttered with a slight nod. He had been informed earlier that the space portal was in a negative state and could only be used in 2 directions, between the destination set by the invader and himself. So, while the portal in front of him had previously allowed teleportation to many other portals, that was no longer possible. Fortunately, Lun's island still had many other functioning portals. Otherwise, they would have had difficulty traveling to monitor the allied islands. As Lun pondered, he suddenly saw a creature with a bull's horned head emerge from one of the portals. Ugh! The creature let out a loud, terrifying roar. Zap! ZZZPP. In less than a second, the creature was reduced to ashes by the black lightning. Not even its bones remained, only the black ash being carried away by the morning breeze. Damn! So vicious, Lun muttered, slightly surprised. He glanced at the remains of the black lightning and the smoke still lingering in the air, then shifted his gaze toward the tall tower in the center of the field. The tower was surrounded by a bright white light, and at its peak, black lightning danced freely, ready to strike at any moment. Lun returned his attention to the space portal in front of him. "All right. We'll find out once we go in," he said, preparing himself. Yes, he was about to enter the portal to discover the origin of the attackers invading his Divine Sky Realm. Though not officially his realm yet, Lun was the strongest candidate. "Lord Gold," Lun called out casually, and suddenly, a sword covered in golden light floated before him. "You grow more magnificent with each level up," Lun remarked, admiring the beauty of the sword gracefully hovering in front of him. Divine Sword, Part 1, CMVL, M, Pythamore. Level, 50, Growth, Attributes, SDR plus 2065, INT plus 2012, AGA plus 2048, Rees plus 2004. Enhancement, plus 15, bonus attribute increase by 15% and plus 15% attack power. Holy Blessing, heals all body wounds, increases base attributes by 20%, and boosts damage by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Binding skills, Echo Phantom, clone with 50% attributes. Blade Warp, teleport to sword location, phantom exchange, swap position with sword, phantom assault, sword passively auto-attacks nearby enemies. This golden sword was Lung's first golden weapon, given to him by a crowned middle-aged man when he advanced to tier 1 with a growth type. This sword had been with him from level 10, growing to its current level of 50. This sword had helped him overcome many obstacles and slay countless enemies. Its growth attribute allowed it to level up alongside Lung. As the sword's level increased, its shape and size changed too. Initially, it had been a short sword, only half a meter long, but now it had grown over a meter. Additionally, its blade, once fully golden, had now become more transparent, with golden energy swirling inside it. Truly beautiful, Lung murmured in awe, eager to use it. Due to his fondness for this golden sword, he called it Lord White. Chapter 177, Lung Clone, Echo Phantom. Alright, now it's your turn, Lord Black. Soon, another sword with similar features appeared from the void. A blinding dark light pulsed from the core of the sword, leaving Lung equally mesmerized as with the golden one. Infernal Blade. Part 2. Level 50. Growth. Attributes. SDR plus 2036. INT plus 2056. AGA plus 2070. Res plus 2078. Enhancement plus 15. Bonus attribute increase by 15% and plus 15% attack power. Abyssal Curse. Each attack inflicts a random negative effect on the enemy. Dizzy, paralyze, sleep, silence, blindness, confusion, weakness. Boosts space attributes by 20% and increases damage by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Binding skills. Echo Phantom, Blade Warp, Phantom Exchange, Phantom Assault. MV, Lampire Story. Ha ha ha. These attributes are absurd, Lung said with a sly smile. The sword's attributes were truly outrageous. He believed that even tier 2 rulers would struggle to wield both swords due to their overwhelming stats. Besides the immense attributes, the binding skills of these two swords were equally terrifying. Just as a ruler gains new skills upon advancing to tier 1, so had these swords received new abilities after binding. With a calm voice, Lung said, Echo Phantom. Immediately, the golden sword before him transformed into a figure that closely resembled him. Lung stepped closer, his eyes locked on the figure that was an exact replica. Every detail, from hair color to facial expression, was perfect, as if a living mirror stood before him. Curiosity swelled inside him as he began to circle his clone, ensuring there wasn't a single difference between them. Can you speak? He asked, his voice filled with admiration. Casually, his clone replied, Yes, of course. You gave me a name, Golden Master. The voice was identical, even in its intonation. Lung felt as though he was conversing with a part of himself. He smiled widely, as if discovering a powerful ally, but deep inside, his curiosity burned even brighter. What else can you do? He asked, excitement rising within him, eager to explore this newfound potential. Lung's clone nodded confidently. I can do anything you can, it said. Before demonstrating an elegant and skilled fighting movement, the clone stepped forward, swinging its empty hands in a series of impressive maneuvers. Lung was stunned, realizing that the clone's movements were even more perfect than his own. Amazing, he whispered, feeling both inspired and slightly intimidated by the skill of his mirrored self. But as the awe slowly faded, a thought suddenly crossed Lung's mind. He wondered aloud, do you have a system panel? His question flowed with deep curiosity, as if his clone was a mysterious machine harboring limitless potential. Yes, of course, Master, the clone answered confidently. It then explained that its system panel was similar to Lung's, complete with status, attributes, and skills that could be upgraded. The clone displayed a shiny panel, filled with detailed information that mirrored all of its abilities. Lung felt a surge of excitement, as though he'd found an ally not just as a reflection, but also as a tool to help him achieve even greater goals. But, Lung said, his voice tinged with curiosity, his gaze focused on the clone's body. Didn't your system panel not show up before? He asked, with a deep sense of wonder. When he first activated the Echo Phantom skill, there was no system panel visible. Even just moments ago, that panel had remained hidden. Now, in front of him, the clone's status was clearly displayed, just like anyone else's. Status: Name, Lung, Level, 50. Race, Earth Human. Power Core, System. Rank, Tier 3. Looking at the clone's status panel, pride swelled within Lung. The number 50 on the panel reflected his hard-earned progress so far. He was the highest level individual among humanity. Use all of this, Lung said, throwing several items toward the clone. Lung's clone swiftly caught all the items, without asking many questions. It was Lung, after all, and could feel the thoughts and emotions of its owner. As if there was a telepathic connection, Lung could feel his mind flowing easily into the clone's body. He watched the clone use the items he had thrown, and a satisfied nod crossed his face when he noticed that the clone's rank was no longer visible on the panel. Status: Name, LN. Level: Race, Earth Human. Power Core, System. Rank: well, that's enough. It'd be great if there were items that could hide all status, LN muttered, letting out a long sigh. Go, he commanded his clone with a slight nod toward the portal ahead of them. Yes, Master, his clone replied enthusiastically. Without fear, it stepped into the portal whose destination was unclear. LN watched from behind. Seeing his clone walk with a posture both relaxed and commanding, the golden and black sword hung gracefully at its waist, adding to its striking presence. Alliance Island of China, Chengdu City. The atmosphere in Chengdu City reflected deep sorrow. The grand buildings that were once filled with advanced technology now lay in ruins, surrounded by debris that formed a maze of grief. Fires blazed from several homes, creating a grey sky that blanketed the city, while thick smoke added to the oppressive mood. Streets that were once bustling were now littered with lifeless bodies, silent in their helplessness, as if the city itself was a reminder of heroism long lost. Amidst this chaos, a fierce battle raged between the Chinese alliance and terrifying alien creatures. Various forms of beasts attacked brutally, resembling nightmarish mythological animals, threatening every life that dared resist. The sounds of weapon fire and terrified screams filled the air, invoking an overwhelming sense of dread that enveloped every corner of the city. The Alliance soldiers, with unwavering courage, fought valiantly even as their bodies grew weary and wounded. Why aren't the towers firing? One of the commandos, struggling in a desperate fight against a lion-shaped alien creature, shouted loudly, his body exhausted and unable to endure much longer. Damn it! All the towers have been destroyed? The main tower's out of energy, another soldier cried, his voice filled with despair. Chapter 178, China Island. Laras arrived. The soldier who had asked earlier was thrown 30 meters, crashing into the rubble of a building that had been reduced to ruins. The lion-shaped alien lifted its head, displaying a wide, horrifying grin, as if relishing the destruction before it. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. You will all die today, it jeered, its voice echoing amidst the sounds of gunfire and fear-filled screams. The lion then charged at the man, ready to finish him off. The man who had been thrown earlier struggled to lift his body. His vision was still blurry, unable to think clearly anymore. Looking forward, he saw his fellow soldiers still fighting the alien creature. Observing further, his eyes focused on the lion he had previously fought. Ah ha ha ha. Hearing the man's carefree laughter, the Chinese alliance soldiers glanced for a moment. They saw him laughing as if he was in the happiest moment of his life, despite the terrifying situation around him. Come on, let's die together, said the man, his eyes glowing with ferocity. He knew he couldn't hold on any longer. His Tier 2 power, once a source of pride, seemed meaningless against the powerful lion-like creature. Die, roared the lion-shaped creature, now airborne, its hands enveloped in a blue aura, its claws gleaming sharply. As the lion shot toward him with incredible speed, the man who had been laughing earlier looked at it calmly. With a smooth movement, he pulled out a piece of paper from his storage space, ready to activate an explosive talisman. But suddenly, a terrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. He witnessed the lion's body being split into 4 parts, falling to the ground like delicate fragments. Not only that, after hitting the ground, the lion's body was bombarded by waves of white light that turned it into dust, vanishing without a trace. What? Who? The man shouted internally, shocked and awed by the devastating attack. He hadn't even seen the attack coming. Ugh. His eyes fell on a figure with long hair, a delicate white gown, and a floating white cross hovering around her. Aside from him, there were also several others in black uniforms, appearing to be her subordinates. Ms. Laras, shouted a soldier from afar. Incredible. I thought the intelligence from headquarters was joking, but it turns out they really requested help from the World Market Trade Alliance, said a female soldier in awe. She occasionally glanced at Laras. As a woman, Laras was the pinnacle of power she knew. Yes, it was Laras. She had arrived near Chengdu City due to an active portal still present in the area. All the portals in the main city had been destroyed by the alien creatures. Her gaze swept over the alien creatures attacking. From their appearance, it was clear they were beings with bloodline power cores. These aliens could transform into fierce beasts with terrifying strength. A unique ability from their bloodline power cores. Spread out and regroup once the city is clear, Laras ordered the 10 officers accompanying her. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The 10 officers immediately spread out, rushing to assist the Chinese alliance soldiers in facing the alien enemies. Fortunately, there were no Tier 3 creatures, allowing them to help without much hindrance. Laras didn't remain idle either. She directed her cross toward the sky in the middle of the battlefield. The cross, originally 2 meters tall, grew to 10 meters, radiating a refreshing holy aura. It continued to float higher into the air, and once it reached a certain altitude, the holy light spread out like the morning sun, shining on everyone. Holy Offering Zone, Laras uttered calmly. Immediately, the area within a 200-meter radius of the cross was bathed in the holy light. The Chinese Alliance soldiers, who had been exhausted both physically and mentally, were now revitalized, returning to their peak state. Incredible. So powerful, said a soldier wielding a large sword, slashing at the golden-armed gorilla in front of him with renewed strength. Ms. Laras. Truly powerful, the female soldier from earlier remarked, her admiration for Laras rising even higher in her heart. Thank you, Ms. Laras. You saved me. I'm alive. Ha ha ha. The enthusiastic shouts of the Chinese Alliance soldiers made the alien creatures tremble. They had previously dominated the battle due to their larger number of Tier 3s, but now a woman with a giant cross had come to help. Quick, inform the leader that the operation at point number 13 has failed. A human with solar empowerment has appeared, said one star beast, a half-human creature, to a large crow next to him. He looked in horror at Laras, who continued to mercilessly slaughter his comrades. Understood. The crow nodded and immediately flew into the sky, trying to deliver the message as quickly as possible. But fate had other plans. At an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, a woman in a long white gown suddenly appeared beside him. What? At this height? The Tier 2 crow screamed in terror. In front of him stood Laras, blocking his path. He realized it was impossible for an ordinary human to chase him at this altitude. An artifact? Damn. This girl is terrifying. The black crow shouted in despair. In an instant, he understood that the flying device beneath Laras's feet was a high-tier artifact. Indeed, Laras was able to catch up to him at this height thanks to the vortex plate, a celestial artifact given to her by An. As the crow tried to escape by diving downward, Laras swiftly drew a golden sword very similar to An's heavenly light slash. Laras yelled as she launched a fast, sharp attack. Story by M. Vertical bar V _ L E M P Y R. Although the black crow had flown 50 meters away, its speed was still no match for Laras's strike. The light from the golden sword slash immediately sliced the crow's body without resistance. Killed. Cropoert. Lunar growth. EXP plus 26,000. Cropoert drops. Silver storage ring. Laras heard a notification from the system, confirming that the black crow was truly dead. She saw an item drop from the crow's severed body. A silver ring. Before the ring could fall to the ground, Laras moved quickly to retrieve it. Chapter 179. Bambang City. Without examining it further, she stored the silver ring and immediately continued her mission to assist in other battles. Below her, the battlefield was still in chaos, but signs of the Chinese Alliance's victory were becoming clear. Only a dozen Tier 2 alien creatures remained, and they were sure to be eliminated soon. Not long after, the battle ended. All the alien creatures attacking Chengdu City were killed without a trace. The Alliance soldiers, still mourning their fallen comrades, began extracting the enemy corpses, venting their anger on the lifeless bodies. Laras observed her surroundings, feeling a sense of relief as she saw that all the star beasts were dead. The officers gathered around her once again, their faces reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Miss Laras, everything is secure, reported a male officer, his tone filled with respect, though the fatigue in his voice was unmistakable. After all, they were only Tier 2 with limited real combat experience. Laras nodded, fully aware of their condition. In an instant, she retrieved an item from her storage ring, gazing at it briefly before tossing it into the air. With a blinding flash of light, the item expanded into a magnificent flying ship, gleaming under the fading sunlight. The ship was about 10 meters long, with an aerodynamic design and a sturdy body adorned with shining brass ornaments. Mounted securely on the ship's sides were several cannons, ready to defend them from any impending attacks. The clinking of metal as the ship ascended added to the tension still lingering in the hearts of the officers. Everyone aboard. Our next destination is Bambang City, Laras commanded, her voice firm yet calming, as if encouraging her team to face the next challenge head-on. With renewed energy, the 10 officers leapt onto the flying ship, feeling the surge of power flowing through it. Laras immediately issued the order to activate the ship. Soon, the vessel soared swiftly into the sky, leaving the Chinese Alliance soldiers at the battle site gazing in awe. Thank you, Miss Laras, you saved us all. Thank you, Miss. Crush those aliens. Voices of support, curses, and please filled the air. The soldiers were all traumatized by the sudden attack, pouring their rage into every word they uttered. Meanwhile, Laras and her team were en route, unaware that a terrible battle was raging in Bambang City. Bambang City, once the pride of the Chinese Alliance with its major developments, was now reduced to ruins. The towering buildings had collapsed, leaving only shattered debris strewn across the streets. Black smoke billowed from various parts of the city, obscuring the already dimming sunlight. The sounds of defensive cannon fire, the destructive blasts from the Chinese Alliance soldiers, and the roars of the alien star beasts filled the air, creating an atmosphere of dread that gripped the souls of the survivors. Terrified residents scrambled through the wreckage in search of shelter. Some clung tightly to their families, while others tried to help the injured along the way. "Where is the government? Why hasn't anyone come to help us?" shouted an old man, his hands trembling as he supported an injured child. His face was filled with panic, reflecting the chaos around him. "C.M. Pythamore, God, save us!" cried a woman who collapsed in front of a ruined convenience store, desperately seeking refuge among the unsafe rubble. Amid the panic, a few soldiers from the Chinese alliance struggled to maintain the city's last line of defense. They wore high-tech battle armor, but it couldn't hide the fatigue and despair creeping into their hearts. "Hold the west side. Don't let those damn star beasts push any further," yelled one commander, trying to issue orders in a strong voice despite his own body being covered in wounds. "Commander, we're running out of healing potions and ammo. How much longer can we hold out?" A young soldier responded breathlessly, fear evident in his eyes as he watched the alien forces closing in. "They'll come. The Alliance will send reinforcements," another soldier shouted, though his voice lacked conviction. In one corner of Bambang City, there remained a fairly advanced area despite the destruction. All the buildings were in ruins. Yet this spot used to be a bustling hub on ordinary days. And indeed, behind the collapsed structures stood a building that still held firm, though its walls were marred with cracks and sections of its roof had caved in. The building bore a large logo in the shape of a star encircled by a silver ring, representing the grandeur of the establishment. Yes, this was the main branch of Lara's family business in Bambang City, within the Chinese alliance. Although the building was no longer in perfect condition, it had become one of the last safe havens for many citizens and company workers. "Quick, get inside. This building is the only place left that's safe," shouted a man in a neat suit, one of Lara's company managers, at a group of citizens seeking shelter. His face was drenched with sweat and dust, yet he continued to give directions. "But they said those monsters are heading this way. How can it be safe here?" asked a young mother, clutching her crying child tightly to her chest. Her eyes were filled with fear, but she had no choice but to trust the man in front of her. "I don't know, but it's better here than out there. Trust me, help will come to save us," the man reassured her, though his voice couldn't fully mask his own fear. In situations like this, ordinary people had little to do but seek refuge to survive. Without hesitation, the woman rushed toward the building. As the main headquarters of Lara's family business, the structure surpassed all other buildings in terms of strength and security. Aside from the previous staff, a few soldiers were now stationed outside, standing guard. Various weapons were already in their hands, some wielding long bows, great swords, golden staffs, and other strange armaments. As the company's internal guards, their duty was to protect the building, disregarding anything else like aiding the Chinese alliance citizens in need. Chapter 180, President of China, Bai Qi. Back in the heart of Bambang City, the Chinese alliance forces continued to fight fiercely against the rampaging star beasts. They were engaged in brutal combat, where every attack from the aliens caused massive explosions, obliterating everything in their path. "Keep your distance, don't let them get any closer," shouted a battle commander, releasing a powerful spell from the staff in his hand. The effect of the spell was devastating. What started as a volleyball-sized magic orb quickly grew to the size of a house. Surrounded by crackling lightning, the lightning orb shot toward a bird-winged, human-like star beast far in the distance. "Damn it, just a lowly creature, daring to act cocky with such a small skill," the winged star beast sneered condescendingly. With a flap of its wings, feathers shed from its body, forming a protective shield around itself. Boom. Zap. Da. The collision occurred, a massive explosion erupting and leveling everything within a 30-meter radius. "Run. Get away now," shouted a Tier 3 man as he ran from the winged star beast. With only Tier 1 power, he wasn't much different from the helpless civilians. In the skies above the ruined city of Bambang, an epic battle raged between a gigantic long dragon and a man with the head of a hammerhead shark. The air seemed to tremble under the roar of the two beasts. The long dragon's body shimmered with golden scales, its razor-sharp claws cutting through the air like knives, while the hammerhead shark man floated steadily, wielding a massive trident that glowed with a deadly aura. His eyes shone with cruelty, displaying a ferocity that was not to be underestimated. The long dragon roared fiercely, its massive claws slashing forward, attacking with the speed of a storm. However, the hammerhead shark man agilely dodged each strike, swinging his trident with full force, creating sharp energy waves that split the sky. Each swing of the trident produced sparks of lightning, shattering the clouds and causing the air to sizzle. With extraordinary speed, the hammerhead shark man used his trident to launch a fatal strike, thrusting the spearhead straight at the dragon. The attack was so powerful that it made the sky tremble, creating a long trail in the air. The trident pierced through the dragon's energy barrier and almost reached its scales. "Damn, I underestimated you," the dragon muttered with a serious expression. It was furious now, its once black eyes turning golden. "Dragon suppression," the dragon bellowed loudly. In an instant, the air around the hammerhead shark man grew heavy, The space surrounding him seemed to freeze, restricting his movements and thoughts. The effect of dragon suppression was overwhelming. The hammerhead shark man suddenly froze, his body stiff as if petrified, while his mind was shackled by the dragon's mystical power. Damn it. How could a lower species possess such pure dragon blood? His once sharp and confident eyes turned vacant, unable to think or plan his next move. This was the moment the dragon had been waiting for. With its gleaming claws, it charged forward with incredible speed. Blue fire erupted from its mouth, enveloping the sky in a destructive blaze. The helpless hammerhead shark man could do nothing but endure the dragon's relentless onslaught. The dragon's sharp claws tore through his defenses with ease, ripping apart flesh and shattering the energy armor protecting him. In those deadly seconds, the long dragon launched its final, fatal attack. It bit down on the hammerhead shark man's body with its enormous jaws, crushing bone and flesh mercilessly. "Levin, save me," the man cried out in agony, but he couldn't fight back. His trident slipped from his grasp, floating helplessly in the air before plummeting far below. Blood gushed from his wounds, painting the dark sky with a sorrowful trail of red. The long dragon roared again, this time with triumphant glee. The hammerhead shark man's body was utterly destroyed in the dragon's grip, and the remains of his body were hurled to the ground. Experience stories on m_v_lempi_r. With heavy breaths, the long dragon gradually shrank and swiftly transformed back to its original form. A woman in her 20s appeared, with long hair and a bright red robe that enhanced her fierce and untamed aura. Her gaze turned downward, biting her lips slightly, unable to express her bottled-up emotions. With no other choice, she hurried down to take a closer look. "President Baichi, they're too strong, we can't hold them off much longer," cried one of the elite soldiers beside her, his face battered and weary from relentless combat. "We must not give up." "Hold the line. I'll take care of them," Baichi replied, his voice deep and resolute. Around Laraz's company building, the situation was growing dire. A Tier 3 star beast monkey led the attack on the building, destroying everything in its path. The few remaining security guards tried to hold the monster back, but they were effortlessly crushed. Inside the building, in the conference room, Laraz's father, along with several company stakeholders, watched the situation unfold through a large screen connected to security cameras. Their faces were filled with anxiety. "You said this building was safe. Look, the monster's getting closer," one of the stakeholders shouted, his voice full of anger. "What do you mean? This is your responsibility. This building was supposed to be the final stronghold, but now we're all going to die here," another yelled, his face flushed with fear. Laraz's father, though worried, tried to remain calm. "Laraz will come. Trust me, she won't leave us behind." "How can you be so sure?" "We should have fled from here long ago," cried a panicked woman. But before the argument could escalate further, a massive rumble echoed from outside. The Tier 3 star beast monkey had arrived near the building, its large red eyes staring at the structure with clear intent to destroy. The internal security personnel tried to fend it off, but the monkey's brutal attacks shattered their defenses in an instant. It easily tore through the outer walls and approached the conference room. Chapter 181, Laraz vs Tier 3 Monkey. At the same moment, a loud whirring sound echoed from the sky. Laraz's airship appeared above the building, drawing the attention of everyone inside and outside. Without wasting any time, Laraz leapt from the ship, using her vortex plate to fly swiftly. "Father, I'm here," she shouted, her voice resonating loudly among the ruins. Her father's eyes widened as he saw his daughter arrive just in time. Quickly, Laraz descended, positioning herself between the Tier 3 monkey and the building, ready to defend it. Laraz looked at the monkey with a calm demeanor, though deep inside, she was furious because the monster in front of her was trying to harm her father. "Laraz, be careful. That monster is very strong," her father shouted from inside the building. His eyes, once filled with hopelessness, now glimmered with renewed hope. He had regretted not leaving with the others earlier, but considering the assets he owned, he tried to protect and move them to a safer location. Laraz heard her father's cries but remained silent. Inside, she was also slightly angered by her father's greed. His wealth meant nothing to someone as powerful as her. So chasing after wealth in their current world was essentially useless. Not far from where Laraz stood, the Tier 3 monkey stood tall, nearly 2.5 meters, with a body covered in thick brown fur that radiated power. His muscles bulged, and his long arms hung by his sides, his knuckles twitching as if ready to strike. Laraz looked at the monkey with disgust, a smug smile etched across her face. "Die," she muttered softly, but with strong determination. The monkey felt a surge of anger boiling inside him, but at the same time, he was terrified by the weapon Laraz wielded. A white cross floated above her palm, emitting a pure, sacred aura that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. "You don't know who you're dealing with, girl. I am the heir to the most powerful heavenly monkey bloodline." Laraz remained unfazed, She hovered on her flying vortex plate, exuding a terrifying aura. Even though the monkey before her was also a tier 3, she was confident in the attributes and items she possessed. With just the vortex plate under her feet, the monkey wouldn't be able to touch her. The monkey braced himself, feeling the tier 3 energy coursing through his body. He straightened, flaunting his massive muscles, proud of his high tier race. "If you dare come at me, I'll crush that arrogance of yours." In an instant, the air around them grew tense, ready for battle. Sure enough, right after the monkey finished his words, Laras had already moved her cross, launching it straight toward the tier 3 monkey with incredible speed. "Transform," Laras whispered softly. With a quick hand gesture, the cross expanded, radiating a blinding holy light, and slammed down at the spot where the monkey stood. The monkey's red eyes reacted swiftly, tracking the incoming cross. Instinctively, his legs tensed, preparing to leap away. Stay updated with novel fire vertical bar L vertical bar MP vertical bar Y vertical bar R. Ha! Although caught off guard, the monkey leapt with extraordinary reflexes. With a swift jump, he managed to dodge the blow that shattered the ground beneath him. "Your cross is beautiful, but is that all you've got?" he shouted mockingly. "HMPH," Laras muttered, her focus unwavering as she tracked the monkey's movements wherever he went. She moved her cross again and again, smashing it in different directions, generating waves of energy that shook the air. The monkey struggled to dodge Lara's relentless attacks. Several times, he narrowly avoided getting hit, but every time he was flung a few meters away, he quickly regained his stance, ready to attack again. "You can't keep this up forever," he growled, frustration mounting. Laras sneered. "Keep running, you foolish beast." With extraordinary agility, the monkey leapt once more, dodging yet another attack. At this moment, he noticed that Lara's cross was slightly further from him. Reacting swiftly, his legs and hands worked together, and he launched himself directly toward Laras. Seeing the monkey preparing to strike, Laras gave him no chance. A golden sword materialized out of thin air. She grabbed it effortlessly and rushed toward the monkey's attack head-on. "Foolish beast, stay foolish," Laras said in a calm voice as she prepared to kill the monkey outright. As the tier 3 monkey lunged forward, his heart started to tremble. His instincts screamed at him to retreat, but his body was already hurtling toward Laras. With his large hands, he pulled his right arm back slightly, forming a powerful fist enveloped in a green aura, ready to strike Laras. Ugh! The immense power radiating from his fist shook the air around him, a clear sign that he intended to end this fight with one deadly blow. However, Laras remained unshaken. She stayed calm, even smiling slightly. The golden talisman protecting her body activated, emitting a soft, shimmering light under her feet. The vortex plate's teleportation cooldown had ended, granting her full mobility. The golden sword in her hand gleamed brightly, ready to counter the attack. She had prepared for all possible outcomes. She knew the monkey would fall under her golden sword. As the distance between them narrowed, the moment arrived. The monkey's fist, brimming with green energy, barreled toward Laras, while she gracefully swung her golden sword with swift, precise movement. The loud clash resonated through the sky and ground. The green aura of the monkey's punch collided with the holy light of Lara's golden sword. A powerful energy wave exploded around them, creating a storm of force that pushed everything away. The ground beneath them cracked, and the air grew heavy, filled with pure power from both sides. Yet, in that direct confrontation, Laras remained steady in the air, controlling her vortex plate with remarkable calm and poise. Ugh! A loud scream echoed. It was the cry of the tier 3 monkey. He felt the overwhelming power of Lara's strike, as her golden sword collided with his fist, a force he couldn't match. A roar of pain escaped his mouth as his body was flung backward, soaring past the crumbling buildings behind him. Lara's wasn't finished. Chapter 182, Cruel Old Man Heikel. With a smooth motion, the white cross above her head began to rise higher, spinning rapidly until it formed a blinding circle of holy light. "Divine retribution," she whispered, her voice soft but filled with determination. In an instant, the cross glowed even brighter, radiating a holy aura that enveloped Laras. Her attributes surged drastically, and at the same time, the aura began to exert a crippling effect on the tier 3 monkey before her. The once strong muscles of the beast now felt weakened, as if something was draining the life force from his body. Slowly, the monkey's power began to wane. "Damn it, what's happening to me?" he cried out in panic, his terrified voice echoing. His body felt like it was burning from the inside out. He looked around, his eyes catching the sacred light radiating from Lara's cross, which only deepened his fear. Without a second thought, the monkey made a decision. He had to flee. His legs were already bent, ready to leap away from this deadly situation. After just one encounter with Lara's, he knew his strength was no match for hers. The pressure of the holy aura, combined with the sharp strikes and energy that continued to sap his strength, made this battle feel impossible to win. But Lara's, standing firmly on her vortex plate, wasn't going to let her enemy escape so easily. With quick reflexes, She activated the vortex plate's teleportation. In an instant, she appeared right beside the fleeing Tier 3 monkey. In the perfect position, Lara swung her golden sword with precision, aiming for the monkey's abdomen. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as her slash pierced the beast's tough hide, but strangely, as her sword struck, a sudden white mist emerged, enveloping the entire area around them. Within seconds, Lara's visibility was drastically reduced. The thick fog obscuring her view, Lara swung her hand forward, trying to clear the mist that obscured her view. However, before she could fully dispel it, she felt something strong gripping both of her hands. What? Lara's was shocked when, as she turned, her gaze fell upon a cluster of hands tightly gripping her. In front of her, dozens of monkeys appeared, all looking identical to the enemy she had just fought. They surrounded her from every direction. Satisfied smirks etched on each of their faces. Ha 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 ha. One of them laughed, its voice full of satisfaction. Why? Surprised? Confused? One of the monkeys taunted as it spun a silver sword in its hand. You newcomers. Just frogs trapped in a well. You have no idea how vast the outside world is. Hurry up and finish her. Another monkey commanded. Lord Croc is waiting for us. Lara's furrowed her brows. Something was off. They're talking to each other, she thought. This isn't an illusion or just some cloning technique. Her eyes gleamed sharply. In front of her, dozens of Tier 3 monkeys stood firm, each holding a different weapon. A dozen enemies with equal strength. This situation was far from what she had anticipated. Such a scenario could easily turn into a disaster. The two monkeys in front of her now gripped Lara's hands tightly, preventing her from launching another attack. The other monkeys around her quickly activated their weapons, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Finish this woman off, one of them shouted. Giving the order, the battle aura intensified, and within seconds, Lara's knew she was on the brink of great danger. Yet, despite being surrounded, the confident glint never left her eyes. Lara smiled faintly, her gaze piercing toward her enemies. All right then. Let's see who survives, she whispered softly, preparing her final move. Alliance Island, America. In one of the major cities of the American Alliance, thick smoke billowed into the sky, marking the destruction wrought by a brutal attack from foreign creatures. Towering buildings that once stood tall now lay in ruins, torn apart by the destructive power from beyond. Magical explosions echoed from all directions, deafening and spreading inevitable devastation. Automated defense towers continued firing energy, trying to repel the invading cultivators. However, the power of the attackers was too overwhelming. The city's defenses were faltering, and the soldiers of the American Alliance fought desperately while civilians ran for shelter. Trapped in the chaos, amidst the rubble and thick smoke, an old man stood, his white robe fluttering in the winds of battle. His face was lined with age, but his eyes still burned with extraordinary power. His white hair shone in stark contrast to the darkness enveloping his body. In his hands, a thick black book lay open, its pages flipping rapidly as if alive. Ancient symbols glowed from the book, summoning dark powers that seeped into the air. The old man was Heikel Emmanuel. Without hesitation, he had come to assist the American Alliance, even though they were not close allies. As their greatest rival after the Alliance, America had always stood at the front lines of defense. Now, Old Man Heikel was here, bringing destruction to the invaders who underestimated his strength. Always on M vertical bar VL vertical bar E vertical bar MP vertical bar Y vertical bar R. Old Man Heikel raised his hand, and from the air, dark shadows began to gather. In a deep voice, he muttered, "You are cruel. Join this darkness," before thrusting his hand forward. In an instant, a vortex of dark energy emerged, sucking the foreign invaders into a deadly void. Their bodies were pulled in by Old Man Heikel's power. Trapped in the vortex with no hope of return. Stay away from that vortex. He's a Tier 3 warrior, one of the foreign cultivators shouted in panic, his body trembling as he tried to escape the pull of the darkness. Call Elder Nixian. Quickly, another cried out, his voice filled with fear. But their warnings came too late. The foreign invaders caught in the range of Old Man Heikel's power could only scream in terror as their bodies disintegrated, unraveled, and vanished into the shadows that consumed everything without mercy. Burn them all. Old Man Heikel whispered to his book. Instantly, black flames ignited around him, quickly spreading across the city's ruins. The wave of black fire surged to every corner, consuming everything it touched. The buildings that were already damaged became engulfed in the dark flames, and the enemies trapped within were burned to ashes without mercy. No, please. Horrific screams echoed amidst the blaze as the remaining enemies thrashed, desperately seeking escape. I want to go back. Where's the portal? Where is it? Chapter 183, Fight for the Alliance. Desperate cries filled the air. Seeing their comrades burnt alive, the invaders' morale crumbled. Many of them began to surrender, retreating, running desperately to find a way out. But the black flames of Old Man Heikel relentlessly hunted them down, showing no compassion. In a corner of the city, The soldiers of the American Alliance, who had witnessed the horrifying scene, stood frozen. They had heard rumors about the mighty old man from the Lone Alliance, but seeing him in action with their own eyes was a completely different experience. Damn. That old man. He's a monster, one of the soldiers whispered with a choked voice, his eyes still fixed on Old Man Hay-I-Class. He calmly slaughtered the enemies. He saved us, another soldier murmured, his gaze filled with admiration. With all the advanced technology possessed by the American Alliance, they still struggled against the foreign cultivators, but the old man, with his dark powers, had slaughtered them as if it were nothing. The black flames continued to blaze, licking every corner of the remaining city, leaving behind nothing but destruction and rubble. Old Man Hay-I-Class calmly closed his book slowly. Without another word, he walked away from the battlefield, ready to assist the next city. In the bright empty void, the sun rose toward noon, shining upon a large island about 250,000 square meters in size. Like many islands, this one was teeming with life, with city walls 20 meters high and numerous defense towers standing firm at every corner. Unfortunately, the island's beautiful and sturdy appearance was from a few hours ago, before the interracial war event concluded. Now, the island was engulfed in chaos almost everywhere, large cities, small towns, and remote areas, all embroiled in relentless battles. Hey, stop chasing him, finish off this area first, yelled a captain as he kept slashing at a man with a white halo behind his back. His movements didn't stop or weaken, even as he issued the command, join the journey at @mvlemp_r. The soldiers who heard the captain stopped chasing the fleeing foreign enemies. Their gaze scanned the surroundings. 1, 2, more than 10 duels were taking place. Just watching it made their hearts weary and filled them with dread. Just a few hours ago, he had been with his family celebrating his son's 4th birthday. Now, the city was enveloped in emergency sirens. All soldiers were ordered to report to the military headquarters to form teams. Along the way, he had seen many strange beings with white halos and wings on their backs. He saw some rogue hunters trying to fight them off, attempting to block the foreign invaders. As an official military soldier, he had to obey every command from his superiors. Even though he wasn't from the lower ranks, his role in the military was significant, and his presence was highly required at the headquarters. But here he was now, in the midst of a sudden and terrifying battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, Galen felt a sharp slash approaching at high speed. His reflexes immediately kicked in, ducking quickly as he activated his escape skill, trying to distance himself as far as possible from the attack. Galen, watch out! A soldier's loud voice came from behind him, warning him of the threat that had nearly hit him. Sure enough, in the sky above him, a middle-aged man with widespread white wings hovered gracefully. With a sharp gaze, the man adjusted his posture after his failed strike at Galen. The winged man's gaze surveyed the battlefield around him, his face, previously showing indifference, now creased slightly with anger. Useless, they can't even handle a city without a holy disciple. Tier 3, the man said angrily, glaring at the faithward soldiers around him. Galen, who had narrowly avoided the winged man's slash, stood and fixed his posture, his eyes locked onto his airborne opponent. His face showed deep shock. He saw a middle-aged man with white wings floating in the air, commanding the battlefield with a powerful holy aura radiating from his body. His wings, as white as swan feathers, flapped gently, though his body remained unmoved. The man's loose, slightly open white clothing made him look like a war god descended from the heavens. The aura around him was so strong that the air felt heavier and hotter, as if it were being pressed down by an invisible force. Tier 3, Galen muttered in disbelief. He swallowed hard, realizing just how powerful this winged man was. His entire body trembled, not only from fear but also from the knowledge of how difficult it would be to face an opponent of this level. On the ground, the other human soldiers began to grasp the situation they were in. The duels that had been raging around them now seemed insignificant compared to the threat looming above. Even the captain, who had been swinging his sword tirelessly, now appeared cautious. He stepped closer to Galen, his eyes never leaving the winged man who had once again focused his attention on them. Back in the sky, without warning, the winged man raised his long sword. A bright white glow radiated from the blade, emitting a holy aura that filled the air within a 3-meter radius. The holy energy vibrated like a small storm, causing everyone who felt it to recoil in fear. Go now, Galen. Get help. Your talent is still needed by the Alliance. The captain's voice was firm but full of urgency. He didn't wait for a reply. He stepped forward, ready to face the winged man who was far stronger than they were. He knew they were all only Tier 2, including himself. Fighting against a Tier 3 enemy would only end in death if they persisted. Galen nodded resolutely, without objection. In his heart, he knew their best option was to minimize casualties. Facing an enemy of this caliber without reinforcements from stronger individuals would only bring destruction. He quickly turned and ran towards the headquarters, hoping the Alliance leader had already finished his own battle against another Tier 3 enemy. Attack for the Harmony Circle Alliance. Chapter 184, Tier 3 Faithwarden, Holy Disciple. The Harmony Circle Alliance soldiers shouted loudly. They knew that ever since the arrival of the Tier 3 winged man, the city they were in was doomed to be 100% destroyed. Earlier, a Tier 3 enemy had come and was immediately dealt with by the Alliance leader. But now, another had appeared without warning. Who else could they rely on? Boom! Slash! As Galen continued running and flying with his escape skill, he heard terrifying explosions behind him. The sounds of buildings collapsing, trees falling, and the ground shaking echoed all around him. Even without looking back, he knew there was no more hope. Discover more at mvlemp_r. Far behind, the winged man was now lifting a large sphere of light with a 10-meter diameter. The ball of light radiated an immense aura. Take this, he said casually. Soon, he threw the ball of light directly at the soldiers of the Harmony Circle Alliance. The ball flew swiftly and exploded over an area with a 50-meter radius. Everything was completely destroyed. Even the Faithwardens within the vicinity were affected by the impact. Attack! Don't retreat! A man with a large shield shouted. Trying to rally the remaining Alliance soldiers, he raised his shield high into the air, attempting to activate his barrier skill. Barrier! He yelled with full confidence. Instantly, a system notification appeared before him. Barrier active. Link has been established. Successfully connected with 010 friends. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. 0? No one connected, he muttered bitterly. The emptiness of that notification pierced his heart. A cold sensation spread through him, not just from the battle, but from the reality that all his comrades were gone. He looked around. There was no more fighting. What remained were only the ruins of the city. Buildings that once stood tall now leveled with the ground. A few Faithwardens with their white halos still stood atop the rubble, and above them, the winged man observed with an empty, indifferent gaze. Damn it, bastard. You killed all my friends, the man with the shield roared, his voice hoarse and full of hatred. His eyes locked onto the winged man above, no longer filled with fear, only with burning rage. He steeled his resolve, tightening his grip on his shield and silver sword, and without a second thought, he charged forward, running as fast as he could toward his enemy. Egg! He screamed, filled with the final determination to exact revenge. The winged man remained gracefully airborne, looking down at his opponent's every move. His face was rigid, almost expressionless, as though what he was witnessing was something of no significance. With a single wave of his hand, a beam of light shot out from his fingertip, aimed precisely at the approaching shield bearer. Sing! The sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a short thud. As the beam of light penetrated the man's chest, the man's body froze instantly, his running feet stumbling. Slowly, he fell to his knees, his shield slipping from his grasp, clattering emptily atop the debris. He looked down at his chest. A large hole gaped open on his right side, where the beam had pierced through. Blood flowed heavily, soaking his tattered clothes, staining the ground beneath him a deep crimson. His eyes began to blur, his vision hazy. The air seemed to thin, and the pain that had ravaged his body started to fade, replaced by emptiness. A bitter smile appeared on his lips, a final smile full of resignation. He knew his life had come to an end. With his last breath, his body collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. The shield bearer's death was tragic, but to the winged man who still floated above, the event was nothing more than a trivial sight, not worth his attention any longer. You will gain no points from this city, the winged man's voice echoed through the air. Cold and commanding, his face looked frustrated, his jaw clenched as he glared at the remaining Faithwarden soldiers. His eyes were full of displeasure. The Faithwardens who heard him exchanged glances, trying to grasp the extent of the winged man's disappointment. Fear began to creep into their hearts. They knew who stood before them, not just a superior, but someone whose power far exceeded their own. Failure in front of this man was not something to take lightly. There's no excuse for repeating this mistake, the winged man continued, his voice heavy with implicit threat. Finish off the other areas and secure the entire island. Leave no one alive. He took a deep breath, but his anger was clearly not yet abated. Our forces have already lost at island number 12, one more defeat. His voice grew more dangerous, and our share will be reduced further. His last words hung in the air. The Faithwardens felt their hearts race, realizing that failure was not an option in front of this winged man, who could obliterate them with a single gesture. One of the Faithwardens even furrowed his brow, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusted his sword. Struggling to hide his fear, with a cold, unchanging gaze, the winged man signaled for them to move. Without further words, the Faithwardens quickly rushed off, not wanting to wait or risk provoking further wrath from the figure they so deeply feared. The Faithwarden troops left, and the battle in the city was over. Leaving the winged man alone, he slipped his hand into the pocket of his pristine white robe and pulled out a small, round object. It resembled a compass, though its needles spun in an unusual pattern, pulsing in sync with the flow of energy from the surroundings. A thin smile appeared on his face, as if something he had anticipated had been confirmed. As I thought. He muttered lightly, almost as if speaking to himself. Their movements are quick. His eyes focused sharply on the compass, its needles spinning endlessly, indicating a large movement in the distance. He sighed softly, but his face remained untroubled by the urgency of the situation. "We need to move quickly," he said with a more serious tone, though still calm. "Otherwise, more reinforcements from the enemy will arrive." His words carried an unspoken tension. Time was running swiftly, and every second wasted was a chance for the enemy to fortify their position. Without wasting more time, the winged man disappeared in an instant, his body fading gracefully, as if merging with the wind. All that remained was dust, swirling lightly in the air. Chapter 185, Leader of the Harmony Circle Alliance. The sky above the grand city of Harmony Circle was filled with the sounds of thunder and fiery explosions that shook the heavens. Below, the remains of destroyed buildings lay scattered, debris from the fallen towers littering the ground alongside heaps of corpses and chaotic rubble. Thin smoke drifted with the breeze, carrying the scent of destruction and decay. In the midst of the ruins, civilians hid behind the remaining walls, shielding themselves from the chaos above. Their faces were bruised and battered, blood flowing between the dust and grime. Some soldiers, severely wounded, leaned against the cracked walls, the only refuge they had left. Despite their fear, their eyes were fixed on the sky, watching the fierce battle above with bated breath. "Master Pano, please win this. Defeat that woman." A mother clutched her trembling child tightly, her voice filled with hope and fear. "You can do it, leader. Take down that demon," shouted another man, his voice trembling. "God, please help us," whispered an old priest, his hands clasped together in a prayer full of faith. Above them, two figures floated, locked in a battle of epic proportions. Pano, a middle-aged man radiating a blazing aura, wielded unimaginable fire magic. Every time he unleashed a burst of flame from his palms, the temperature in the air spiked, burning everything around him until the debris from the buildings began to melt and smolder. However, in front of Pano stood a woman with a calm gaze, her face serene and showing no trace of fear. She wore a gleaming blue and white robe that sparkled in the sunlight, with a large white halo spinning gracefully behind her head. Even as Pano unleashed his destructive powers, the woman remained composed, waves of sacred energy emanating from her hands, holding back the flames that sought to engulf her. Pano gritted his teeth. "Damn it, why is this woman so strong?" he hissed. They had been fighting for over 10 minutes, and with every passing moment, Pano increasingly felt the danger from each of his opponent's moves. The woman, wielding deadly illusion powers, only needed one touch to imprison Pano in the dream world she created. A brief touch was enough to leave her enemies disoriented, but a longer touch would trap them in an illusion where she could do anything. Pano had learned this trick earlier. He had almost lost consciousness when the woman managed to touch him for a few seconds. However, Pano had his trump card. By taking on his fire elemental form, he could sever the illusion easily, burning away the woman's magic before it could take root too deeply. The woman's eyes flickered. She knew Pano was growing more cautious, but she did not give up. "I just need to touch you a bit longer this time," she thought, continuing to search for an opening. Her movements were light, almost like she was dancing in the air, dodging the scorching flames. Pano didn't give her any room to move. Each time the woman approached, he unleashed a brutal attack, hurling explosive fireballs that left searing heat in their wake. Every strike left a fiery mark on the woman's body, a burning red trail that marked his next target. When the number of marks reached 7, a massive explosion would occur, incinerating the victim alive. "Hey, such a beautiful shade of red." The woman smiled slightly, looking at the fiery mark now glowing on her arm. She already had 4 marks, and only needed 3 more for the deadly explosion. "I have to be careful," she murmured, soaring forward with rapid movement. Pano let out a sinister laugh. "You won't touch me again," he growled. Releasing an even larger burst of flame, he leapt backward, creating a circle of fire to limit the woman's movements. However, she continued to move swiftly, using her light shield to withstand the searing heat around her. In one swift motion, she closed in, her hand outstretched, almost touching Pano's skin. But just at that moment, Pano unleashed a massive wave of fire, forcing the woman to retreat for a moment. "Not so fast," Pano shouted. The woman frowned but remained undeterred. Pano's attacks grew wilder, but he was also becoming more reckless. The woman saw her chance and, with a daring move, dashed forward, dodging the final burst of flame and managing to touch Pano's chest. Pano's eyes widened. "No!" he screamed. In an instant, his body transformed. The human skin that encased him melted away, replaced by pure, raging fire. He was no longer human, but a giant fire elemental. The heat emanating from his body was enough to destroy the light shield protecting the woman. Little by little, the woman gritted her teeth. Her body began to feel the intense heat. Her light shield groaned under the pressure of Pano's fire, cracks forming on its surface. But she didn't give up. With determination, she moved closer and wrapped her arms around Pano's fiery form, ensuring her touch remained connected. "I just need a few more seconds," she whispered as her shield melted away. Pano suddenly felt his world shake, his vision blurred, and the sounds around him faded. "What's happening?" he muttered in confusion. Before he realized it, he was trapped. Everything around him vanished. The raging fire on his body disappeared, replaced by shadows and illusions. Pano was caught in the woman's illusion world. Ugh! A faint groan escaped the lips of the faith-wooden woman as she descended from the sky, her breath ragged. The halo of light surrounding her back began to dim, indicating her dwindling spiritual energy after the intense battle. "Damn it, this man is only at the early holy disciple, tier 3, but his power is so unique," she muttered, recalling the events from a few seconds ago. Her gaze fell on her arm, where the fire marks had now grown to 6. In his elemental form, Pano had accelerated the marking process with alarming speed. Just one more mark, and the fire explosion would occur. Below her, the atmosphere in the devastated city grew even more tense. The civilians and soldiers of the Harmony Circle Alliance who saw the Faithwooden land on the ground were now filled with fear. Their last hope seemed to vanish. Their leader, Pano, whom they believed could save them, was now trapped in an illusion. They didn't know if he was still alive or not. Chapter 186. Inside the illusion space, the wind carried stinging dust, but that wasn't the only thing fueling their fear. Some of the citizens exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep despair. It seemed as if there was no way out. Destruction and death loomed over them, inevitable. Suddenly, a shout broke the oppressive silence. Ugh! A young man with a frail body stood up quickly. His gaze was anxious but filled with determination. He walked toward the Faithwooden woman, his steps quick and firm, as if he had made his final decision. Thud. He knelt before the woman, his head bowed low until it touched the dirty ground. "My lady, I am willing to be your servant. I will do whatever you command," he said, his voice trembling. But there was a firmness in his tone. Silence enveloped the scene for a moment, and soon, other citizens, influenced by the young man's actions, followed. They moved forward, one by one, then knelt before the Faithwooden woman with faces full of fear and hope. "My lady, spare our lives," cried an old man, hobbling forward before collapsing to his knees. "We're willing to be your slaves as long as we can live," shouted another, their voices quivering between fear and hope. The Faithwooden woman, still feeling the effects of the exhausting battle, looked at the scene before her with an expression that was difficult to read. Her gaze was filled with surprise and a hint of frustration. "A moment ago, these people called me a demon, a mad woman, and now look at them," she thought to herself, realizing how fear could twist loyalty. Meanwhile, her body still felt the intense heat from Pano's rapidly activating fire marks. The next few seconds would determine whether she could survive the final explosion or be trapped in a fatal destruction. Yet beneath her frustration, she couldn't ignore the fact that the human, Pano, though trapped in an illusion, still had the power to explode at any moment. Pano might be caught in her illusion, but that didn't guarantee her safety. The Faithwooden woman gazed at the civilians kneeling before her with a blank expression. The exhaustion from the recent battle seemed invisible on her face. She slowly raised her hand, and in an instant, several bright red fruits appeared in her grasp. "Fine. Eat this," she said coldly, tossing the fruits towards them without any ceremony. The young man who was the first to kneel caught one of the fruits in his hand. At a glance, it looked like an apple, similar to the ones he had seen on Earth before, but he didn't have time to think. Being under 15 years old, he lacked the ability to see any description of the fruit, a limitation that had saved many lives before, but not this time. With trembling hands, he lifted the fruit towards his mouth. "Stop, that's an illusion fruit," a soldier shouted from behind, his voice filled with fear and warning. He was one of the few who refused to bow and worship the Faithwooden woman, clinging to the remnants of his dignity as a soldier. But before the warning could sink into the minds of the desperate civilians, the Faithwooden waved her hand with a graceful yet deadly motion. A wave of white energy shot forth, emanating from her hand like a flash of lightning, and struck the shouting soldier. Screech! Without the slightest resistance, the soldier's head was severed from his body. His eyes remained wide open, still reflecting fear, while his headless body slowly tilted forward, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. The head rolled, leaving a trail of blood on the dusty ground, eventually stopping with its face bowed down in surrender before the terrified citizens. "Ah, no!" Screams erupted among the people. Some immediately covered their eyes with both hands, unable to bear the horrifying scene before them. Fear gripped their souls, freezing any intention of resistance. Hope, even the will to fight, had vanished completely. The Faithwooden woman showed no hint of mercy. Her eyes scanned the kneeling civilians, observing the fear swelling among them. With a thin smile on her face, she conjured more red fruits, throwing them toward those still frozen in confusion and terror. "If you still want to live, Eat this fruit, quickly, she commanded, her voice like venom seeping into their hearts. She also directed the fruits toward those who had previously refused to kneel, forcing them to confront their final choice. The civilians, having witnessed the tragic death of the brave soldier, now had no choice but to obey. One by one, their trembling hands reached for the fruits. Some of them stared at the fruit momentarily with eyes full of doubt, but fear overcame all. They slowly lifted the fruit to their mouths, hoping for survival, if only for a moment. Inside a vast cubic chamber, Pano, his body engulfed in swirling flames, was fiercely battling a group of strange, half-circular creatures. Their round eyes gleamed, and their bodies were covered in deadly red thorns. Pano smiled with satisfaction as his fiery attack sliced through the air, scorching one of them until it was charred to ashes. 12, Pano muttered, keeping count as his final fire strike hit its mark, reducing the creature to dust. Successfully killed. Thorn Blossom Demon, exp 10,400. The notification echoed in his mind. But Pano gave no time to dwell on his success. He immediately moved, spinning with incredible speed toward the next target. With a swift motion of his hand, fire erupted from his body, incinerating another Thorn Blossom Demon in an instant. 30, Pano said with a more cautious tone, though a smile still lingered on his face. Successfully killed. Thorn Blossom Demon, exp 10,000. However, the atmosphere started to shift. Pano's caution wasn't without reason. In the distance, a much larger creature emerged from the shadows. Its body was not only covered in thorns, but also writhing with long tentacles that moved like agile snakes, vibrating with a terrifying intensity. Its large round eyes bulged, with red veins spiraling around its eyelids like knots of energy ready to explode at any moment. Chapter 187, Out of Illusion. Deru. Bloodthorn Demon. Level, 25. Species, Ghost. Attributes, SDR 2486, Int 2527, Agi 2486, Rees 2239. Blood Tentacle. Moves its tentacles to sting enemies and apply a blood mark. Each mark reduces the enemy's attributes by 0.5%. When the mark reaches 100, a second body transformation is unlocked. Pano's eyes sparkled as he read the description of the monster. An interesting skill. Unfortunately, its base attributes are too low, he muttered, feeling slightly disappointed. He knew that despite the monster's impressive abilities, it wouldn't be tough enough to offer any meaningful resistance. Pano carefully observed the monster's movements. The Bloodthorn Demon lashed one of its tentacles toward Pano with incredible speed, but Pano's flame-covered body reacted instantly. Swiftly, he dodged to the side, his body moving with the grace of a burning shadow. Swoosh. The blood tentacle slammed into the ground with tremendous force, creating deep cracks in the floor of the cube. Dust and small debris flew into the air, but Pano had already positioned himself perfectly to counterattack. He raised his hand high, concentrating fiery energy into his palm, and in an instant, a massive burst of flame exploded from his hand, slicing through the air like lightning. Boom! The fiery attack struck the Bloodthorn Demon squarely, scorching its thorns and destroying several tentacles. The creature howled in pain but didn't give up. Quickly, it flailed its remaining tentacles in all directions, trying to ensnare Pano from multiple angles. Pano, having anticipated this move, dodged with impressive agility. His feet glided effortlessly, evading the vicious tentacle strikes. Each time the tentacles lashed out, he spun gracefully, using the speed and dexterity of the flames surrounding him to create distance. One of the tentacles almost managed to wrap around his leg, but Pano wasn't surprised. With a sharp motion, he ignited the tentacle with the fire from his leg, severing its tip and causing the monster to howl in pain once more. That should be enough, Pano whispered, then threw himself forward, spinning rapidly like a firestorm. His final attack shot out like an explosion, piercing straight through the center of the Bloodthorn Demon's body. The flames spread rapidly, burning the creature from the inside. Kaboom! The Bloodthorn Demon's body exploded into dark red fragments, leaving nothing but ashes scattered across the battlefield. Pano stood amidst the destruction, while the sound of the system's notification rang clearly in his ears, confirming his success in defeating the tentacled monster. Successfully killed. Bloodthorn Demon, X plus 96,000. As the Bloodthorn Demon's body faded away, the cube-shaped room that had imprisoned Pano began to crack. Small fractures quickly spread across the walls of the cube, which then shattered into pieces within seconds. His vision cleared, revealing that he was still in the same place as before the battle. Pano quickly detected the presence of the Faithwooden woman he had encountered earlier. She wasn't far from where he stood, but this time, she wasn't alone. Beside her was a man radiating a much stronger power, watching over the civilians who were eating something in their hands. Pano clenched his fists, frustration swelling in his chest. Damn it! I already signed the agreement with the World Market Trade Alliance. But where's the help? Pano muttered, feeling both disappointed and desperate. His heart ached as he saw the devastation around him. While the remaining civilians knelt before the two Faith Wardens, seemingly subdued by their power, his mind was in turmoil. On one hand, he knew his chances of surviving the next battle were only 1%, death seemed certain. On the other hand, he could flee and try to rebuild his alliance from scratch. His hope had briefly rested on assistance from the World Market Trade Alliance, but that help never arrived. He felt trapped, powerless. Pano closed his eyes for a moment, trying to calm the storm inside him. After a few moments, a bitter smile appeared on his face, followed by a soft laugh. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with me? I reached tier 3 by risking my life fighting against high-level races. Why am I afraid now? Ha ha ha. His laughter grew louder, though it was filled with sorrow. Pano steeled his resolve. If I'm scared of just these two, then I'll always live in fear of the strong races in the future, he thought with increasing determination. His eyes now gleamed with courage. Pano had made his decision. Transform, he shouted softly. In an instant, his human body began to change. His skin peeled away, replaced by a shimmering red liquid, glowing like blazing fire. His black hair transformed into strands of fiery red flames, and his body swelled, growing over 3 meters tall as he rose into the air. Yes, in his elemental mode, Pano gained the natural ability to float. Fire Field, Soul of Flame. Pano activated 2 skills simultaneously, ready to go all out this time. In an instant, an area within a 50-meter radius around him was engulfed in flames, consuming everything on the ground, including the civilians and the 2 Faith Wardens standing nearby. In addition, a small fire orb floated around Pano's body, appearing like a seed of fire he had summoned. Win or die. Pano shouted fiercely, his body transforming into a massive blaze as he soared at high speed toward the Faith Wardens, disregarding everything else, including the fate of the civilians trapped in the inferno. He no longer cared. His attack was now entirely focused on the 2 Faith Wardens. The Faith Warden woman and the man beside her noticed Pano's movement. As the flames engulfed the area within a 50-meter radius, the woman quickly formed a protective barrier around herself and the civilians, preventing the fire from consuming them. Whatever her motivation, it was clear she wanted to keep the civilians alive. Deru, handle him. My faith energy is still recovering, the woman said to the man beside her, who was now known as Deru. The white light radiating from her back grew brighter, but she knew it wasn't enough to face Pano's raging power. Deru looked at Pano calmly, a slight smile on his face. Of course I can feel this man's firepower as well. It's quite strong, he said casually. Chapter 188, Pano Deaths. Deru elegantly spread his white wings, each feather shining with a holy light. A single flap of his wings was enough to create a powerful gust of wind that swept away much of Pano's approaching flames, extinguishing a portion of the blaze. Come, Deru said calmly, his voice full of unwavering confidence. The sword in his right hand, which had dimmed, now glowed with radiant energy once more. With a wave of his hand, a white halo appeared in his left hand, shining brightly and expanding to a radius of 2 meters. The holy halo spun rapidly, creating a strong pull in the air, like a small cyclone ready to obliterate anything it touched. Pano was undeterred. The flames around his body blazed even hotter as his massive form floated with a fiery red aura, clutching the fire seed that emitted extreme heat. His left hand shone brightly with pure red flames, while the sword in his right hand was engulfed by fierce flames, threatening to consume everything in its path. Both surged forward, Pano with his blazing fire, Deru with his intensifying swirl of light. Boom, crash. In an instant, the 2 massive forces collided in the middle of the ruined city. Red fire and white light clashed, creating an explosion of energy so powerful that the ground around them cracked and was thrown far by the impact. The blast sent shockwaves so intense that both men were knocked back 20 meters. Unbelievable, gasped the Faith Warden woman in disbelief as she witnessed the shockwaves from the explosion. She quickly created another barrier of light to protect the civilians from the destructive aftermath of the energy collision. Her aura of light shone brightly, trembling under the pressure of the dangerous shockwave. In the midst of the destruction, Pano's laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. His laughter erupted, loud and full of spirit, as if the previous explosion hadn't caused him any pain at all. With an energetic motion, he quickly stood back up, the flames on his body blazing even fiercer. His eyes burned with the thirst for battle. Without hesitation, Pano swung his sword with full force. A slash of bright red fire was released toward Deru, creating a long wave of fiery light heading directly at his opponent. The wave resembled a wall of fire, consuming the air around it and moving at an incredible speed. Deru, who had previously been calm and unshaken, now felt the serious impact of Pano's attack. His normally expressionless face began to show signs of strain. His body was thrown 20 meters back by the massive explosion, and although he remained floating in the air, his breath was slightly heavy. This man, Deru muttered to himself, his eyes now serious. A flame mark appeared on his arm, displaying the number 3. He knew from his female companion that this would trigger an explosion with terrifying power. His halo's energy had been drained by half due to the death explosion from that fire mark. Deciding not to play around anymore, his gaze sharpened, focusing all his energy on Pano, who was now charging toward him. The crazed smile on Pano's elemental face only caused Deru's eyebrows to furrow slightly. With a swift motion, Deru raised his palm, and the holy halo he controlled floated high into the air. The halo moved with incredible speed, reaching the sky above Pano within seconds and continuing to follow him like a shadow that couldn't be escaped. Fate's light sword. Deru spoke, his tone calm yet full of menace. Pano, who had initially been confident, now felt something was wrong. He glanced up and saw Deru's white halo still hovering above him. He could feel an immense holy power emanating from it. A sword, Pano muttered in worry. Sure enough, light from the halo suddenly formed a glowing sword, floating right above his head. In mere milliseconds, the sword descended without resistance, ready to cut Pano down in an instant. Falling, the sword fell at incredible speed. Quickly, without hesitation, Pano activated his sprint skill, his body moving 50 meters away from his previous position. His breath was slightly ragged, but the sense of relief only lasted a moment. Why? Pano shouted, his face filled with terror. Despite moving far away, the dreadful feeling from the light sword still haunted him. His eyes scanned the area, but he saw no sign of the halo or sword he had seen before. In the distance, Deru, whose faith energy was beginning to dwindle, remained still. He didn't chase Pano, merely gazing calmly at the spot where Pano had once stood. There, a transparent human-shaped figure could be seen. Your body can move, but not your soul. Deru's mocking laughter echoed, condescending. Deru watched with satisfaction as the sword of fate continued to descend, aimed directly at Pano's soul, still standing beneath it. Unavoidable. Pano, who finally realized what was happening, flew quickly back to his original spot, his face filled with fear. No, stop. Pano screamed in panic. The feeling of death haunted him, and his breath became heavier. In desperation, he mustered all his strength. Hold it off, Pano commanded, and his fire seed, a glowing red orb, flew into the air. In an instant, the seed expanded to 10 meters in size, directly colliding with Deru's sword of light. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, shattering the ground around them, creating a shockwave that shook the entire city. The debris of buildings flew through the air due to the explosion. The bright glow of Pano's fire seed lasted a few seconds, shining brightly, attempting to stop the pressing sword of fate. However, no matter how powerful it was, the fire seed couldn't hold it back. The sword of fate pierced through the fiery power, striking Pano's unprotected soul, driving deep into the earth until it vanished from sight. Silence. All sound faded with the destruction of Pano's soul. The sword of fate that had penetrated the ground disappeared without a trace, and the holy halo in the sky shrank before drifting back toward Deru, like a warrior returning after completing its mission. Chapter 189, America Island, New Yard City. Ha ha ha. Your attributes may be high, but your tricks are quite limited, Deru mocked, waving his hand to summon his holy halo back. At the same time, Pano, who was still flying in the air, attempted to shield his soul, but no resistance remained. His elemental body crumbled, reverting to his normal human form. Without clothing, without life, he fell like a bird shot down, crashing to the ground with a soft thud. Thud. Pano's body, sprawled on the ground, now resembled that of a fallen soldier. Lifeless. Deru, we need to leave now. I'm afraid they'll come after us once they learn we've killed their leader. The Faithwooden woman's voice sounded, full of concern. She knew that Pano's death was inevitable the moment Deru unleashed the sword of fate. No one could survive that technique. Yes. You're right. My faith energy is also running low, Deru agreed with a nod. But before leaving, he flew down to Pano's body, calmly taking the spatial ring from his left finger. Afterward, Deru returned to the Faithwooden woman's side. They were ready to leave. Let's go, Deru said simply. The Faithwooden woman took out a black stone, tossing it into the air, and a black portal immediately appeared out of nowhere. All of you, enter, she commanded the civilians behind her. Yes, Your Grace. Yes, Goddess. The looks on the civilians' faces were filled with admiration and fanaticism. They revered the Faithwooden woman as if she were a goddess they worshipped. Without hesitation, they began entering the portal one by one, vanishing into the darkness. The Faithwooden woman was the last to enter, along with Deru. They stepped through the portal, disappearing from Harmony Circle Island without leaving a trace. The two Faithwoodens disappeared, leaving behind a city reduced to ruins. Buildings that were once majestic now lay in rubble, leveled to the ground. Clouds of dust and smoke rose high, darkening the sky that should have been clear. Moments before Pano's soul took its last breath, an unexpected message appeared on the Chatraz system screen. System chat message: Human race of Earth. Player, Pano, has fallen. Keep fighting to defend the divine heavenly realm. Upon receiving the message, the chat system was flooded with various responses from Earth's rulers. Dunto, what is this message? What does it mean? Why did it appear so suddenly? Alex, impossible. Puno is a tier 3 ruler. How could he fall so quickly? Herman, I think the system is notifying us of the death of someone who has achieved tier 3 promotion. Seema, so, Puno is the first tier 3 ruler to fall? Klein, yes, you're right. I wonder what the strongest alliance leaders think right now. Thousands of messages appeared in an instant, shaking the chat room due to the system's sudden notification. Instead of receiving a helpful message, they were greeted with sad news that dampened the spirits of the rulers. America Island, New Yard City. A young man stood tall on the cracked asphalt, glaring at the man in front of him with eyes full of hatred. Damn. This guy is such a nuisance, he muttered, his face burning with anger. But the young man's attention was suddenly drawn to a message from the system. He glanced at the message, and his expression quickly showed signs of pain. Not just him, but the other soldiers around him received the same message. They exchanged glances, looking confused. It was the first time they had received news of death since the battle had begun earlier that morning. Official information from Mr. Hudson says the system will announce the death of Tier 3 rulers, said a male soldier after reading the Alliance's official announcement. Crazy. Even Tier 3 rulers are starting to fall. How big is the scale of this invasion? One soldier asked, eyes wide, unable to believe that a Tier 3 could be destroyed in this alien assault. I heard the aliens invading our divine heavenly realm are from a race slightly stronger than ours. The World Market Trade Alliance has already released official information, replied his companion. Is that so? By the way, where is the main support from the World Market Trade Alliance? Another soldier asked with a frustrated expression. A few moments ago, the leaders announced that their alliance and the World Market Trade Alliance had reached an agreement to collaborate in fighting off the alien invaders. However, after waiting for 4 hours into the afternoon, no main reinforcements had arrived. You all just keep quiet. Why are you still hoping for help from others? The young man standing tall in front of them spoke with a tone of resignation and irritation. His face showed dissatisfaction, as if reminding them that relying on others would only make them more vulnerable. Prepare yourselves. Let's keep going, he said firmly, his eyes blazing as he reactivated his equipment. Yes, President. Understood, the soldiers shouted in unison, activating their gear. All their equipment glowed blue, with some emitting a purple shine. The weapons they held varied, but the most common were long swords. Meanwhile, the young man in front of them had already prepared 7 circular stars, each a meter in diameter, hovered around him, creating a fearsome aura. In his right hand, a long golden sword shone brightly, its energy making the soldiers behind him feel a slight sense of fear. Yes, this man was the current president of America. Is the president going to get serious this time? They've been fighting for 30 minutes, but no results yet, a soldier said nervously, feeling the pressure from the energy being emitted. Stop talking. Let's get ready and support the president, shouted a middle-aged man who seemed to be their captain, scolding the soldier who was still chatting in the midst of this dire situation. Hearing the reprimand, the soldier who had spoken earlier quickly shifted into serious mode. Both his hands now glowed with sky blue light, ready to activate his skills at any moment. Move out. As soon as the command was given, William flew up, followed by his 7 circular stars. After reaching a sufficient height, his gaze locked onto the middle-aged man standing below, who still stood calmly on the cracked asphalt. TCH, the condescending look from the middle-aged man filled William with deep disgust. He loathed it when someone looked down on him like that. Star shoot, William said in a calm tone. Chapter 190, William's crazy attack. Immediately, the 7 circular stars behind him formed a complete circle. Each star then shone brightly, launching massive energy spheres directly at the middle-aged man standing below on the asphalt. Boom! Shots fired. The energy spheres released by the 7 stars weren't just one, they continuously fired energy balls without stopping, like a machine gun spewing hundreds of bullets in a minute. The 7 stars unleashed hundreds of energy balls every second. Insane. Even the captain of the soldiers behind William couldn't contain his surprise. They all widened their eyes, full of awe. With such powerful energy, they were curious about the middle-aged man who was the target of the attack. From a distance, nothing could be seen except the constant explosions raining down on the exact spot where the middle-aged man had been standing. After a few seconds, William ceased his assault. TCH. Annoying, he muttered, his face scowling. Pin him down. Don't let him reach the city's core. Restrict his movements as much as possible. William issued a series of commands to the soldiers behind him. Immediately, he dived forward, his golden sword aimed ahead, descending from the sky directly toward the middle-aged man's location, which was now shrouded in smoke. The smoke dissipated in an instant, revealing a middle-aged man in a grey robe standing with a wide grin on his face. His hand held a mirror, which he promptly tucked into his robe, preparing to face William, who was approaching him. Relying on artificial and baseless techniques like that, you think you can kill me? Don't dream, foolish human, the middle-aged man taunted with a mocking tone, while making strange but structured movements. His hands seemed to be pulling something from thin air, sweeping to the right and left before pushing forward with his palms, as if shaping an invisible force in front of him. Damn. This technique again. Crazy cultivator. William, who was darting through the air with his golden sword, suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling his body. He couldn't resist the pull, as if he were being forced to follow the movements of the middle-aged man's hands below him. Helpless, William's body was dragged like a puppet pulled by two invisible strings, moving directly towards the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose from the ground. The asphalt beneath them churned, as if something was moving beneath it. The movement eventually stopped far enough from its original location, and a soldier appeared, his body now resembling that of a mole. Nice work. Now it's my turn, said another soldier in a firm voice. He threw his staff forward, and from the ground, a massive root with a 10 centimeters diameter emerged right under the cultivator's feet. The root moved deftly, wrapping tightly around the cultivator's legs, as if it had a life of its own. The other soldiers activated their abilities, trying to disrupt the cultivator's attacks and assist William. Pathetic ants, muttered the middle-aged man with a look of disdain. He was forced to release his control over William's body and broke free from the weak soldier's interference. Good. William, now freed from the grip of the middle-aged man's power, shot forward like lightning. His golden sword gleamed, emitting an aura that sliced through the air, ready to strike down his opponent. Without hesitation, William unleashed a series of sharp slashes, forcing the cultivator to engage in close combat. So, you want to come closer? Fine. Let's see how tough you really are, the middle-aged man sneered as he waved his hand, creating waves of energy that merged with the surrounding air. His extraordinary reflexes and body control allowed him to dodge each of William's slashes with surprising precision. His movements resembled a graceful yet deadly dance, evading the golden sword's strikes with light steps, only to retaliate with magical punches that hit back with force. How is this man's magic stronger than my golden sword? William wondered in disbelief. He began to feel overwhelmed by the middle-aged man standing before him. If he used pure magic attacks with his stars, they would all be absorbed by the middle-aged man's mirror. William suspected that the mirror was a highly powerful artifact. Why are you hesitating? Have you already realized your limit? Ha ha ha. The cultivator's laughter rang in William's ears, breaking his concentration as he continued to swing aimlessly. He moved with unpredictable speed. His right hand glowed with thick blue-white energy, making the air around him tremble. Without warning, he delivered a powerful punch directly to William's chest. Boom! The air around them seemed to explode as the punch hit William square in the chest. William couldn't evade in time, and an intense wave of pain surged through his body. The world around him spun rapidly, and his body was hurled through the air like a doll thrown by an immense force. William was flung back 50 meters, crashing into the ground and rolling violently. The sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears. Crack! His ribs had fractured, his breath caught in his throat, and fresh blood gushed from his mouth with force. Ugh! William groaned in agony, his body trembling violently from the impact of the attack. Blood continued to flow from his lips, staining the ground beneath him. Excruciating pain shot through every part of his body, nearly driving him into unconsciousness. The cold laughter of the middle-aged man echoed faintly in William's ears. You're so weak. Even with your golden sword, you're nothing more than an ordinary human. William's body remained suspended a few meters in the air, unable to control its movement, until finally, a captain leapt and caught him before he could fall further. President, are you all right? The captain asked with a panicked tone. The captain felt a sense of dread. If William, their leader, were to fall, their fate would hang by a thread. William coughed hard, fresh blood spilling from his mouth once again. Damn it, what did you do to me? His voice was raspy and weak, barely able to speak properly. With what little strength he had left, William propped himself up on the ground, trying to stand even though his body was racked with pain. His broken ribs felt like sharp knives stabbing into him every time he took a breath. Chapter 191. Heikle Manual arrives. Feeling slightly better, William began to regain his consciousness. Trembling, he checked his status panel, trying to assess his condition. His gaze briefly scanned the glowing text on the panel, until his eyes landed on a notification at the bottom. Soul damage detected, remaining soul, 40%. Due to the soul being only 40%, all attributes are reduced to 40%. What? William gasped, his desperate cry echoing in the air, making him cough up fresh blood that spurted from his lips. Damn. A soul attack? He gritted his teeth, feeling both anger burning in his chest and shivers of fear running through his spine. William's mind raced, spinning without direction. What should I do now? Even with full attributes, he couldn't defeat that cultivator. Now, with only 40% of his strength left, he was certain he would be the next victim. No. No. There must be a way, William muttered, trying to grasp onto the fading hope. He kept thinking hard, but the situation seemed to offer no way out. The tower? No. It's all destroyed? Harrison? No. He's in the middle of a fight too. One by one, names crossed his mind. People who might be able to help him, but that hope disappeared as quickly as it came. Despair gripped him even more when he saw the cultivator, the inevitable figure, preparing to attack again from a distance. President. Let's get out of here, a soldier captain tried to persuade him in a desperate tone. His face showed anxiety, knowing that William was in no condition to fight. He wasn't sure William could face the cultivator either. Thud. Without warning, William threw a punch, hitting the captain with enough force to send him flying 10 meters, crashing into a building at the side of the road. Coward. Leave if you want, William shouted, his eyes red with anger. Yet, behind his rage, William knew he was cornered. He had lost ton in the entire race war competition, failing to even reach the top 3, and now, he couldn't protect the American alliance from the threat of foreign invaders. The feeling of failure overwhelmed him. What is there left to be proud of? His S-class talent seemed meaningless in the face of this situation. What should I do? No, William suddenly muttered, his eyes brightening as if finding a glimmer of hope. Yes, if there's someone who can save him now, that person is the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance. William may have never met him in person, but Ln's reputation as a protector of humanity was well known. Ln was someone who cared about the safety and progress of the human race. Without hesitation, William opened the chat system panel and wrote a short but urgent message. Lord Ln, I need your help. I will fulfill whatever you ask. He read the message 3 times, ensuring there were no mistakes before pressing send. But before his finger could touch the button, his body froze. William could feel the presence of someone approaching at incredible speed. Meanwhile, in the distance, the middle-aged cultivator preparing his attack paused for a moment. Sensing a strong aura approaching, his casual expression tightened slightly, showing signs of discomfort. Another intruder, he muttered, his voice still full of arrogance. He smiled disdainfully. Ha, no matter how many of them come, they are still newborn creatures. There's no way any of them has broken through the nascent soul stage. Tiermaster. He didn't give much thought to the approaching aura. His focus returned to William, who now lay helpless. The cultivator began to dance with handed gestures, gathering immense energy, then raised both of his palms. From a distance, William's body lifted like a feather caught in the wind, flying towards the cultivator with an unstoppable speed. No, President, a soldier shouted as he witnessed the situation. Running to try to stop the attack, the other soldiers joined in, attacking the cultivator with all their abilities. Large fire magic rained down from the sky, while giant wooden roots emerged from the ground, trying to ensnare the cultivator. But all of it was in vain. Clang! The soldiers' attacks struck a transparent barrier protecting the cultivator, as if all their power was nothing more than a gentle breeze. No, President, muttered a soldier hoarsely. They all knew this was the end for William. In front of them, the cultivator's fist, filled with glowing blue energy, began to shine brightly, ready to deliver the final blow to William's chest. William was trapped under the cultivator's control. He tried to summon his star power, attempting to respond to the attack, but it was all in vain. The stars he commanded seemed to explode before they could even approach his enemy, disappearing as if powerless in the face of the overwhelming force confronting him. It's over, declared the middle-aged cultivator with a smile of satisfaction, ready to unleash the fatal blow that had previously nearly destroyed William. The sound of the wind whistled. Suddenly, William felt a cold wind sweeping over his body, as if something very fast had passed by him. His eyes, which had been closed in resignation, now opened wide. He saw a dark figure standing in front of him. The figure wore a black cloak that reached the ground, with a skull-like head containing glowing red eyes that stared sharply at the cultivator. In the figure's hand was a large scythe, a weapon that looked like it could reap souls. Who are you? William shouted in fear, his mouth trembling. While his body felt free from the cultivator's control, he jumped back 50 meters, joining the soldiers who had been fighting by his side all along. His soldiers stared in awe. Mr. President. We're saved, the team captain exclaimed with excitement, his breath ragged but his face full of hope. Sir Heikel has arrived, he continued, looking at the old man who had just appeared on the battlefield. William frowned, his eyes narrowing. Heikel, Chapter 192, Dark Magic. The team captain immediately explained what had just happened. When the cultivator was about to finish you off, a dark figure with a scythe appeared out of nowhere, attacking the cultivator with his scythe. The cultivator was forced to retreat. William glanced at the dark figure the captain referred to. Beside him stood an old man in a white robe, standing calmly, holding a thick black book that floated in front of him. The book's pages spun aimlessly, exuding a mystical aura. The old man was Heikel Emmanuel, one of the core members of the World Market Trade Alliance. William's soldiers began to cheer, their confidence returning. They knew Heikel was no ordinary person. His dignified appearance, despite his advanced age, exuded an aura of great power and wisdom. With Heikel's arrival, there was hope that this battle might still be won. However, William's heart was in turmoil. He indeed felt relieved that his life was saved, but the relief was incomplete. William's thoughts drifted back to his earlier hope that Atle would be the one to come to his rescue, not Haikal. As a core member of the Alliance, Haikal was indeed strong, but William doubted whether the old man's strength could match that of Atle, the Alliance leader he regarded as more superior. While suppressing another bout of blood-filled coughs, William observed Haikal with a mix of emotions. Hope and doubt warred within him. Can this old man really be trusted? William thought. Even though he already knew the information he had gathered about Haikal, still, his confidence was shaken. When his soul was intact, William believed he could face Haikal. But now, with only 40% of his soul left, he felt far weaker and more vulnerable. Ugh! William grimaced, feeling the pain in his chest. The old man, Haikal, stood calmly atop his vortex plate, a black flying platform with glowing blue light, his sharp eyes fixed on a middle-aged cultivator in the distance. In front of him, the status panel of the cultivator was open, providing Haikal with all the information he needed. Status: Name, Yehu. Race, Polaris race. Power core, cultivator. Rank, nascent soul. Master, another cultivator. Haikal murmured, frowning slightly. Are they all from the same race and faction? He had fought several tier 3 cultivators before, most of them from the Polaris race. Just like Yehu standing before him. Haikal's suspicion grew stronger. There was something bigger behind this invasion. Wasting no time, Haikal raised his hand, and the atmosphere around him shifted. Black shadows shaped like claws emerged from thin air, extending swiftly toward Yehu like hungry, living entities. Haikal's death shadow, the hooded figure that had earlier saved William, also moved with lightning speed, its long scythe swinging with lethal intent, aiming for Yehu's throat. Yehu felt a threat unlike any he had encountered before. From afar, his eyes focused warily on Haikal. The dark aura radiating from the old man wasn't something to be ignored. Something deep inside Yehu screamed. This attack wasn't just ordinary magic, it was something far more terrifying that was aiming for his very soul. Yehu took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind, but his curiosity piqued as he noticed the black platform under Haikal's feet. The vortex plate emitted an energy far stronger than that of ordinary flying artifacts. What is that thing? Yehu thought as he examined the disc intently. Although he was focused on Haikal's deathly aura, he knew the vortex plate was no ordinary flying tool. It felt more like an ancient artifact containing immense power within. But Yehu didn't have much time to analyze. Haikal's first attack came. The black shadow claws lunged forward at an incredible speed. The air around the battlefield grew oppressive. As if a dark creature had emerged from the depths of the night, the claw sliced through the wind, heading straight for Yehu's chest, ready to tear him apart. Swish! With quick reflexes, Yehu pulled out a silver mirror artifact from beneath his robes. The mirror, engraved with ancient runes, shone brightly, forming a barrier in front of him. It spun rapidly, creating an energy shield that deflected the incoming black claw. A loud clash echoed as the shadowy claw struck the mirror's shield, sending powerful vibrations through the ground. Haikal's shadow didn't relent. The death shadow swung its long scythe again from behind, aiming to slice through Yehu's back. Yehu moved with agility, bending backward in an unnatural way. He activated his body control magic, a special technique that allowed his body to move with extraordinary elasticity. His bones and muscles seemed no longer bound by natural laws. With fluid yet rapid motions, he twisted and darted backward, evading the deadly swing. This can't be underestimated, Yehu thought seriously, his eyes locking onto Haikal. The barrage of attacks from the old man was anything but ordinary. Each time he deflected or dodged, the energy he felt from the black shadows and scythe pressed harder on his soul. Why are you running? Haikal didn't stop. Black magic shot from his fingertips, forming towering shadow pillars that rose from the ground, surrounding Yehu from all sides. The shadows resembled ghostly hands, reaching out to capture Yehu from every direction. Above him, the death shadow hovered, its scythe spinning and poised to strike at any moment. This mirror won't be enough, Yehu thought quickly. He knew Haikal's attacks were too powerful to be withstood by a single artifact. With swift motion, he raised his hand, and the silver mirror in front of him spun even faster. Its light radiated in all directions, and suddenly Yehu's body became enveloped in a layer of transparent mirror, forming a full shield around him. Boom after boom resonated as Haikal's shadows slammed against the mirrored shield. But Yehu held firm. He moved his body with controlled magic, making acrobatic movements that would be impossible for an ordinary human. Each time Haikal's attack came close, he twisted his body, strengthened his mirror shield, and dodged with extraordinary agility. But Haikal didn't slow his assault. The vortex plate beneath his feet spun faster, amplifying his power. The black magic he commanded grew even more intense, and now the shadows around them began to take larger shapes, like giant creatures of darkness, ready to smash through Yehu's defenses. Chapter 193, Haikal Emmanuel vs Yehu. Yehu leapt to the side, his breath ragged, his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. But the shadow of the Grim Reaper was always present. Like a tireless hunter, it appeared from the side, then vanished behind him, only to strike again from above, then below. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as every movement demanded perfect focus, as if even the slightest misstep could be his last. Far ahead, a spinning black blade hurtled toward him, spinning with a speed nearly impossible for the eye to follow. The air roared, sliced apart by the sharp spinning blade that struck without mercy. Yehu didn't waste time thinking. With a single decisive motion, he swung his hand, hurling a glowing blue energy orb into the air. The orb of light shot forward sharply, cutting through the space between them as if dividing the world itself. The spinning black blade launched by Heikel whirred with deadly speed, tearing through the air as the two forces collided in the middle. A massive explosion echoed, shaking the ground beneath them and destroying everything around. But before the dust from the explosion could settle, a large shadow floated beside Yehu, the Grim Reaper, its massive scythe raised high, its hollow eyes staring coldly, as if bringing forth the freezing void. Yehu twisted his body, realizing the threat, and ducked just as the scythe swung down, slicing through the air with a terrifying sound. Sighing, a deadly slash passed just inches from his head. Yehu rolled to the side, his eyes blazing with suppressed rage. In one swift motion, his hand began to glow, a brilliant blue, full of power. With his bare hand, he struck toward the Grim Reaper's neck, a lethal blow charged with energy radiating from his fingertips, ready to tear through anything in its path. Tang! The massive scythe met his glowing blue arm, the sound of metal clashing reverberating through the air. Yehu sneered, not expecting his attack to be blocked. But he didn't stop. In a rapid motion, his body spun 360 degrees, slicing through the air and unleashing another strike toward the Grim Reaper. Each spin unleashed sharp blue energy, aiming to tear apart the enemy's defenses. Yet the Grim Reaper's scythe moved with surprising agility. Block. Its weapon slashed, blocking attacks from the right, then from the left, as if reading Yehu's every move. Its horrifying body moved with eerie grace, spinning, disappearing from sight only to reappear elsewhere in an instant, like an unreachable shadow. Yehu's eyes flared, his teeth gritted. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, frustration creeping into him. All his attacks seemed meaningless. Far off, Heikel stood still, unmoving, as if lost in his own thoughts. His face remained calm, with no intention of advancing, merely observing the fight with an empty gaze, making Yehu's blood boil even more. Heikel watched Yehu struggle against his Grim Reaper, his face calm. Though his eyes began to narrow, he took a step forward, light yet full of certainty. Enough playing around, he muttered quietly, though his voice echoed through the air like an undeniable command. In front of Heikel, a black book opened to a page filled with chaotic lines colliding at the center. His old hand moved slowly, touching the surface of the page. Hellspear. The moment those words were spoken, the world around Yehu changed drastically. Time seemed to slow. The earth and sky rumbled with uncontrollable power. Yehu felt his chest tremble violently. Panicking, his hands moved swiftly, tearing through the air to create a portal. A loud crack accompanied the shattering of the portal just as it formed, with the Grim Reaper's scythe destroying it instantly, giving him no chance. Attack after attack flowed, relentlessly pressing down on Yehu. Damn it, leave me alone, he roared in desperation, fear beginning to claw at his heart. But the greatest threat had yet to arrive. From below, the ground split, and a massive black spear, its length immeasurable, shot up, straight toward Yehu. His eyes widened. His body moved, but it was too slow. In seconds, the spear pierced his heart. Ugh! A pained groan escaped his lips. His hand trembled as he reached for a vial from thin air, quickly gulping it down. Warmth flowed through his body, instantly healing his wound. With the last of his strength, Yehu slashed at the black spear lodged in his body. Crack! The spear shattered, and Yehu broke free from the deadly strike. But he knew his time was running out. I have to escape, he thought quickly. With no other options, he pulled out a talisman from his spatial ring, his hand ready to break it, the only way to flee. But before the talisman could activate, another spear suddenly fell from the sky, once again aiming directly for his heart. Ugh! Yehu gritted his teeth, his body writhing in pain. Not long after, another spear came from the side, striking with the same deadly speed. Two black spears now impaled him deeply, blood slowly seeping out. Each spear drained his life force, weakening him further. A cold laugh echoed from a distance. Heikel began approaching, his steps slow yet sure. A high race, huh? His mocking laughter grew louder as he saw Yehu's body, hanging like a roasted pig in the air, trapped between two spears. Yehu's furious eyes could only glare at him with unspeakable hatred. You're like a dog on a leash, Heikel said, his voice calm yet cutting sharply, daring to bark only when next to your master. Another swift, merciless strike. A black spear pierced Yehu's thigh with terrifying precision, forcing his body to sag even more. Haikal stepped closer, his eyes full of wisdom as if lecturing a child. Your barking may sound loud in front of the weak, but where is it when you face someone above you? Shortly after those words left his mouth, another black spear appeared, this time piercing Yehu's neck. Blood oozed from his throat, his breaths grew shallow, as the pain began to erase his consciousness. Chapter 194, The Horror of Haikal Emanuel. Far in the back, William and the soldiers watched the scene with wide eyes, horror creeping into their hearts. Is Master Haikal a human or a demon? Whispered the team captain, his voice trembling, his throat dry. That old man lives up to the rumors. Some acquaintances said his dark magic was extraordinary, and now I truly believe it, muttered a disheveled blonde-haired soldier, his blue eyes filled with dread as he stared at the sky. The figure of Haikal Emanuel controlled the black spears effortlessly, like a conductor leading a symphony of death. The other soldiers' eyes were fixed, standing still as if facing a living nightmare. There was a faint sense of gratitude among them, though subtle, thankful they were still breathing, but fear pierced deeper. Haikal Emanuel, the old man with the cold smile, was a real threat that sent chills down their spines. I was blind, William muttered, his voice breaking with deep regret. His face, once glowing with optimism, was now a shadow of his former self. His eyes were vacant, staring down at the dusty ground. How could I have missed such an opportunity? He whispered again, more to himself, trying to understand but failing. His mind was filled with once unshakable dreams. His S-class talent that he had always prided himself on, now felt like a bitter joke. His leadership over the American alliance, which he once thought was his destiny, now seemed trivial. All of it had made him forget the harsh reality he now faced. In the divine sky realm, true power held dominion, not status or empty achievements. He turned, looking at his closest soldier, Riski, with a tense gaze. Ask about Master Harrison's condition, he said, his tone more of a command than a request. William could have asked Harrison himself about the situation, but that wouldn't be wise in the heat of this intense war. If he delayed Harrison even a few seconds for a response, wouldn't that be foolish? Yes, sir. Riski quickly activated the communication device on his wrist. His fingers danced across the screen, typing rapidly. His eyes scanned, reading every incoming piece of information, then bowed slightly before reporting. Master Harrison has encountered some difficulties, but reinforcements from the World Market Trade Alliance have arrived. Riski calmly replied, though his breath was heavy. Additionally, the Russian alliance has also intervened. Even President Vladimir Nova has arrived on the battlefield. William listened carefully, blinking lightly as he heard about the incoming aid. However, when Vladimir Nova's name was mentioned, his eyes suddenly widened, his expression shifting drastically. Vladimir, he came down personally, his voice rose, reflecting deep disbelief. William's face, previously marked with traces of pain, was now adorned with shock. That bald man. He's too clever to hide in the shadows, William said, his voice trembling. His mind was again filled with insignificance, struck by the bitter reality that even the allies he once considered equals, had now left him far behind. In front of Haikal Emanuel, Yehu's body was almost unrecognizable. Dozens of black spears pierced every part of his body, creating a horrifying sight. His blood soaked the ground, while the remaining parts of his body appeared like unrecognizable chunks of flesh. Moments ago, a cold system notification had announced Yehu's death. Haikal just stared emotionlessly, his old face calm, as if what had just happened was nothing extraordinary. With a simple gesture, Haikal deactivated his Hell Spear skill. The spears that had impaled Yehu's body slowly faded from the air, leaving the remaining chunks of flesh to fall to the ground with a sickening thud. Like meat being pulled off steel skewers, the cold night wind swept through, carrying the stench of death with it. All the same, Haikal muttered softly, his gaze distant, their strength only reaches peak tier 3. The old man's thoughts drifted back to the previous battles, retracing the steps of the enemies he had already vanquished. None of them had been beyond tier 3, and the group of weak tier 2 and tier 1 soldiers that had come along, as if rushing to their own deaths. Haikal then turned to the side. There, a figure of a Grim Reaper floated, a fleshless skull draped in a long black robe. Its hollow eyes stared emotionlessly, only silence radiating from it. Haikal glanced at the figure with a slight smile on his lips. How do you feel? Was he strong enough? Haikal asked, his voice flat but full of mockery. The Grim Reaper only let out a long sigh, a cold breeze echoing faintly around it. No clear words were spoken, but the slow movement of the skull was answer enough. Haikal smiled faintly. You're right, he muttered, nodding slightly, without a soul attack. He was indeed weak. He then shifted his gaze around. The buildings that had once stood tall now lay like the remnants of old ruins. Shattered. Most had been leveled to the ground, collapsing under the brutal assault. The once green and peaceful garden was now filled with rubble. The small pond in the distance littered with debris. Its water was murky and filthy, reflecting the gloomy grey sky above. The asphalt road that had once been smooth was now cracked, fissures extending as far as the eye could see. The concrete defense towers, once sturdy, were strewn across the ground, silent witnesses to the destruction. Small shops, public buildings, none had escaped the sudden onslaught. Only the remnants of the world left powerless in the rubble remained. No wonder, Heikel said with a long sigh, his voice low and resonant, a surprise attack is always like this. The anger that simmered beneath the old man's calm exterior was hidden, burning in every memory he had of the foreign attackers. They did not deserve to live. And Heikel made sure each of their leaders suffered before death. Finally, Heikel turned his gaze toward a group of American soldiers and William, standing stiff in the distance. Their eyes were fixed on him, faces filled with fear and horror, as if witnessing the true angel of death. Chapter 195, Heikel Emmanuel message. With the wind swirling around him, Heikel Emmanuel hovered in the air, standing firmly on the slowly spinning vortex plate beneath his feet. In an instant, he shot toward William's army, the silent figure of the Grim Reaper floating behind him, its shadow like a curtain of death trailing his steps. As he approached, William's soldiers tensed, their breaths held, while the cold aura that Heikel brought with him spread around, gripping their hearts. Heikel descended from the vortex plate with a light movement. His feet touched the ground with a grace that contrasted with the destruction he had just caused. His figure stood tall in front of William and his troops, and his previously cold face now softened, presenting an unexpectedly friendly smile. "Hello, Mr. William. It's an honor to meet you." His voice was soft, but there was something hidden beneath that softness, something that made everyone who heard it feel a chill creeping down their spines. William stammered, his blood seeming to freeze for a moment. The horror still lingering from what had happened to Yehu was now overshadowed by the old man's friendly gaze, yet still, the fear could not be dispelled. Heikel's smile felt like a piercing irony. No, sir, we are honored to meet you," William quickly replied, his voice stiff, desperately trying to hide the tension that gripped him. He knew that friendly smile was merely a mask for the cruelty that could strike at any moment. Behind the facade of politeness, Heikel Emmanuel was a monster who couldn't be predicted. Behind William, his soldiers exchanged glances. Although they had seen firsthand how Heikel treated his enemies, none of them dared show their fear openly. Instead, they nodded politely, offering words of praise with slightly trembling voices. "We are honored to meet you, Sir Heikel." "Pleasure to meet you, Sir Heikel." They spoke in voices that sounded mechanical, trying to maintain composure in front of a man they knew could destroy them in an instant. Though they were all human, they fully understood that Heikel Emmanuel was not someone who could be faced with the confidence that he would be fed just because they were of the same race. Their gazes occasionally shifted to the remains of Yehu's body that had fallen from the sky earlier, the memory still fresh in their minds, etched into their dark recollections. They knew, if they took one wrong step, their fate might end in the same way. "Well, you've been wise enough to remain on the side of humanity up to this point. Thank you for that." Heikel Emmanuel's voice echoed, emphasizing his words as if issuing a warning. Every tone that left his lips carried the subtle message that if circumstances were reversed, their fate wouldn't be much different from Yehu, now lying lifeless on the ground. "Of course, sir. Of course." William and his soldiers nodded in unison, their faces displaying clear tension. No one dared to argue, knowing they were facing someone capable of changing their lives in an instant. Silently, they agreed to support every word Heikel spoke. "Good. Good." Heikel smiled, a smile that wasn't entirely reassuring. "I have a small message for you, Mr. William. Perhaps it will be very useful for your future development." William raised both eyebrows, waiting cautiously. "What is it, sir?" "I'll do it," he asked, his voice trembling despite trying to sound calm. "Do not act contrary to young Master Ulm's direction, for your own good." Heikel's words flowed smoothly, yet with a firmness that etched them into their minds, a suggestion reminding them to follow Ulm's methods. William recalled his agreement with Ulm not long ago. Tension filled the air as everyone fell silent for a moment, processing the meaning behind those words. Finally, they all nodded in unison, refusing to question the implied meaning. In their minds, one thing was clear. They just wanted Heikel to leave as soon as possible. After delivering his message, Heikel turned, leaving them without looking back. With a swift motion, he opened the panel in his hand and scanned the next area that required his assistance. On the tablet screen, a list of islands in need of help appeared in vivid colors. 3 islands in red at the top, followed by several yellow ones, indicating high urgency levels. "Good. Very efficient." Heikel sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the remaining red list. Heikel Emmanuel focused his gaze on the tablet screen in his hand, weighing the islands with the most concerning statuses. His eyes eventually landed on one of the top 10 islands flashing red. Athar Island, he thought. Athar Island was formed by independent rulers without any national identity in its creation. Recalling the description of Athar Island, Heikel felt respect for its leader. After making his decision, Heikel moved his finger across the tablet screen, trying to check the latest announcements from the Alliance. Pressing a few buttons, he finally arrived at the announcement page. He saw the top announcement, the current status of the war. Almost 90% of the islands had been secured and brought under control, though many had suffered severe damage. Huffed. Heikel let out a deep sigh as he looked at some of the attached photos, images of ravaged cities, the bodies of civilians lying in the streets, and foreign soldiers attacking without mercy. He swiped through the screen, seeing a picture of a group of civilians praying in a field, giving thanks to the gods. Their faces were shrouded in sorrow, some weeping in each other's arms, showing how the war had devastated their lives. Sigh. Heikel could only let out a long breath. He wasn't a god who could save every suffering soul. Behind his stern gaze, there was an unspoken pain. Those civilians might not know how much effort he had put in, but he understood that this was all he could do, help as much as possible. After scrolling through a few more heartbreaking photos, he noticed several new messages in the Alliance chat. Laras, the battle on China Island is over. Thanks to President Bai's help, everything went smoothly. Heikel tapped the photo embedded in the message. The image showed a woman, and behind her was the figure of a giant dragon rampaging on the battlefield, brutally crushing foreign enemies. Baichi in her dragon form. Heikel smiled slightly, recalling how fierce that girl could be. Chapter 196, Japan Alliance Island. Such a fierce girl, he muttered. Baichi, president of the Chinese Alliance, was indeed famous for her terrifying dragon transformation. Heikel had heard about her from various sources, and every time, he couldn't help but be impressed. The next message came from Hannah, who was helping the top 10 Alliance, and a message from Ifan, recounting his experience fighting a group of beast tamers on a weakly defended island. As usual, all these messages were accompanied by pictures of their actions, most of which served as a showcase of their power. These kids. Heikel could only shake his head, chuckling. Their funny and childish behavior often provided some amusement amidst the seriousness of war. However, he wouldn't join in showing off his actions, let alone take pictures of himself killing enemies. That would be too strange, he thought. After scrolling through the messages with mild curiosity, Heikel closed his communication device and carefully stored it away. He looked up at the sky, the scorching sun directly overhead. Yes, it was already midday. With one smooth movement, he jumped onto the vortex plate hovering beneath his feet. The wind rushed past as the vortex plate shot away, carrying Heikel toward Athar Island, the island that needed to be saved immediately. Japan Alliance Island, Kyoto City. Kyoto City lay in ruins. The once towering buildings that stood proudly had crumbled, reduced to scattered debris. However, this destruction seemed to have a boundary. Only the city center was in complete ruin, while the surrounding buildings still stood tall. A hastily constructed half-meter-high emergency wall encircled the city center, built by Japanese soldiers trying to contain further damage. Behind this wall, observation posts stood. Soldiers kept vigilant watch, their eyes tense as they stared at the distant battle. Silently, they pinned their hopes on those fighting for their island. In the heart of the city, three figures were locked in a fierce battle. Two women faced off against a massive golden griffin, towering at 35 meters. Despite its large size, the griffin's movements were anything but slow. Each flap of its wings caused massive tremors in the ground, forcing the two women to retreat momentarily before resuming their assault. The first woman, dressed in purple, moved swiftly with her long hair flowing in the wind. Purple lightning crackled from her palms, unleashing relentless attacks toward the griffin's body. Her magic struck wildly, splitting the air with a roaring sound. On the other side, the second woman moved more gracefully, hovering in the air with calm composure. Several magic circles appeared around her body, spinning like clock hands before shooting toward the griffin. Each time a circle hit the griffin, the affected part instantly froze, though only for a few seconds. The combination of lightning and time magic began to overwhelm the griffin. However, the giant creature didn't remain passive. With one powerful flap of its wings, a fierce gust of wind swept over the two women, forcing them to momentarily retreat to avoid the dangerous sweep. Behind the wall, far from the heart of the battle, a female soldier turned around, her eyes full of hope as she looked at the middle-aged man standing nearby. The golden badge on his chest signified his authority. Captain Kaito, Captain Kaito. Are we just going to watch? She asked, her voice filled with anxiety. Kaito kept his gaze fixed on the distant battle, his eyes narrowing as the ongoing attacks made little impact on the griffin. His face showed an unspoken weariness, and he occasionally sighed, as if he knew the answer to the question long before it was asked. After a moment, he slowly turned, his eyes meeting the female soldiers. What do you think we can do? He asked. his voice tired and flat, almost emotionless. The question hung in the air, leaving the female soldier silent. She quickly realized the foolishness of her own question. What could they do? Fight a creature that large? All they could do was help and watch. Kaito said no more. His eyes returned to the battle. He understood the anxiety of the soldier beside him, but the reality before them couldn't be changed. They were too weak to intervene. Come on, President, he muttered softly. You can do it. In the midst of the battle, Ayumi, the woman in purple, quickly glanced at Ilan, who hovered not far from her. Ilan, is your time magic ready? She asked, her voice calm despite the chaos around her. Ilan, floating in the air, lowered her head slightly, her trembling voice answering. Why yes, Princess Ayumi. You can move at any time. Her face flushed red, shy as usual. Even so, the hands holding her magic staff didn't tremble at all. Ayumi gave a faint smile, understanding Ilan's timid nature. Although Ilan seemed young and often filled with doubt, her power was terrifying. It was no wonder the girl had become one of the core members of the World Market Trade Alliance. Ayumi stood tall in the air, her arms spread wide as if challenging the sky. Purple lightning began to gather between her palms, wild yet controlled, forming a vortex of energy that spun faster and faster. The air around her body vibrated, emitting subtle electric waves that caused her long hair to rise slowly, as if dancing with the power she summoned. A deep purple light illuminated the clear Kyoto sky, with wild lightning crackling across the heavens, enveloping the ruined cityscape in an aura that was both terrifying and beautiful. Come, Ayumi whispered softly, as though speaking to an old friend. The lightning in her hands responded, crackling louder, wild yet obedient under her control. In the distance, the golden griffin ceased flapping its wings. Its massive wings jolted, lifting dust and shards of stone that scattered around its feet. The sharp eyes of the monster locked onto Ayumi, glowing red, filled with rage. Its deafening roar echoed, shattering what remained of the crumbling buildings. Yet beneath its ferocity, there was a hint of unease in its movements. Its primal instincts sensed the danger emanating from the wild lightning in Ayumi's hands, a power not to be underestimated. Chapter 197. Fighting Fryan. Ayumi took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling gracefully. Without hesitation, she spun her body fluidly, her movements seemingly in sync with the current of lightning that surrounded her. As her palms faced the griffin, a tremendous flash erupted from her hands, lightning that wasn't just a glowing spark, but a living entity. Thunder Dragon, her voice echoed, loud and full of power. The lightning exploded from her hands, forming a giant dragon clad in shimmering scales of electricity. Its sharp claws radiated blinding light, and its massive form shot forward with speed that tore through the air. The thunderous roar of the lightning dragon mixed with the crackling sky, charging toward the griffin as if it were ripping the heavens apart with its sheer force. The griffin's sharp gaze focused on the lightning dragon speeding toward it. The dragon's body was covered in crackling lightning that struck erratically, emitting destructive energy that made the surrounding air tremble. The griffin's eyes narrowed, full of caution. Its jaw slowly opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth like the fangs of a bloodthirsty wolf, exuding an aura of majesty and menace. From the griffin's mouth, a stream of golden energy slowly manifested. Strands of golden light gathered from all directions, as if responding to an invisible call, being drawn into its mouth. In mere seconds, a basketball-sized orb of golden energy formed and began to expand, creating a vortex that shook the atmosphere around it. In the distance, Ilan stood on her vortex plate, her hair billowing in the fierce wind created by the Thunder Dragon's power. Her face was calm but serious. Her eyes focused on the spell she was casting. In front of her, a white magic staff rotated slowly in the air, emitting a soft glow. Unlike ordinary magic, the aura of this staff felt silent, still, as if time itself stopped just by looking at it. At the tip of the staff was a transparent orb containing a circular clock that spun endlessly, its numbers floating like dancers within, radiating a mysterious aura. I have to succeed. I have to slow down this creature's time, Ilan muttered quietly, her voice nearly drowned by the distant rumble of thunder. Her usually innocent face, with a small furrow on her brow, showed a rare expression of determination. Taking a deep breath, Ilan opened a magic panel in front of her, quickly reviewing the description of her staff. Time Circle Staff. Level 32, Attributes, INT plus 1570, AGI plus 1200. Enhancement, plus 15% bonus attributes, plus 15% attack power. Skill, Time Circle, reduces enemies' time usage by 30% for 10 seconds within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Ilan's eyes carefully examined the panel, ensuring everything was ready. Without hesitation, she cast her spell. From the staff, a glowing white circle shot into the air, slicing through the space between them and the griffin. The magic circle moved quickly, heading towards the griffin, which was still focused on gathering its golden energy. Moments later, The circle hovered above the griffin's head, slowly expanding, creating a magical field that enveloped the massive creature within a 50-meter radius. Time energy began to spread, wrapping the griffin in invisible threads of magic. Its movements slowed, its eyes dragging as they shifted towards Ilan, the realization of the trap dawning on its face. The casting of its golden energy orb also slowed, as if time itself was restraining all its efforts. Not this again, the griffin thought, its expression growing tense. It recognized this magic, the time magic circle that had been a thorn in its side in the past. The two women had prepared everything perfectly. Frustrated, it halted its casting of the golden energy orb. Now, it stood still, unable to fight back. Its eyes remained fixed on the lightning dragon approaching ever closer. From afar, Ayumi watched the griffin's strange behavior with suspicion. Why is it standing still like that? Not taking any action, she thought, her sharp gaze tracking every subtle movement the griffin made. Her instincts told her that something was wrong. Slowly, Ayumi strengthened her defenses, preparing herself for the worst. The lightning dragon drew closer, its purple bolts crackling wildly, thunder or deafeningly, growing louder as the massive creature hurtled toward the griffin. With the griffin offering no resistance, the lightning dragon reached its target, and in an instant, boom, zap, a massive explosion rocked the air. Purple lightning erupted, slamming into the area around the griffin, striking both earth and sky as if trying to tear them apart. The lightning bolts hit everything, leveling anything within its radius. Some buildings outside the barrier wall caught fire, collapsing into ruins under the uncontrollable power. Incredible. The president is truly powerful, one soldier said from behind the wall, his awe clearly evident. Yeah, that griffin must be dead this time, another soldier replied, raising his fist in triumph, certain of the outcome. In the same place, Captain Kaito clenched his fist. His eyes gleamed with hope, eager to see the end of this battle. The griffin had killed many of his team members, and he longed for Ayumi and Ilan to finally avenge them. Thick smoke rolled over the area where the griffin had fallen, obscuring the view and preventing Ilan and Ayumi from seeing what was happening inside. Ayumi, her brow furrowed, quickly flew towards Ilan, keeping them close together. Ilan, do you sense anything? Ayumi asked, her voice trembling slightly, though she tried to remain calm. No, Princess. But it's not dead yet. Ilan spoke with calm certainty, though her eyes couldn't pierce through the thick fog. The griffin's breath was still palpable in the air. That was enough for her. Suddenly, without warning, a figure shot out of the fog. Quick, silent, it lunged towards Ayumi. A gleaming sword with sharp golden feathers cut through the air, aimed straight at her chest. Ayumi froze, her entire body tensing. Everything moved too fast. Even her crackling purple lightning couldn't respond in time. Slick. Chapter 198. Rotating time. The sword pierced her, right in her right chest. A sharp pain paralyzed her body instantly. In her fading consciousness, she slowly turned her gaze to see who had attacked her. A middle-aged man with shining golden hair, his piercing black eyes bore into Ayumi with cold indifference, and the feathered accents on his ears confirmed her suspicions. She knew who this was. To make sure, Ayumi's fading eyes tried to view the man's status panel. Status: name, Fryan, race, Golden Griffin race, power core, bloodline, rank, solar empowerment, master. The man smiled arrogantly. You think you can defeat me? He said, his voice low and taunting, as though everything was a game to him. Without delay, he dragged his sword upward, slicing through Ayumi while she remained in shock and anger. Her dull eyes widened again, glaring at Fryan with terrifying intensity. Ayumi bit her lip, trying to endure pain. But there was no time. In an instant, the man's sword rose, tearing through her body. Blood splattered, and her body was split in half, slowly falling to the ground, accompanied by the distant screams of soldiers. Fryan looked at Ayumi, his eyes flashing with twisted satisfaction. His tongue flicked across his lips, savoring the blood that stained his sword. Ayumi's split body floated briefly in the air before gravity pulled it down, falling powerlessly towards the earth. No, President, this can't be. Wait for me, Princess Ayumi. The soldiers' cries echoed behind the barrier wall, their voices filled with both hope and despair. With all their strength, they leapt over the wall and ran, their feet trembling in tension as they watched Ayumi's body plummet. I can't believe it. One female soldier ran with tears streaming down her face, her voice full of anguish. Just moments ago, she had watched Ayumi's thunder dragon soar with grandeur, destroying the terrifying griffin, but now, panic gripped her soul. How could this happen? It felt as if time had stopped, and the world around her blurred into confusion. Outside the perimeter wall, a middle-aged man stood still, his eyes vacant, as though unable to process what had just happened. Beneath his calm exterior, a torrent of emotions clashed, shock, disbelief, and sorrow, all mixed into one. His lips trembled, and his voice escaped in a faint whisper, barely audible to anyone. Princess, It was all he could say, as if other words were trapped in his throat. Not long after uttering those words, Kaito, who had been frozen in confusion, suddenly snapped out of it by something different. A cold wind swept across the battlefield. But beneath its chill, there was an energy more ancient, more primordial. That aura radiated from the heart of the battle, from Ilan, now surrounded by lines of light forming patterns of time around her. The light moved, crawling through the air, touching each soldier still running toward Ayumi's body. The energy was invisible, but its presence was palpable, a vibration that pierced through both mind and body. The soldiers, who had been rushing forward with determination, suddenly halted. Their feet moved backward as if pulled by an unseen force. They began retracing every step they had just taken, but this time, their movements felt slower, more reluctant, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. What's happening? My body isn't moving according to my will. One of the soldiers shouted, his voice shaking, filled with confusion, his hand lifted forward. But not of his own accord. Help, cried another, his voice laced with growing panic. Some of them tried to resist, but it was futile. Their bodies continued to reverse, repeating each motion they had made as though time itself had reversed. Then one of the soldiers yelled, his eyes wide in astonishment. Look, President Ayumi's body. They all looked toward the battlefield, and there, amid the fading fog, Ayumi's body, which had previously fallen to the ground, was now rising again. Slowly, her body floated, following the same path it had taken during the fall. But even more astonishing, in the distance, Fryan, the Gifren who had stabbed Ayumi earlier, was also moving in reverse, his actions replayed. The golden feathered sword that had torn through Ayumi's body returning to its position before the strike, as if the world was rewinding the scene. Fryan squinted his eyes, his gaze vacant, his movements sluggish, as though his body no longer belonged to him. Around him, a soft light shimmered, embracing time, slowing his motions to a near standstill. Everything around him felt as though it was being drawn into a greater force. Every second slowed, but Fryan was fully aware of being trapped. His mind raced for an explanation. Time. Only one person could do this. Ilan. The name flashed in his thoughts, and the urge to turn toward her grew stronger, but his body couldn't respond, ensnared in the reverse flow of time. Not far from Fryan, Ilan stood, her body surrounded by glowing sheets of light spinning like lotus petals in the breeze. Her eyes were closed, her face radiating a gentle glow. Deep in concentration, a single bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. But she remained composed. Despite the heavy burden she carried, bit by bit, she rewound time, undoing what had already occurred. On the other side, Ayumi, who had previously been lying still, now blinked her eyes. Her breath itched for a moment, and her body trembled as she clearly saw what was happening before her. Her lips parted, forming a barely audible whisper. What? Her voice quivered, disbelief spreading across her face. Her eyes widened further as she watched Fryan's golden feathered sword, previously embedded in her chest, slowly retracting. The pain still felt real, but now it was reversed. The wound that should have killed her vanishing as the sword withdrew from her body. Fryan could only growl in shock. Impossible, he muttered in a low voice, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could the child master the power of time? Pop. Chapter 199, Ilan appears. The golden feathered sword finally slid out of Ayumi's chest completely, leaving only a faint scar. Right after that, time resumed as normal. Ayumi staggered backward, quickly distancing herself from Fryan, gasping for breath that had been caught in her throat. In the distance, Ilan opened her eyes, slowly surveying the scene around her, but now, her face looked completely different. Where it had once shone with energy, it now appeared drained, as if exhausted. Her steps faltered, and before she could say much, she whispered softly, brother, I'm sorry. Her voice was barely audible before she collapsed into unconsciousness. Fryan grinned. A golden opportunity, he hissed, raising his feathered sword high, ready to strike down the defenseless Ilan. His hand, gripping the sword, moved swiftly, poised to deliver a merciless blow. From a distance, Ayumi, who had retreated, suddenly jolted with a piercing sense of guilt. She had never intended to leave Ilan behind. It was just reflex to protect herself from Fryan's counterattack. Without a second thought, she sprinted back toward Ilan, her heart filled with resolve to protect the girl, no matter the cost. In slow motion, Fryan had unsheathed his sword, directing it right at Ilan's body as she fell toward the ground. From a distance, Ayumi accelerated with incredible speed, attempting to reach Ilan before Fryan could strike. Die. Fryan muttered to himself. The thin blade of his sword reflected the blinding midday sun. Its gleaming edge appeared razor sharp, ready to claim Ilan's life in one deadly blow. Fryan felt a fiery rage within himself. The previous battle had cornered him, all because of that girl, Ilan, who could manipulate time. Ilan's power slowed everything around her, causing Fryan to lose speed. Even though his attacks were deadlier than Ayumi's, his failure in the last fight continued to haunt his mind, making him imagine countless ways to exact revenge. But just as his blade was mere inches from Ilan's body, something stopped him. What is this? Fryan thought, his pupils dilating. Near Ilan, a golden sword appeared, hovering in midair as if to protect her. This sword wasn't just an ordinary weapon. It emanated a deadly aura. Fryan's skin prickled, a chill running down his spine. A terrifying energy emanated from the sword, and his body seemed to reject moving any closer. The golden sword emitted a soft glow that rotated along its translucent blade. It was more than a meter long, with intricate details that gleamed each time the sunlight struck it. Golden energy swirled gently within its blade, exuding a sense of indescribable strength yet feeling peaceful. The sword seemed as if it was carved from light itself. Though its gentle appearance contrasted with the sharp, menacing aura it exuded, Fryan had no choice but to halt his attack. Stepping back a few meters, his instincts screamed, this was no ordinary sword. He knew there were more tricks hidden by this girl. In an instant, the sword radiated a bright white light, nearly blinding Fryan. The sword began to transform, changing into a young man with short black hair. The young man wore a long blue robe, with two impressive-looking swords hanging at his waist. Lead Yumi's voice echoed from afar, faint but full of wonder. The newly appeared figure was unmistakable. Lun, the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance, now stood calmly beside Ilan, exuding authority without needing to say a word. Lun, or rather a clone of him, moved gracefully to catch Ilan's falling body, supporting her with his right arm to prevent her from falling further. He looked at her pale face with a mix of pity and pride. Ilan, who was usually so shy, had fought to the point of exhaustion. This girl. She rarely says much, but this time, she fought with everything she had, Ilan murmured, a faint smile crossing his lips. However, holding someone was not comfortable. A sense of fatigue crept into his arm. Not wanting to hold Ilan any longer, Ilan pulled a small bottle containing a blessing potion from his bag. Carefully, he raised the bottle and, using his pinky finger, gently opened Ilan's red lips, which was still unconscious. Gently, he brought the mouth of the bottle close to Ilan's, holding it so the potion could trickle slowly. The shimmering potion flowed down Ilan's throat smoothly, rejuvenating her weakened body. Ilan poured every drop until the bottle was entirely empty, then set it aside casually, allowing the healing process to take effect. He stood up straight, watching Ilan without hurry, waiting for her to regain consciousness. At this moment, Ilan's entire focus was on Ilan, as if the presence of Fryan, standing in the distance, was nothing more than a meaningless shadow. From a distance, Fryan could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Ilan, a force so overwhelming that his body trembled unconsciously. His breathing became labored, while his body temperature soared in panic. Fear seeped into him, emptying his logical thoughts. Fryan quickly calculated the various options he could take to escape this situation. However, his plans fell apart one by one as he thought about the power emanating from Ilan. This was not just any power, this was the aura of a ruler at the constellation binding level, tier master. One wrong move, and he could lose his life in an instant. The first option that crossed his mind was to flee. If he could open a portal and escape as quickly as possible, he might survive, but that plan immediately seemed impossible. Ilan was too close. Even before the portal could open, Fryan knew he might already be cut down by an unexpected attack. The second option, to fight with all his strength. But Fryan quickly realized how foolish this plan was. The difference in power between him and Ilan was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no realistic chance of success if they faced each other head-on. The remaining option was to surrender. Fryan clenched his fists, feeling a pang of pain in his heart just thinking about it. Chapter 200. Ilan woke up becoming a subordinate of Ilan. It would be a humiliation for him. However, on the other hand, it was the only realistic option for survival. Fryan's fear slightly eased as he thought of his plan. He realized that the information he possessed might become a valuable asset. As a ruler who had followed various hunts and conquests in new realms, Fryan knew the value of knowledge about outer races and foreign worlds. If he could offer this information to Ilan, there was a good chance he could save himself, perhaps even gain something through a deal. While Fryan was lost in his survival plan, a soft yet firm voice suddenly sounded nearby. Lead Ilan. Hello, I'm Ayumi, leader of the Japan Alliance. Ayumi now stood next to Ilan, who was still supporting Ilan's body with his right hand. Her words were brief, direct, without hesitation, reflecting her efficient personality. Though she had just been in a battle, Ayumi's current posture was different. This time, not just a fighter stood there, but a princess, exuding an aura of elegance and strength that couldn't be underestimated. The flowing purple robe on her body added to her noble grandeur, every fold of the fabric gleaming under the sunlight. Ilan shifted his attention from Ilan, looking at Ayumi with a bit of admiration. The woman's face had a classical beauty that was hard to ignore. Her sharp nose, deep eyes, and a jawline that was strong yet still feminine. So beautiful and fair-skinned, Ilan thought to himself, unable to help but notice Ayumi's pale, porcelain-like skin, a stark contrast to most Indonesians, who generally had a more tanned complexion. Her skin shone with a soft glow under the sunlight. Ayumi stood tall before Ilan, her posture radiating confidence though her gaze remained gentle and unassuming. Her dark eyes sparkled with a sense of self-assurance. As if awaiting Lun's response without haste, Lun stared at her for a moment, admiring her graceful figure. With calm and controlled poise, Lun gave a slight nod before speaking. "Hello, Princess Ayumi. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Lun's friendly smile caught Ayumi by surprise. In her heart, she felt both relief and wonder. Lun, the figure rumored to be a greedy and arrogant leader among the top alliance leaders, was different from the gossip she'd often heard. His demeanor was warm, even approachable. "Ha ha. No need to call me princess. Just Ayumi is fine," Ayumi replied, smiling awkwardly. Her voice was warm, though there was a slight unease behind her laugh. She briefly glanced at Fryan, standing not far away. He seemed frozen, standing there with a blank stare and a pale face. After a few seconds, Ayumi refocused on Lun, but at the same time, Ilan, who had fainted, began to show signs of life. Her fingers moved slightly, then her tiny hand gripped Lun's robe. With an unexpected tug, Ilan clung to Lun's arm, holding it tighter. Not long after, her once closed eyes started to open slowly. A hint of confusion appeared on her face as she looked directly at Lun. "What? Where am I?" Ilan mumbled weakly, her mind still foggy. Her body tried to rise, but she was too weak to stand upright. With no other choice, she leaned against Lun, feeling the warmth of the person she usually didn't want to meet. Then, as her vision cleared, Ilan looked at the figure supporting her. Her face paled, then suddenly turned bright red. What? Leader?" Ilan's scream echoed, her voice full of embarrassment and panic. She tried to cover her face with both hands but couldn't because she was still gripping Lun's robe to prevent herself from falling. She had no other choice but to lower her head, hiding her flushed face against Lun's chest. Struggling to contain her embarrassment, Lun, puzzled by her strange reaction, could only smile faintly. "Ilan, what's wrong? Why are you so afraid of me?" he asked, his tone more confused than angry. To him, Ilan was just a much younger girl, very shy and introverted, but loyal. In a barely audible voice, Ilan replied, "No, leader. It's nothing." Her face remained downcast, and her voice faltered as if someone struggling hard to suppress their embarrassment. Feeling Lun's gaze still fixed on her, Ilan quickly pulled out a vortex plate from her storage ring and leapt onto it. Once her body hovered over the magical plate, the tension that had gripped her began to ease. She could control her emotions better now. Standing atop the vortex plate, she looked at Lun with a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. "Leader," Ilan began, her eyes filled with urgent questions. Lun looked at her calmly, sensing the questions in Ilan's mind. "What's the matter?" he replied with a relaxed tone, as if he already knew what she would ask. "Where did you come from? Why did you suddenly appear here? Weren't you in another realm investigating the source of the foreign attacks? Have you found the cause?" Ilan fired off those questions quickly, unable to hide the curiosity mixed with her concern. Lun simply gave a small smile. Then, without saying anything, he drew a golden sword from his waist. In one graceful motion, he swung the sword in front of Ilan. The sword's light shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting mesmerizing golden glints. "Do you remember this sword?" Lun asked, skillfully twirling it, as if playfully. "I once gave it to all of you. One for each core member." Ilan gazed at the golden sword, recalling the moment when Lun had given it, although she had never used it. Being not a close combat fighter, Ilan kept it well. To her, the sword was a gift from Lun. The golden sword floating in midair suddenly radiated a blinding flash of white light. In an instant, another figure appeared beside Lun, identical in every detail of his appearance. Ilan gasped, her eyes widening. "What, leader? There are two of you?" Ayumi frowned, her gaze sharp as she observed closely. "A clone or transformation?" she murmured, trying to make sense of what was happening, while Lun stood calmly, watching their reactions. Chapter 201, Lun's decision. "The one speaking to you now is only my clone," said Lun, nodding slightly. His expression remained calm, not wanting to alarm Ilan or make her doubt him just because it was only his clone. When he gave his golden sword to the 10 core members, he had a specific purpose, one of which was to help them in times of danger. At that time, he didn't reveal that he could transform the golden sword into his clone, inheriting 80% of his power. He believed it would be detrimental if the core members relied too much on his clone and didn't grow on their own. A short while ago, Lun sensed through the golden sword in Ilan's spatial ring that her life energy was extremely weak, almost gone. At that moment, Lun, who was outside the divine realm, decided to use his clone skill and appeared right beside the unconscious Ilan. Upon hearing Lun's explanation, Ilan nodded in understanding. In her eyes, Lun was incredibly powerful and capable of anything, so it wasn't surprising that he had the ability to create a clone from afar. And this clone seemed quite strong. Remembering when Lun had given the core members high-level items, Ilan had already become accustomed to Lun's extraordinary techniques and abilities. "Thank you, Leader Lun. I'm sorry for troubling you," said Ilan, filled with gratitude. to hide her face, which was beginning to blush. She bent her body slightly for a few seconds. Lun, observing the girl's awkwardness, could only smile and shake his head. His gaze shifted to Ayumi. "Thank you, princess. Are you all right?" Lun asked, his voice full of concern. He had almost forgotten that her life had been on the line earlier, but thanks to Ilan's time manipulation skill, Ayumi's energy had been restored. Ayumi offered a faint smile, lifting her hand slowly and waving it gently as if to ease Lun's worries. "I'm fine, Lord Lun," she replied, her voice calm yet firm. She took a slight step back, almost imperceptible, as though afraid of causing Lun more concern than necessary. The remaining wounds were now just faint marks, as though they no longer mattered to her. Standing nearby, Ayumi had heard Lun's explanation about his clone ability. Though she had guessed it earlier, she was still amazed to hear it. Her beautiful face reflected her thoughts on how powerful the man before her must be. Of course, this man is incredibly strong, she thought, feeling a chill run down her spine. She could sense that even though the figure before them was just a clone, the aura emanating from him was far stronger than hers, even more than Fryan, whom they had fought earlier. Remembering that they all had systems, she wondered how someone could become so powerful. Far beyond the American alliance, Leadon, "He's approaching," Ilan whispered, her eyes narrowing in anticipation. From a distance, they saw Fryan walking toward them, his steps steady and full of confidence. However, unlike before, there was no sign of hostility radiating from him. His face looked calm, even friendly, as if the battle between them had never occurred. Fryan drew closer, his bare chest exposed and his long robe fluttering softly in the wind. There was no longer the terrifying aura that had accompanied his every move earlier. He now seemed more like a guest than a threatening enemy. Every step he took was relaxed, as if he were meeting an old acquaintance. Lun turned around, his gaze locking onto Fryan, who was now just 3 meters away. Without warning, Fryan suddenly bent over, his muscular body bowing so low it was parallel with the ground. "Honorable Senior, I apologize for my foolish actions earlier." His voice was filled with respect, making the air around them feel slightly chilled. Ayumi and Ilan exchanged glances, their jaws slack in disbelief at what they had just heard. They never imagined that the once ferocious Fryan would lower himself so much. Still bent over, Fryan extended his hand, tossing a golden ring toward Lun. "I surrender, sir. Take all my belongings," he said in a flat but resolute tone. The ring floated through the air before Lun caught it with one hand. His gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of surprise. Lun scrutinized Fryan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he weighed the situation. The thought crossed his mind. How unlikely it was for a high-level being like Fryan to humble himself so completely to a lower-tier race like Earth's humans. "I am willing to be your servant, Senior," Fryan continued with a firm tone, as if every word had been carefully chosen after hundreds of considerations before being spoken. There was no hesitation in his voice. As he awaited Lun's response, Fryan's heart pounded in his chest. His fate was about to be decided at this very moment. Lun observed the man's body with a calm gaze before speaking. "What benefit would I gain from taking you as a servant?" Upon hearing Lun's question, Fryan relaxed slightly. At least Lun was still considering it. He immediately explained that he could do anything. "I will do whatever you command, Senior. I can even provide all the information about my race," Fryan said firmly, though his eyes flickered with tension. As one of the leaders of the invasion, he knew more than the others, but now, he had no choice but to offer everything. "Ha ha," Lun chuckled softly, nodding his head slightly. But shortly after, his smile faded, and an immense aura erupted from his body, pressing the air around them. "Sword Heaven Prison," Lun said as he waved his hand slowly. From the clear sky, 4 enormous golden swords appeared suddenly, shooting down with incredible speed. Encircling Fryan, the swords stabbed into the ground, forming an inescapable prison around him. Once the swords touched the ground, golden energy radiated from each blade, creating a dome-shaped prison that enveloped Fryan entirely. Note: Skill 4, Sword Heaven Prison, summons a sword prison to trap enemies for 5 seconds. Reduces enemy attributes by 50%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 202. Sky-shattering / Ilan, Ayumi. "Stay behind and just watch," Lun ordered calmly, though the energy radiating from his body was anything but calm. Ayumi and Ilan, standing a little distance away, could only stare in pale-faced awe. Even though Lun's aura wasn't directed at them, they could still feel the terrifying pressure, as if their bodies were being crushed by an invisible force. "No, I've lost," Fryan growled inwardly, trapped within the sword prison that confined him completely. Frustration welled up inside him. All his efforts, all his carefully crafted strategies, were now crumbling. He had given Lun all his belongings and items. Fryan's face flushed red, his muscles tensing as his jaw clenched tightly. He growled low, glaring at Lun with eyes full of hatred. In his fury, golden energy surged around him, while the griffin feathers surrounding his body bristled sharply in the air. In an instant, the golden feathers shot toward the sword prison walls, attacking with full force. Clang! A loud crash echoed, creating ripples of energy across the golden barrier that trapped him. Frian didn't give up. More golden feathers followed, slamming into the barrier with brutal strength. Clang! Clang! Each impact rang out, sending shockwaves through the air with every blow. But despite the strength of the strikes, the golden prison remained unshaken. Damn it, what kind of prison is this? Frian muttered in panic. He gritted his teeth, his eyes frantically searching for a way out. He knew Uln was strong, stronger than he had ever imagined. Now, that fear was starting to consume him. Frian took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he tried to calm himself. His gaze remained fixed on Uln, who stood outside the prison with an expressionless face, his sharp eyes seemingly assessing Frian's every move. Frian felt disgusted but powerless. Any last words? Uln asked coldly, his voice devoid of any mercy. He didn't need any information from Frian. His only desire was to end this man with his own hands. Revenge for the massacre of humanity. Frian remained silent, his gaze full of anger. Locked onto Uln, with no words leaving his lips. Seeing no response, Uln raised his sword, and holy energy began to flow from the golden blade. Sky-shattering slash, he murmured calmly. The sword in his hand glowed brightly, emitting an aura so powerful that the air around it trembled. The holy light from the sword shone with deadly intensity, instilling fear in anyone who witnessed it. Note: Skill 2, Sky-shattering slash, creates a sword aura 100 meters long. Ignores 50% of enemy defenses. Self-heals 50% of damage. Cooldown, 10 minutes. With a single motion, Uln swung his sword back, then slashed toward Frian, his gaze never leaving the man trapped within the sword prison. From behind, Yumi held her breath. Strong. So strong, she muttered, her voice barely audible amidst the sounds of battle. Her eyes couldn't tear away from the sight of Uln and his glowing sword. Ilan, who stood nearby, smiled proudly. She knew for certain that the sword, with one slash, would end everything. There was no longer any doubt in her mind. Frian had no hope of escape. In the distance, outside the barrier walls, the Japanese soldiers watched the entire scene with excitement. A few moments ago, when time had reversed, their sorrow from Ayumi's death had vanished. Their alliance leader was alive once more, and now the world market trade leader, Uln, had appeared to help. At this moment, they observed Uln's final move, having activated his sky-shattering slash. The massive sword aura, 100 meters long, looked like a beam from the heavens, visible even in broad daylight. Every soldier held their breath, their eyes fixed on Uln, who stood valiantly before Frian. Look, Lord Uln is going to finish him, said the young soldier, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. His eyes sparkled as he watched the golden sword aura shoot from Uln's hand, ready to mercilessly slash through Frian. To him, Uln was their last hope. Frian had brutally killed their alliance leader before, leaving deep scars in the hearts of the soldiers. Ha ha, Lord Uln is so strong, I'm sure that man is done for, another soldier replied, his voice full of confidence. There was hope in his tone, a mix of admiration and relief at the sight of Uln. However, among them, Kaito, the captain, stood slightly apart, observing with a deeper gaze. His eyes were sharp, his face calm, but within his heart surged a deep sense of gratitude. Thank you, Lead Uln, he whispered with a tone of profound respect and gratitude. Since Uln's arrival on the battlefield, Kaito had felt relief and could breathe normally again. As the captain leading their small alliance, he knew that the World Market Trade Alliance had made an agreement with other alliances to help. However, he hadn't expected direct assistance from the World Market Trade Alliance, as they were not the only alliance in need. Fortunately, Ilan had come and prevented massive losses, but Frian, their enemy, was simply too strong. Now, seeing Uln come in person, he could finally set aside his worries. As the leader of humanity's #1 alliance, Uln was incredibly powerful, the strongest. If Uln couldn't defeat Frian, no one could. Go on. Kill him, Lord Uln, Kaito muttered with excitement, feeling the cold wind blow through his long, flowing hair. His gaze remained focused on the battlefield. Without saying a word, Uln raised his sword and slashed directly toward Frian. Frian, who had once appeared so formidable, now resembled a chicken trapped in a cage. His eyes widened, filled with panic he couldn't hide. You will regret this. Your race will be wiped out. Frian's voice sounded like an empty threat. Caught between fear and the realization that the end had come, his eyes filled with terror as Uln's sword descended like lightning from the sky, directly toward him. Crack. Uln's sword aura had descended, piercing through the protective sword prison. The sword's light bypassed the barrier and effortlessly sliced through Frian's body. Not only that, but the ground along the 100-meter stretch was also split, creating a shallow fissure in the earth. Chapter 203. Ilan collapsed again. However, before splitting further, Uln had already deactivated his heaven-splitting sword skill. He sheathed his sword, and the last glimmer of its light slowly faded. The body of Frian, which had been lying on the ground earlier, had disappeared by now, leaving emptiness in the air. A system notification echoed in Lun's ears. Killed. Fryan, solar empowerment, X plus 411,500. The system notification echoed again in Lun's ears. Not bad. 400k exp, Lun said casually. The extra exp bonus he received had increased the amount of exp gain from killing monsters significantly. Even though he relied on tier 5 exp bottles to level up, 400k exp was still the equivalent of 4 tier 5 exp bottles. Not far from Lun, Ayumi watched as Fryan shattered into pieces. A wide smile spread across her face, unable to be hidden. Finally dead, she exclaimed with joy. Close to her, Ilan, who was always calm, also smiled. Her lips curled slightly, eyes glimmering as she whispered, "That ugly monster is finally dead." Outside the walls, the atmosphere erupted with explosive joy. Soldiers jumped up and down, tears flowing uncontrollably. Tight embraces between soldiers felt like a release from the heavy burden that had weighed on their chests for so long. Ha ha ha. "Our brother's revenge has finally been taken," said a female soldier, sobbing in the embrace of her comrade. Her crying mixed with laughter full of victory. "Hooray, we won, we won." Their cheers echoed throughout, breaking the tension left over from the battle. Wide smiles and hugs replaced the fear that had previously filled their hearts. Among them, Captain Kaito stood tall, watching his soldiers. A faint smile played on his face, unable to be hidden, as his hand patted each of their shoulders, offering unspoken congratulations. They had survived. That alone was a victory. "Congratulations, Captain. Our mission is complete." A soldier looked at him with bright eyes, full of pride. Kaito bowed his head slightly, his once heavy breath now feeling lighter. "Thank you all. You are extraordinary," he said, his voice filled with pride and sincere appreciation. Every word was like a new energy enveloping them. Lun, from a distance, observed it all. The laughter, tears, and cheers that echoed in the air. He could feel how frustrated and depressed they had been, how darkness and fear had gripped them. But now, seeing how they celebrated, Lun knew that burden had been lifted. Light footsteps approached. Ayumi, her eyes sparkling, stood before him. No words were spoken immediately, but her actions spoke clearly. She bowed deeply, at 90 degrees, showing full respect. "Master Lun, thank you so much for saving us." Her voice trembled, revealing the deep relief and gratitude. Even though her words were few, Lun smiled slightly, looking at her gently. "You're welcome, Princess Ayumi. This is all the result of our teamwork," he replied. His warm smile reflected an empathy unseen from the outside, especially when he realized the great sacrifices made by the Japanese forces. Many had fallen for this victory. Ayumi was silent for a moment, staring at the man before her, who seemed kinder than her first impression. Not wanting to prolong the debate about the praise, she finally opened her communicator. For a moment, her eyes scanned the stream of requests for help pouring in. "Forgive me, Master Lun, I must go immediately. There are still many areas in need of assistance," she said, looking at the screen. Lun nodded slowly, his expression remaining calm. "All right. I won't hold you back," he said. As the strongest leader, he knew for sure the state of the battle right now, and everyone needed help. As president, Ayumi was responsible for aiding her allies. "And don't overexert yourself either. The attacks from foreign invaders will stop for a while," Lun continued, reassuring Ayumi. Hearing Lun's statement, both Ayumi and even Ilan, standing beside her, were confused. "What do you mean, Master Lun?" Ayumi asked, somewhat hesitant. "Have the foreign enemies surrendered?" Lun gave a small nod, then said with a slight smile, "You could say that. Just wait for the latest news." Ayumi actually wanted a direct answer from Lun, but seeing that Lun seemed unwilling to reveal more now, she could only nod and say, "All right, I understand." Ilan beside her also nodded, though in her silence, her respect for Lun grew even more. "So, what is your next plan, Leader Lun?" Ilan asked, mustering the courage. At the moment, she had no intention of continuing the battle. She planned to return and restore her energy first. Hearing the girl's question, Lun was a bit surprised, but he held back a smile at the corner of his lips. Ilan's gaze, mixed with embarrassment, made it impossible for him not to look at her with a gentle expression. "I will stay by your side for a while," he said softly but firmly, accompanied by a charming smile that made the air around them feel warm. Puff. Just after those words were spoken, Ilan's body suddenly weakened. Her face turned bright red, like a balloon running out of air, and in an instant, she collapsed, losing consciousness. But before her body could hit the ground, Lun was already by her side, swiftly catching her in his arms. Ilan's breath was weak, but her face was calm, as if she were enjoying a sweet dream. Lun chuckled softly, looking at the girl. "It seems I joked a little too much," he murmured. At the same time, Ayumi, witnessing the moment, gave a wry smile. Awkwardly, she stepped back slowly. "I should take my leave now, Master Lun," she said quickly, feeling the atmosphere around them shift strangely. Without waiting for a response, Ayumi activated her purple lightning, and in an instant, her body disappeared in a flash of light, speeding away from Lun, who still held Ilan. Lun watched Ayumi's departure with a blank stare for a moment, letting his mind drift to the past. He recalled the times when he had once dreamed simply, a dream of marrying a Japanese woman. A small smile played on his lips, reminiscing about his youthful days full of hope. Chapter 204 Chaos outside the Divine Sky Realm. But as time passed, that smile faded, his eyes sharpened, staring seriously at the sky. Now's not the time to think about such things, he muttered. Contemplating something. A while ago, on the Alliance World Market Trade Island, Lun watched his clone enter the portal. While Lun's clone entered the portal, far from Lun's island, beyond the borders of the Divine Sky Realm, a breathtaking sight unfolded. Thousands of warships lined up neatly like a group of predators ready to pounce. The void around them trembled from the energy radiating from each ship, each adorned with unique features and different uniform colors, a clear sign that they came from various competing races. Upon closer inspection, the ships were filled with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. On every deck, the soldiers stood tall, clad in armor bearing scars from past battles. Some walked steadily with glowing weapons in hand, while others chanted spells with pulses of energy surrounding their bodies. None of them seemed unfamiliar with the atmosphere of war. Their eyes were cold, their movements calculated. The scent of the impending battle hung in the air. From afar, each fleet group had one ship dominating the formation, larger, more majestic, and surrounded by an aura of authority. These ships clearly belonged to their leaders, terrifying command ships. There were at least 10 different groups, 10 fleets clustered under their own banners, each representing a different race. From their appearance, it was clear that none had come for peace. Standing on one of the leading ships, magnificent before the fleet, a man with an unusual appearance sat on the front deck. He gazed far into the distance towards the flagship of another fleet, though in a tense silence. His facial features were extraordinarily beautiful, so perfect they created an almost illusory impression. His skin appeared smooth, like porcelain shining under the starlight. The man was bare-chested, wearing only a thin and transparent shawl that fluttered in the wind, displaying his proportional and stunning body. His muscles were sculpted to perfection, as if carved with high precision. Every curve of his body exuded an irresistible allure. Anyone who saw him, whether man or woman, would stop in admiration, not just for the beauty of his face but also for the elegance of his physique. Seated on a throne that resembled a royal sofa, soft and surrounded by luxurious silk fabrics, he lounged casually. His expression was flat, but his deep eyes showed how frightening his power was. Beside him, a beautiful woman stood gracefully. Her attire was slightly revealing, showcasing her flawless curves, but her gaze remained lowered in respect. Serving the beautiful man faithfully, each time the man emptied his wine glass, the woman silently refilled it with elegance, as if this was a ritual they had long performed. The woman's delicate hands moved with perfect calmness, though her eyes reflected unwavering devotion. It wasn't just the woman at his side. An elderly man stood nearby, dressed in long, elegant, and clean white robes. His face was lined with the wrinkles of wisdom, signifying long life and years of experience. His silver hair was neatly tied back, and his sturdy hands were clasped in front of him, awaiting orders. Though his body appeared thin, there was an aura of strength emanating from his every movement, indicating that he was no ordinary person. The old man's sharp eyes remained focused on the beautiful man on the throne, ready to execute any command without hesitation. Lord Thula, how is the progress of the opening attack? The beautiful man's voice flowed softly, yet there was a commanding calmness in his tone. The old man named Thula, who had been standing still like a statue behind the beautiful man, was startled slightly. His body shifted, and his mouth moved slightly, ready to answer the beautiful man's question. My apologies, Your Majesty. His voice cracked briefly before returning. We were utterly defeated. Though he was not responsible for the loss, his tone trembled, unable to hide the fear creeping into his heart. The air around him seemed to grow colder. The beautiful man didn't react immediately. Only his head slowly turned, his gaze fixed on a large round sphere floating in front of the fleet. It looked like a giant soap bubble, but the inside was obscured by thick black smoke swirling around, concealing whatever lay within. Interesting. One word slipped from the man's lips, accompanied by a faint smile that was hard to interpret. Although calm, the aura around him began to tremble, signaling unstable emotions. Thula, still standing behind him, felt the sudden pressure that sank his spirit, as if the gravity around him had increased several times over. Silent, the old man didn't move. Cold sweat drenched his back. He restrained himself from offering any further explanation, not wanting to provoke more dissatisfaction. His mind raced, preparing for the worst. The beautiful man spoke again, this time with a lighter tone, though there was sharpness in his voice. If I'm not mistaken, this new realm uses the power core system, correct? Thula bowed his head lower. Correct, Lord Guardian, he replied, his voice nearly a whisper. A spark flickered in the man's eyes. He seemed surprised, though he didn't fully show it. Slowly, he pondered, swirling the wine in his glass before asking again. How many core crystals are active? Fuller felt a slight sense of relief as the man's voice returned to normal. Approximately 1.5 million crystals, Lord. Based on our calculations, at least 5% of them are from this realm. And 25% of those will choose our Seraphis Vali race. The beautiful man let the wine in his glass swirl slowly, the golden red liquid reflecting the starlight around them. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed by the answer. That many, he muttered, half to himself. A small smile appeared at the corner of his lips. More out of satisfaction than joy. If it were only 5,000, that would already be more than enough. But 75,000. This is interesting. Chapter 205. Guardian Aurelius. His gaze returned to the large orb, which now seemed more vibrant, spinning slowly in the empty space. No wonder the Guardians are so concerned about the divine sky realm this time, he murmured, as if speaking to himself. This new realm is full of surprises. It seems there are even more to come. His voice lowered, barely audible in the silence of space. But in his eyes, there was a spark of excitement, something he had long craved, a passion that grew as his power reached its peak, yet one he had rarely felt in a long time. The beautiful man finally shifted his gaze from the sphere. What is Lord Serai's condition? He asked. Though his focus still wasn't entirely present, he continues sending troops. Your Majesty, their assault hasn't stopped, Thaler quickly responded, trying to keep his tone steady. The man shook his head slightly, as if something was bothering him. Tell them to stop, he commanded, his voice a little firmer this time. There's no point in sending more troops. We'll wait until this realm fully emerges. Everything will become clearer after that. Very well, sir. I will inform Lord Serai immediately, Thaler said firmly before his body slowly vanished, disappearing in an instant from where he stood. In the midst of the dark void, a massive altar floated gracefully, not far from the Seraphis Vali race's armada. Its diameter was extraordinary, around 500 meters, appearing as though it was part of the very space itself. At the top of the altar, a colossal 50-meter-high portal swirled with consuming energy, looking like a black hole ready to devour anything that came near. Around it, soldiers stood in orderly ranks, their faces etched with determination, their eyes burning with unshakable resolve. Next to the portal, an old man in white robes floated silently, watching those about to enter the dimensional gate. His thin hands gripped a long scroll, occasionally reading it with a calculated tone. Next, team number 4121, prepare. His voice rang out with authority, echoing above the altar. His eyes scanned the crowd, ensuring that the call team was ready. From the ranks, team number 4121 stepped forward in unison. Ready, sir, they shouted in a disciplined chorus. The old man frowned as his eyes traced down the scroll he held. At the bottom of the list, glowing red numbers slowly faded. One by one, the teams he had dispatched turned gray, dimming without light, a sign of death haunting each name. He lifted his gaze toward the focal point of the entire army. In the distance, a giant round orb shimmered faintly, floating like a planet in the middle of space. The surrounding bubbles became clearer, with thin clouds slowly unraveling, revealing something deeper, something not yet fully exposed. Impossible, he muttered, his voice low, almost swallowed by the void. This realm has just emerged, not particularly special. How could every troop I've sent be wiped out? The corner of his lips trembled, a mixture of anger and confusion coloring his weary face. His eyes narrowed, searching the distant void. I wonder, are the other races facing the same? Dozens of transport ships floated around the altar like giant insects swarming a massive flower. Each time a team entered the portal, more soldiers descended from the ships to immediately fill the ranks. There was no pause, only endless motion and turnover. Hey, did you hear the news? The Guardian is joining the fight for this realm, a soldier said, peeking from the edge of the transport ship. His eyes squinted, trying to gauge his comrades' reaction standing next to him. As low-ranking soldiers, they were powerless and could only hope the highest commander was a strong one. That way, there would be no need to fear the armies of other races. Really? That's great. I thought only Lord Serai was leading. His companion quickly turned, surprise flashing across his face. Hearing the Guardian's name mentioned, he held his breath for a moment, and his heart raced. There was a respect mixed with fear that he couldn't hide. Around them, several other soldiers who overheard the conversation exchanged glances, small smiles beginning to form on their lips. Excitement spread quickly, and the previously heavy atmosphere was now filled with eager whispers. I heard he once destroyed a realm by himself. If he's here, we'll definitely win. A young soldier slapped his friend's shoulder, their eyes now burning with fierce anticipation. They began to look forward to their turn to step into the portal, eager to be part of the vanguard. However, a soft but firm voice cut through their euphoria. But, aren't the other races also led by their guardians? A female soldier in a long white dress with a purple headband stood with a worried expression. Her gaze swept the ranks in front of her, her anxious tone catching the attention of many. It was clear she came from an educated family, her knowledge broader than that of ordinary soldiers. The previously spirited crowd instantly fell silent. Faces that had been filled with confidence now began to shift, their gazes met, some soldiers biting their lips, reconsidering what they might be up against. The shadow of a massive battle loomed in their minds. "There's nothing to fear," a deep voice from another soldier, a burly man, broke the silence. He tossed his hair back, standing tall. Guardian Aurelius once destroyed a mid-level realm all by himself. What can the other Guardians do? We'll win for sure. His grin widened, full of confidence, as if challenging anyone to doubt the strength of their leader. Right. Lord Aurelius is incredibly strong. Even if the other races are also led by their guardians, we'll still win. Another soldier chimed in with a quick nod. The soldiers' enthusiastic shouts began to echo once again above the ship. "Yeah, that's right. Lord Aurelius is the strongest." Their cries blazed like fire, reigniting the spirit that had momentarily dimmed after the female soldier's statement. The ship became lively, as they all discussed the might of Aurelius, recalling tales passed down from their grandparents, boasting of their knowledge about Guardian Aurelius. Chapter 206. Closing the altar. Near the portal, Lord Sarai stood silently, listening to the roar of his soldiers' conversations. His eyes didn't move, though a thin smirk appeared on his lips. They were right, he thought quietly. Guardian Aurelius was a force to be reckoned with. Old memories flashed through his mind. Back when he was just a lowly commander, watching from afar as a beautiful man with silver hair obliterated the player realms without breaking a sweat, he remembered clearly how hundreds of ships equipped with advanced player technology were destroyed with a mere wave of Aurelius' hand. The void trembled, and everything became useless wreckage. A small smile crept across his lips as his gaze shifted to the massive orb hanging in the distance. "You're no stronger than those players," he muttered with a voice full of hatred. "I'll make you suffer before you die." Some soldiers below him, who happened to catch sight of that eerie grin, shivered instantly. They quickly bowed their heads, not daring to stare at Sarai for too long. "Lord Sarai." Pardon the interruption. Another voice suddenly broke the silence. An old man, Thila, appeared a few meters from Sarai. His body trembled slightly as he approached the figure floating beside the portal. Sarai turned slowly, offering a slight nod, waiting for Thila to speak. Thila dared not delay any further, then said, "I bring a direct message from Guardian Aurelius. He requests the cessation of troop deployment." Thila spoke clearly, with firmness. He relayed exactly what Aurelius had said, not daring to add or omit anything. Sarai's brow furrowed. "Why? What is the reason?" Sarai asked again, a hint of displeasure in his tone, though it was directed purely at Thila. Thila took a deep breath, feeling the heavy pressure around him. "Apologies, Lord. The Guardian gave no reason. Only the order to stop sending troops." Sarai's expression hardened. His eyes narrowed as they shifted toward the main ship where Guardian Aurelius resided. "Does he no longer trust me?" he muttered under his breath, barely audible. "Any news from the other races?" Sarai asked. Thila reacted quickly, immediately thinking of the best answer to give. "There is, Lord. The other races are experiencing the same. Their casualty rate is nearly 80%, higher than that of our forces." Thila decided to share information that might please Sarai. "Anything else?" Sarai's voice was flat, but the sharpness in his gaze revealed his impatience. A faint smile briefly played on his lips but quickly faded. That number, 80%, seemed meaningless to his ears. Slightly better, but still alarming. What's the difference between 70% and 80%? To him, both figures meant too much blood had been spilled. Thila, standing rigidly a few steps in front of him, lowered his head, his face filled with unspoken fear. "Nothing else, sir." "All right," Sarai said, his voice emotionless. His gaze drifted elsewhere, as if he no longer wished to look at the old man. "You may leave." Thila quickly turned, hastening away, his breath a mix of relief and lingering unease. The air around Sarai felt heavier, pushing him to retreat faster than he'd expected. Sarai stood in silence for a moment, his eyes fixed on the portal before him. Something stirred in his mind, but it remained unspoken. With a slow wave of his hand, he cut through the air as if drawing something unseen. Soon, the space around the portal began to respond. Energy, subtle yet tangible, pulsed, like a breeze moving through the cracks of dimensions. The ground on the altar trembled slightly. Ancient runes, glowing with dim light, appeared one by one from the empty air. They floated, moving slowly but surely, encircling the portal as if they were invisible guardians. Each rune grew brighter, forming a complex pattern that resembled an intricate spider web, trapping the portal in its center. "Everyone, stand down. The assault is over." Sarai spoke without emotion, but his command echoed, sweeping across the entire altar. The soldiers, initially confused, quickly reacted. Some of them jerked in surprise, exchanging glances before rushing back toward the transport ships. Their hurried steps filled the air, while hushed whispers carried a mixture of relief and fear. Above the altar, the runes had woven a magical script that connected, flowing from one point to another seamlessly. Their glow now faded slowly, mirroring the portal's diminishing energy, which had once radiated so brightly. The white light in the center of the portal dimmed, turning into a dull gray, until finally, only silence remained. "It's done," Sarai murmured. The words were barely audible. More to himself than anyone else, his gaze swept downward, observing how the once busy altar was now marked only by the footprints of soldiers who had already left. He nodded slightly, satisfied. He descended, approaching the edge of the altar once again. His hand moved with a simple gesture, but this time there was more power behind it. A surge of magical energy flowed from within him, seeping into the altar's core like a river filling a basin. Immediately, the altar responded with a stronger vibration. From the four corners of the altar's floor, large pillars rose, one by one, until they reached a height of 100 meters. It wasn't just one pillar. They emerged like a row of giants ready to guard an ancient kingdom. 360 pillars, glowing faintly, formed a majestic dome over the altar, like eternal sentinels that couldn't be shaken. Crack. A soft cracking sound echoed, marking the end of the sealing process. Sarai watched for a moment, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, though only slightly. Then, in an instant, his figure vanished, disappearing from sight, leaving behind the now protected altar. Far beyond the reach of the Seraphis Valley fleet, another group of ships floated quietly, like predators stalking their prey. On the command ship, a strong-built woman with a prominent chest stood on the deck. Her gaze was fixed on the distant fleet. Why did they suddenly halt the opening attack? Her voice was cold and sharp, but it didn't hide the curiosity laced within every word. Her eyes narrowed, piercing through the void outside, as if trying to see through the starry veil separating them from Aurelius. Chapter 207, Outside the Divine Sky Realm. The man beside her, with an arrogant smile on his handsome face, chuckled softly, his shoulders slightly shaking. "Maybe they've surrendered," he said, his voice laced with mockery, the small laugh echoing in the air. The woman ignored his light laughter. "Aurelius is not the type to surrender so easily," she said, her voice low but filled with conviction. Her gaze sharpened, as though the void of space before her was nothing more than a thin veil she could pull aside at any moment. Her eyes seemed to traverse the distance, searching for Aurelius, who stood on the command bridge of his ship on the other side. As if some unspoken connection existed, Aurelius, who had been idly sipping from a glass of wine, paused for a moment. Slowly, he turned, gazing straight at the woman. Despite the millions of kilometers of empty space separating them, their eyes met. An eerie silence surrounded the two of them, even though thousands of ships and war-ready weapons were gathered around them. No one moved, no one spoke. Only an exchange of glances filled with unspoken meaning. The woman smiled faintly, a smile tinged with curiosity. "Interesting. I wonder what he'll do next," she murmured, as though speaking to herself. Her slender fingers touched her lips, her thoughts racing like a storm, trying to unravel the strategy behind his actions. The man beside her raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled by the excessive attention given to Aurelius. "What's the matter? Why are you so interested in Aurelius? He's just a young man without a wife." Ha ha ha. His laughter was louder this time, spreading arrogantly throughout the room, but the woman paid no heed. Still in the void, a fleet of advanced ships floated gracefully. Each ship was coated in metallic black, shimmering as integrated black and white neon lights flickered along their hulls. Towering laser turrets, like giant spears over 100 meters long, stood ready to strike the enemy at any moment. On the command ship, an old man with a wrinkled face sat leisurely on a large sofa that seemed mismatched to his age. His gaze focused on a white crystal ball on the table before him, where the scenes of battle shifted continuously. In his calm eyes, a glint of cold satisfaction flickered. If Earth's humans were present, they would recognize the scene as a depiction of the celestial heavens, locked in a massive war. "How is it, sir?" a deep voice asked from a middle-aged man standing nearby. The man was impeccably dressed, with slicked back hair and a flawless face. His black clothing with gold accents exuded a sense of great authority. He gazed at the old man before him with keen interest, patiently awaiting a response. "Very good. Your contribution this time has been significant." The old man smiled broadly, briefly glancing at the man before returning his gaze to the crystal ball displaying the battlefield visualization. "Our forces are almost defeated, as are the other races," he said calmly, as though unaffected by the ill fate befalling his army. Yet, there was no sadness in his voice, only a cold acceptance of reality without emotion. "That's to be expected. Given the level of this realm, a three-star realm rarely appears. Even in the last 100,000 years," the old man continued with a tone of longing. Flickers of memories from hundreds of years ago flashed through his mind, recalling the first time he witnessed the appearance of a similar three-star realm. "Indeed, sir," the middle-aged man before him agreed with a small smile. "By the way, check how much longer the seal's effect will last?" the old man asked, this time with a firmer tone, reflecting his impatience. "I'll check it right away, sir," the man replied, and without warning, his figure vanished from the sofa where he had been sitting. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man, known as Arik, appeared in a completely different room. The sound of machinery and hurried footsteps echoed around him. The room was heavily guarded, with guards clad in black uniforms and modern weapons mounted on their arms. All eyes were on Arik as he walked straight toward the main room at the center of the area. "Salute to Lord Arik." The two guards at the large door greeted with raised hands in salute. "Salute to Lord Arik." With a slight nod, Arik acknowledged their greetings and stopped before the tightly sealed door. A series of scanning beams swept across his body, checking for any potential threats or disturbances. Once the scan was complete, the door opened with a faint, almost inaudible sound. Arik stepped into a cube-shaped room, filled with a sterile white color. The walls of the room appeared to be lined with special damping materials, preventing any form of energy or vision from high-level beings from penetrating inside. The room resembled a prison, but far more terrifying and silent. In the center of the room, a large eyeball-shaped object floated without any support. It was twice the size of a basketball and closely resembled a human eye, with a jet-black pupil that occasionally blinked. Thick black chains coiled around the eye, holding it in place, unmoving. With slow but steady steps, Arik approached the eyeball. The giant eye's gaze followed Arik's every movement, warily watching like a living surveillance camera. However, Arik was undisturbed by the sharp stare. He continued forward, his gaze fixed on the large object until he finally stopped behind the eye. Arik kept checking the item's description, his eyes focused on the inscription. 4 hours and 12 minutes remaining, still enough time, Arik murmured softly, thinking for a moment about something. He then turned and left the cube room. It didn't take long before he returned to the place he had been earlier, back on the command ship with the wrinkled old man. "The time is 4 hours and 12 minutes, sir. It should be enough time to await Lord Lauren's arrival," Arik said calmly. Chapter 208. Trapped inside the portal. The old man nodded in agreement. His gaze now shifted from the orb on the table to the spherical orb displaying the celestial heavens amid the assault of the fleet. "Any important information from the other realms?" he asked, still staring at the celestial heavens orb. "Nothing significant, sir, except that the Seraphis Vali race has halted their attack," Arik replied candidly, hiding nothing. "Seraphis Vali?" the old man repeated, as if recalling someone. "What is Aurelius thinking?" he continued, sounding somewhat intrigued. "When did they stop?" "A few minutes ago, sir, around 20 minutes ago." Hearing Arik's response, the old man's gaze drifted toward the altar of the Seraphis Vali race. Indeed, he could see that no energy was being emitted from the altar, meaning it had ceased operation. "What's their reason?" the old man asked again. "No clear reason, sir, but it's certainly not an idea from Serai." "That battle maniac," Arik replied, shaking his head. "Very well, keep up the surveillance," the old man instructed before shifting his gaze back to the spherical orb on the table. The tense atmosphere mixed with the liveliness in the void created a breathtaking scene. Each fleet had its own altar where they sent their warriors to enter the divine heavenly realm. They were all waiting for one thing, for the grand realm at the center, the divine heavenly realm, to become part of the cosmos. They waited like dogs in a cage, ready to run out and devour the meat their master would provide. They were all prepared, constantly launching their opening assaults through the altar. Yet amidst the tension, in a seemingly endless white corridor where the flow of time and space continued, a young man drifted along, his face wearing an odd expression. "What is this? Am I inside a portal?" he muttered in confusion, his gaze fixed on the system panel screen before him. "Detected. Creature of the sky divine realm. Unable to pass through the portal temporarily. Detected. Etherus being, unable to pass through the portal. The divine heavenly realm is in the process of merging with the origin cosmos. Merging progress, 7%. Unable to pass?" His voice broke the silence, echoing in his mind. Surprised, he stared at the screen, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. "Origin cosmos? What is that? Is it another kind of floating realm?" he continued, his face scrunched in concentration, trying to comprehend the sudden new information. The young man, Golden Master, a clone of Ln, was currently trapped inside the portal. Although only a clone, the original Ln's consciousness remained connected to him, experiencing everything the clone encountered around him. There was only darkness, interrupted by the flow of white time, spinning rapidly like a whirlpool. He looked around, trying to grasp where he was, but all he could see was a long, endless corridor. His steps made no difference. The place seemed frozen in time, despite the illusion of movement. "Why could I freely pass through the portal during the inter-race war, but now am I blocked?" Ln thought to himself, his brow furrowed deeper, recalling that massive battle when the Etherus beings never seemed to have trouble crossing the portal. "Strange," he muttered, his voice reflecting his dissatisfaction. He then turned around, attempting to reach the walls of the corridor, which seemed to flash by at an incredible speed. Like being in outer space, the white lines streaked past at blinding speed, forming a landscape akin to stars moving swiftly. Yet, Despite his continuous motion, it was as if the walls remained distant. The hand that should have touched an unseen surface only met emptiness. Strange. It looks close, but it's actually far, he whispered to himself, frustration creeping into his mind. He looked up, down, and all around, but the view remained the same. Void, empty. So, what can I do now? He asked himself in his thoughts. Trapped in this place, without an exit, it felt like a prison without bars. Suddenly, a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. Ah, he exclaimed, filled with energy, drawing his golden sword from its sheath. He prepared to unleash a slash with full conviction. Slash! A wave of the sword gleamed, shooting straight toward the end of the corridor in front of him, followed by another shadowy slash, the effect of Lun's passive skill. But, nothing happened. Lun frowned, frustration growing within him. No effect. How about a skill? He muttered. Contemplating, the earlier slash was just a passive skill, so it made sense that it didn't do much. Now, he intended to try something stronger. Sky-shattering slash, he declared firmly. The golden sword in his hand was immediately enveloped in a white aura, extending up to 100 meters. He observed it carefully. The tip is still visible? Lun's voice became soft, confused. The aura of his sword, although long, wasn't powerful enough to break the invisible walls of the corridor. Sky sword rain, he shouted then. The golden sword gleamed again, and this time dozens, hundreds, even thousands of swords began to appear around him, like a sea of golden needles surrounding Lun's small body. Each sword pulsed with energy, waiting for the command. Lun moved his thoughts, and instantly, the hundreds of thousands of swords surged forward, racing toward the corridor's walls. The swords flew straight, slicing through space at incredible speed, forming a formation like a school of fish swimming in the ocean. But the longer Lun waited, the clearer it became that the walls remained unreachable. There's still time. 40 seconds left, Lun thought, his eyes continuously monitoring the countdown timer. The swords, which initially seemed promising, now merely danced in the air, failing to reach their target. Until finally, time ran out. Finished. The golden swords vanished one by one, leaving Lun in silence. He sighed, realizing that despite all the effort, the invisible walls remained untouched. At that moment, in the teleportation hub, the real Lun stared at the portal as if he were gazing at his clone trapped within it. What exactly is happening? Lun said, puzzled. The system hadn't informed them about the merging of the cosmos. This raised a big question in Lun's mind. Chapter 209, Promotion to Master Rank. Lun pondered, trying to think amidst the roar of explosions echoing around him. The guard towers continued to destroy the portals connecting to the outside world, but he ignored all of it. His mind was focused on another issue. The portals to the outside world have indeed been closed, Lun muttered quietly to himself. But foreign entities can still enter the divine sky realm. His gaze was blank, aimless, as he tried to figure out the real cause behind all this. After a few moments of silence, Lun finally spoke in a flat tone. What about the other situations? He quickly opened the system panel displayed in front of him, selecting the messaging feature, and opened the Alliance communication section. Chat, Alliance, Admin. Number of casualties, Alliance, 120 people, Island, 5 people, all of humanity, 420,000. No additional deaths in the Alliance and Island, but the human death toll continues to rise rapidly. Admin, number of support troops, 1,400 teams, each led by a platinum-level captain. Each team consists of 200 people, assigned to assist any island in need of help. Admin, new items have been added to the Alliance shop. Please check them out. Admin, all portals are currently in an emergency situation, except for war purposes. Crossing portals is forbidden. Lun only received general information. Chaos was spreading everywhere. However, his biggest question remained unanswered. Where did these foreign enemies come from? They couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. Lun muttered softly. He decided to check the messages from the Earth human race. Chat, human race. William, the Alliance portals are currently closed to the public. The situation is dangerous. Red alert. Vladmanova, for anyone needing assistance from the Russian Alliance, send a message. For a certain price, we are ready to help. Baichi, give me the coordinates of a tier 3 creature. I will reward anyone who provides it. Jack, please, I need help. My mother is bedridden and can't walk. Harry, I regret joining the Godgrave Alliance. I've been abandoned by the higher-ups, and I'm going to die now. Don't join them. Lun could only shake his head after reading the messages from ordinary people. They were full of complaints and suffering. On the other hand, the 3 Supreme Alliance rulers displayed their distinct personalities. Of the 3, William seemed to be struggling the most in his region. Lun was still staring at the human race chat panel when a message suddenly caught his attention. Chat, human race, system, player, Puno, has fallen. Keep fighting to defend the divine sky realm. At first, Lun didn't find anything odd about the message. However, within seconds after it appeared, Dozens to hundreds of responses flooded the human race chat column, like an unstoppable wave. Chat, human race. Iwan, what kind of information is this? System messages don't usually show up in the human race chat like this. Corn farmer. Puno is a tier 3 ruler. This is terrifying. If a tier 3 can fall, what will happen to us? Be careful when dealing with those foreign enemies. Blue Sun. Impossible. My uncle. No. Seema. So, Puno is the first tier 3 ruler to fall. Klein. Yes, that's right. I wonder how the strongest alliance leaders will respond to this. The messages flowed endlessly, each one filled with worry, fear, and panic. Lun watched it all, his brow furrowing deeper. The name Puno was familiar to him, a tier 3 ruler, someone with power that should have been able to dominate the battlefield. A tier 3, Lun murmured, his voice heavier than usual. Even though he had already reached level 50, hearing that even a tier 3 entity could fall left him feeling uneasy. Something about the event nagged at him, as if it reminded him of something deeper. It felt like being an adult watching a child get bullied by another adult, yet standing idly by without doing anything. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. Foolish. Why am I confused? Lun spoke to himself, this time more firmly. The confusion that had momentarily clouded him began to fade, replaced by something else. Something bolder. All this time, he had deliberately hidden his power. He feared people discovering just how terrifying his talent was. But now, seeing the fall of a tier 3 ruler, Lun felt a strong urge rising within him, something he could no longer suppress. A chuckle escaped his lips, soft at first, but then it turned into full laughter. Ah. Yeah? Why should I hide? Lun glanced around him. He saw the tall buildings around the portal hub, the advanced walls built from high-level materials, the thunder towers standing firm, and the automatic shooting towers continuously monitoring the surrounding area. All of this was part of his world, part of his strength. Did I forget who I am? He thought to himself. Didn't I want to be strong so that no one would dare challenge me? So that they would fear me, respect me, and never dare to wrong me? He realized how foolish he had been all this time, holding back, constantly hiding his true strength simply because he feared being noticed by too many people. Yes, I am strong enough. There's no need to hide anymore. Lun's gaze changed, no longer empty and doubtful. Instead, his eyes burned with a newfound fire of determination. In a low voice, he sneered at himself. Idiot. Why was I hiding? Lun turned away from the portal and started walking toward the teleportation hub gate. His steps were steady, but after a few paces, he suddenly stopped. His expression shifted, as if something important had come to mind. He quickly opened his system panel, scrolling rapidly through various pieces of information, until he finally stopped at the status panel. His eyes scanned the screen intently, checking every detail listed. A few seconds passed, and he stared at the system panel, his grin widening as something clicked in his mind. Something he had been waiting for. Promotion to Master Rank has been unlocked. Mission, Soul Formation. You finally appeared, Lun exclaimed excitedly, his smile growing broader. He read the information again and again, ensuring he hadn't misread it. Chapter 210, Soul Formation Mission. Without further hesitation, Lun checked the requirements for promotion to the Master Level. Promotion to Master Level. Soul Essence 10, Power Essence 10,000, Energy Crystals 100 million. Soul Altar. Complete Soul Formation. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the list of requirements. Soul Essence? Power Essence? He muttered, his voice calm, almost indifferent. Quite easy. Only God knew how difficult it was for ordinary people to obtain those items. But for Lun, it was merely a matter of time. Seeing Soul Essence on the list of items, he recalled the moment when he killed Kanpolo during the Kui Race War. When Kanpolo died, it dropped a single Soul Essence. It could be imagined how difficult it was to collect 10 Soul Essences, requiring the killing of 10 nascent Soul Tier Master rulers. But that was no big deal for Lun. He already had over 10,000 Soul Essences, so he didn't have to worry about that. Next was Power Essence, which was the same. He also already had it. These items are very useful, Lun remarked. Not only were they useful for activating the Galactic Fortress, but Power Essence was also needed for the promotion test. He had previously duplicated it in large quantities, so obtaining 10,000 was no problem. The last thing needed for the promotion test was 100 million crystals. Needless to say, Lun had crystals as numerous as the grains of sand on a beach. Lun then turned his gaze to the next item, the Soul Altar. Soul Altar, huh? Lun asked himself. He then inspected the attributes of his own Soul Altar. Soul Altar, Universe EXP, plus 100%. Attributes, plus 100%. Skill cooldown reduction, plus 50%. Sold. Not active. How do I activate this? Lun muttered. Since becoming a Tier 3 ruler, he had never activated his Soul Altar. Lun pondered for a moment, recalling when he first formed his altar core. He remembered sensing a sword shadow within himself. With a slight focus of his thoughts, He concentrated and tried to look inward. In an instant, a breathtaking sight appeared. Lun was stunned. "Whoa," he whispered in surprise. In the silence of his mind, he saw something spinning inside him, a shadow of a galaxy, metallic black, shimmering with tiny white points of light scattered among its spirals. The galaxy rotated slowly but brimmed with energy. Its beauty rivaled any galaxy he had ever seen during his time on Earth. "If I'm guessing correctly, this mission must be related to forming a soul. It's probably connected to the soul altar within me," Lun concluded after thinking more deeply. Reflecting on it, he became curious about regular altars, golden altars, and even the royal altar. "I'll ask Nito about it later," Lun decided, not wanting to overthink. Lun pondered over other soul altars, regular altars, golden altars, and even the royal altar. What if there was a higher level? A concept crossed his mind, a soul altar beyond the universe level. Smack. He suddenly gave himself a light slap. "I need to stop overthinking," he muttered with a wry smile. Others might spend their whole lives just trying to form a single soul altar, while here he was thinking about altars beyond the universe level. "Never mind. I should go to the hospital later to clear my head," he said with a small laugh, finding humor in his own thoughts. After all, overthinking wouldn't get him anywhere. Refocusing on his mission, Lun stared at the screen in front of him. "Next soul formation mission," he said eagerly. This was the most crucial part of it all. With anticipation, he pressed the soul formation mission feature and waited for what would happen. Mission: soul formation, a mission for the chosen rulers. Form the strongest soul to conquer the universe. Steady your heart, focus your mind, stand tall, and walk with the souls of true rulers. Mission duration: unlimited. Cost to unlock the trial: greater than free. Each failure will permanently reduce attributes by 10%. Greater than 1 soul essence. No penalty. The cost will double for each subsequent trial. Lun carefully examined the mission screen, scrutinizing the words displayed there. "Just like the previous missions," he whispered softly, recalling the promotion mission to Tier 3 he had undergone before. He snorted lightly, staring skeptically at the screen. "This system is getting more devious by the day." Choices like these. Are they running low on soul essence? He muttered cynically, feeling the system was becoming money hungry. "Should I take the trial now?" Lun pondered to himself. The situation was currently one of war, and he didn't know how long he would spend within the soul formation mission's trial. Lun observed the teleportation hub around him, hearing and seeing explosions caused by the towers aimed at killing the alien creatures emerging from the portals. Even though the intensity of the attacks had decreased significantly, they were still dangerous. To ease his worries, Lun opened the Alliance chat and the class system. He saw that most were safe, leaving only a few islands marked with red level threats. Alright then. Now, Lun made up his mind after thinking for a while. His island wasn't under severe pressure, and he had left many of his clones on standby to help the Human Race Alliance in case they were needed or encountered high-level creatures. Reopening the mission panel, he selected their soul formation mission. "Do you want to undertake the soul formation mission?" "Yes." "Please choose a payment method." "Free. 1 soul essence." 1 soul essence. As soon as he selected the 1 soul essence option, Lun's body seemed to be sucked in by some force. And gently, he saw his surroundings change in the blink of an eye. He looked around and found himself on a vast field of fresh green grass. As far as the eye could see, Lun saw only fields of green grass, with bright-colored flowers scattered here and there, making him feel at ease. Wash, a gentle, fresh breeze blew, brushing against Lun's face and tousling his short hair, caressing his entire body with the softness of nature. He took a deep breath, feeling as if he were standing on a mountain peak, amidst a flower-filled garden brimming with peace. "Ah, so refreshing," he exclaimed in admiration. Everything in that place felt so real and captivating, yet Lun remained cautious. "Is this just an illusion?" he asked himself, now examining every detail closely, hoping to find something unusual. A moment later, his eyes caught sight of a strange object in the distance. A round sphere floated atop a tall white pillar shaped like a cylinder. He slowly approached. Soul Construction Orb. Insert a piece of the soul to receive an evaluation from the Soul Construction Orb. The higher the level of the soul piece, the higher the evaluation of the soul produced. Current evaluation: soul dash strength 0, defense 0, intelligence 0, agility 0. Okay, so now what? Lun asked in confusion. Aside from the item's description and a simple evaluation from the construction orb, there were no other useful features. He examined the pillar holding the soul construction orb, only finding the smooth surface of the support pillar, nothing else. Lun, who was closely inspecting the pillar and the soul construction orb, turned around and saw several 5-meter-tall portals suddenly standing upright on the ground. Not just one portal. More portals kept appearing. They materialized from the empty air above, then quickly dropped down, crashing into the ground and disturbing the grass that swayed gently above the soil. Damn. Such an unaesthetic trial, Lun muttered with slight annoyance. He could have slept on the grass beneath his feet if it were possible, but now, seeing dozens, hundreds, even thousands of portals descending from the sky and ruining the fresh grass was irritating. Each portal was almost identical to the others. The only small difference was the figure on top of the portal, some shaped like objects, others shaped like animals, and some resembling humans. Lun stepped slowly toward the nearest portal that stood tall in front of him. The door stood 5 meters high, made of green jade material that emitted a soft glow. Its sides were adorned with fine but sturdy hexagonal patterns, creating an artistic and mystical impression. Atop the door, a turtle-shaped figure adorned the portal's pinnacle, as if symbolizing it. A holographic text appeared before him. Soul Door. Hard-shelled turtle. A turtle living in the boundless ocean, capable of enhancing the durability of its shell. If your strength is insufficient, do not waste your life attempting to defeat it. Read the description with a slight smile. An interesting turtle, he said lightly, as if talking to himself. Without a second thought, he stepped closer and slowly extended his hand toward the portal. When his skin touched the portal's surface, it felt as though he was dipping his hand into water, soft, fluid, yet without any resistance. You have successfully entered the Soul Door. In an instant, the scenery around him changed. Lun, who had previously been standing in a vast field of grass, now found himself standing on the edge of a beach. The sun shone brightly in a clear blue sky, and the sound of gentle waves greeted him. Pristine white sand stretched along the shoreline, while palm trees swayed. Chapter 211, Entering the Soul Door. In the silence of the beach, Lun took a deep breath. The fresh air mixed with the strong sea breeze made him more alert. Something bad was approaching, and the feeling grew stronger. He closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the flow of energy around him. Far off in the ocean, a giant creature slowly emerged from the water's surface. A 10-meter-tall turtle stared at him with eyes that seemed to hold a grudge from the past. On its snout, a white orb of light formed, growing larger with each passing second. The gleam of light vibrated the air around it. Hard-shell turtle. Rank, Soul C. Soul Energy, 10,000. Defense, 90. Attack, 40. Lun calmly observed the large creature, then gave a faint smile. Ah, so you're the one here, he muttered, as if he had just found the answer he was seeking. Not far from the shoreline, Lun saw the giant turtle more clearly. Its shell was dark green, large, and sturdy. The sunlight reflecting off its shell made it look like an impenetrable steel shield. The turtle's head stretched out, preparing an attack with the ever-growing orb of light in its mouth. The creature's eyes locked onto Lun, as if they were old enemies meeting again in a final battle. Lun, while staring back, raised an eyebrow, letting out a small sigh. What's your problem? I didn't mean to end up here. His words were followed by a mocking grin that adorned his face. As if understanding the taunt, the orb of light on the turtle's snout changed color to a deep blue. Streams of energy began to hiss, creating splashes of water around it. Pow! Lun watched the blue orb shoot out slowly, as if time had stopped. He merely shifted slightly to the side, letting the attack miss without much effort. This light orb is too slow, he muttered quietly. The shot continued onward until it hit a coconut tree not far from the beach. Boom! A small explosion occurred, sending sand flying into the air and creating a shallow crater in the ground. Lun stared at the result of the attack with a blank expression. A big question formed in his mind. Is this some kind of promotion test to master level? He murmured, frowning in confusion at why the attack was so weak. Even if he had taken it head-on, he was sure he wouldn't have been hurt. Maybe not even after years. System. Are you kidding me? Lun grumbled, speaking to himself, or more accurately, to the system he usually relied on. However, there was no response, only the sound of the wind blowing in his ears. Wash. But there was no answer, only the wind blowing in his ears. In the distance, the giant shell turtle once again formed an orb of light in its snout, ready to shoot again. Lun just sighed, already used to the system's silence, not even expecting to get a response. All right, let's finish this. His voice was calm, though there was a hint of annoyance in his tone. Sing. Lun drew his golden sword, setting his gaze on the turtle in the middle of the sea, then started running toward it without a second thought. Splash! The seawater splashed as he broke through the small waves, his legs now submerged up to his knees. Damn! Why am I running into the sea? Lun cursed at himself, only realizing his mistake now. Not used to fighting in watery areas like the seaside, Lun approached the turtle with small steps. Feeling foolish, Lun stopped thinking about it for a moment and activated his long-range skill, Sky Sword Rain. With a quick motion, golden blades began to appear in the air around him, floating like mosquitoes ready to strike. Kill it for me, Lun said lightly. Immediately afterward, the golden blades shot straight toward the green turtle in the middle of the sea. Successfully hit hard shell, dealing plus 120 damage. Successfully hit hard shell, dealing plus 112 damage. Only 120? Lun was surprised. Even though his attack was strong, the turtle's HP bar, which reached 10,000, still had plenty left. At least 80 more attacks like that would be needed to finish it off. Meanwhile, the turtle's shell glowed green. A protective layer formed around it, reducing the damage it took. Successfully hit hard shell, dealing plus 15 damage. Successfully hit hard shell, dealing plus 15 damage. Damn it, Lun muttered in surprise. Far away, the turtle's shell emitted a green light, forming some kind of protective layer on its back. The light lasted for 5 seconds before finally disappearing. Despite being protected by damage reduction, Lun could see the turtle's HP bar decreasing quickly. It made sense, considering his golden blades numbered in the thousands at this point. Successfully killed hard shell. Dropping hard shell, see. In an instant, Lun heard the notification of the kill. He was initially pleased, but after reading the reward he got, his face turned sour. Damn it. Why is the system so different now? Lun felt that since the race war event had ended, the system's behavior and functionality had changed somewhat. Not even any EXP, how stingy. Lun cursed again. Though he couldn't do anything about it, he quickly approached the spot where the hardshell turtle had died, where the hardshell item bubble awaited. With a vortex plate, Lun reached the bubble in an instant. Bending down slightly, he then picked up the item bubble on the surface of the water. Obtained hardshell, see. Lun stared at the shell, observing how it looked exactly like the turtle shell of the creature he had just slain. His eyes narrowed as he read the item's description, continuing to curse at the increasingly confusing system. Hard shell, see. When used, it provides strong defense to the user, offering protection that can save lives in critical situations. Ocean Fortress reduces damage taken by 90% for 5 seconds. During this crucial moment, enemies will feel the power of the sea protecting you, causing hesitation in their attacks. Cooldown 5 minutes. Note: soul items, pretty good, Lun said casually as he stared at the item in his hand. The hard shell had a defensive ability that could reduce damage by 90%. This kind of defense is really useful, he muttered, imagining how impactful it would be in a battle against high-level creatures. It could be a crucial barrier to minimize the massive damage from strong enemy attacks. Lun's gaze then shifted to the last note about the item, particularly the part mentioning soul item. He frowned, trying to connect the dots. Is this item only meant for building something related to the soul? Lun guessed, feeling that the item might be more than just a regular defensive shield. He recalled the glowing orb he had once seen in the middle of a green plain. That orb was called the Soul Construction Orb, and it seemed that the item in his hand might be part of the process of forming soul-based power. Store it for now, he said while placing the turtle shell into his space ring. He took a deep breath, letting his mind relax for a moment as he enjoyed the beauty of the beach around him. The cool sea breeze blew gently, providing a brief calm after the battle wash. However, after a few minutes passed, Lun realized a major problem. How do I get out of here? He shouted in panic. He turned around, but couldn't find a clear way out. Damn system, where are you? He yelled, beginning to curse the system harshly. As if hearing his complaints, the system finally responded. Successfully killed a soul. Hard shell turtle, you will be teleported in 1 minute. A countdown appeared before his eyes, and the seconds began ticking down one by one. Good. At least you understand now, Lun sighed in relief, though feeling a bit embarrassed by how he had begged like a child asking their mother to open the door so they could go play outside. The moment of anxiety he had just experienced made him laugh at himself. 1 minute passed, and as promised, Lun was teleported back to his original location. Now, he was standing again on a vast plain filled with flowers of various colors and shapes. A cool breeze blew, carrying the fresh scent of flowers, and the giant 5-meter-tall portals still stood where they had been before. Each portal had its own unique characteristics. Let's continue, Lun said confidently. He now felt he understood more about how this trial worked. His task was clear: to enter the available portals and find items to form his soul power. Without wasting any time, Lun set his sights on the nearest portal. The portal was red like hot lava, surrounded by glowing pebbles beneath it. Above the portal stood a statue of a short, human-shaped creature. Each limb was made of hard stone that emitted a menacing red glow. Golem, Lun thought to himself. He recognized the type of creature he would be facing. Without hesitation, Lun stepped forward, entering the portal that glowed like burning embers. His body was immediately pulled by the portal's power, and in an instant, he vanished from the vast plain, ready to face the next challenge. Chapter 212, Be a Level Guardian Soul. Lun slowly opened his eyes, squinting as he tried to adjust to the searing heat. The air around him felt heavy and suffocating, with the pungent smell of sulfur filling every breath, causing him to grimace slightly. What a strange smell, Lun muttered, fanning his nose as if to drive the scent away. He stood at the edge of a steep mountain, the ground beneath his feet glowing bright red, radiating extreme heat. Cracks along the surface emitted a yellowish-orange glow, shimmering as though alive. Below him, A stream of lava flowed sluggishly, sending up waves of heat that spiraled into the air like thin wisps of dancing smoke. You have successfully entered the Soul Gate. Where is the Guardian Soul? Where's the golem? Lun asked himself, his voice echoing among the silent rocks. He turned his head, scanning the area with full alertness, searching for signs of life. Yet, all he found was an expanse of lava-covered rocks, occasionally puffing steam, as if the place had been abandoned long ago. Far ahead, Lun spotted a small hill. From the cracks along its surface, hot steam billowed out, forming a thin curtain that floated in the air. Curious, Lun decided to approach the hill, carefully treading along the edge of the steep mountain. Throughout the journey, he moved cautiously, aware that even the slightest misstep could send him tumbling into the boiling pool of lava below. Blup. Blup. Soft bubbling sounds from the lava echoed around him, like a whispered threat. Despite having reached level 50, Lun could still feel the tension building in his chest, swallowing hard as the bubbling grew louder. No matter how strong his body had become, his human instincts kept him vigilant. His survival instincts remained as sharp as ever. Phew, it's really hot, he muttered, wiping the sweat trickling down his temple. Lun paused for a moment and opened the spatial ring wrapped around his finger. His fingers moved quickly, searching for something inside the storage space. Ah, found it, he exclaimed cheerfully as a book appeared in his hand. The book was blue, encased in a glowing white cover that looked both elegant and sturdy, protecting its contents from damage. A brief description of the book surfaced before his eyes, clear as day. Aqua Barrier creates a water shield that protects against fire attacks. The user gathers soul energy, forms a water sphere in their hand, and hurls it forward, generating a shield that extinguishes flames and reduces heat. Level 1, 10,000. Base defense, 1,200. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requirement, level 20, universal. Without hesitation, Lun decided to learn the skill. Do you want to learn the skill book? Aqua Barrier, yes, no. Yes. Congratulations, you have learned the skill. Aqua Barrier, congratulations, you have acquired new skill. Aqua Barrier. Lun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The system seems smoother now. Has it finally recovered from its chronic issues? He muttered, confusion evident in his expression. Usually, the system's information was sparse and unreliable, like a broken machine. But this time, everything appeared detailed and well organized. Good. Lun shrugged it off. He opened the skill description panel for Aqua Barrier, and found 2 new features, upgrade, and forget. Intrigued, he selected the upgrade option, and a pop-up window appeared before him. Please insert Insight Stone. The system panel displayed a slot to input the number of Insight Stone required for the upgrade. Insight Stone contains universal insights and can be absorbed. Insight points, 100. Insight level, low. Type, universal. Lun checked his inventory and found over 100,000 Insight Stones. However, he decided to use only 10,000 for now, preferring to save the rest for emergencies. Using Insight Stone X 10,000 to upgrade. Aqua Barrier, skill level successfully upgraded. Aqua Barrier to level 6. Hearing the successful notification, Lun smiled with satisfaction. He checked the skill panel and saw that Aqua Barrier was now at level 6 with 40% progress toward the next level. This should be enough, he muttered. Without further delay, he activated the skill. Immediately, a blue shield with ripples reflecting light appeared around him, encasing him like a serene sphere of glass. Lun felt as if he were inside a protective bubble, shielded from the scorching heat outside. Much better. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a soothing coolness. Must be the effect of reaching level 6, Lun remarked with a slight smile, satisfied with his wealth and progress. Few could level up their skills this high in one go, and he was among the privileged few. Let's move on. With the water shield surrounding him, Lun resumed his steps along the edge of the lava pool, heading toward the nearby hill, suspecting it might hold the soul guardian he was searching for. Ugh! Lun heard a deep groan from behind the hill, the sound reverberating through the hot air. His suspicions were confirmed. The guardian soul was here. With determined steps, he reached the hilltop and surveyed the area beyond. There, a vast lava pool stretched out, one side spanning approximately 30 meters. The pool glowed with a fiery orange light, releasing steam that made the air even more stifling with its sulfurous scent. In the center of the pool, a colossal figure immediately captured Lun's attention. A massive stone creature, towering at 10 meters tall. Its entire body was made of hardened rock, coursing with molten lava that flowed like blood. Its glowing round eyes burned with life and fury, locked onto Lun. Lava golem, a creature born from ancient magma that hardened over millennia, carrying heat potent enough to melt crystals. This monster's molten skin radiates with deadly force, launching fireballs and slashing with lava claws. Each of its steps leaves a fiery trail, transforming the ground into an impassable sea of magma. Rank, Soul B, Soul Energy, 40,000. Defense, 3000. Attack, 2400. Inferno Rampage. The lava golem heats its body to extreme temperatures, then detonates, dealing 200% of its total attack damage. Afterward, the surrounding ground turns into magma, inflicting 10% damage per second for 5 seconds. Cool down, 30 seconds. Chapter 213, Using Divine Eyes. A B-rank soul, Hutton muttered, examining the lava golem's stats displayed before him. Its towering figure and molten body made it look like a giant from the depths of hell. Yet, it was nothing more than a practice dummy. He was confident he could take it down in seconds. This thing has 30,000 more soul energy than the hard-shelled turtle I fought earlier. And 3,000 defense? How tough could that be? Mused. Comparing the lava golem to the previous turtle, it was like night and day. Well, it is a B-rank golem, he said lightly, feeling no sense of threat. Far off, the lava golem had already detected Un's presence. The massive creature began to move, its steps heavy but deliberate, advancing through the bubbling lava pool toward him. Ugh. Ah! The golem raised its massive right hand, clutching a blazing fireball that spun wildly. With slow but powerful movements, it hurled the fireball straight at Un. Damn. That's fast. Un was shocked to see the fireball shoot like a bullet. Without thinking, he immediately jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Boom. The fireball struck the ground hard, creating an explosion that shook the earth around Un, leaving a large crack where he had been standing moments ago. Not bad. Pretty strong, Un said with a slight smile, observing the smoky fissure in the ground. Whoosh. Un was still focused on the explosion area when he suddenly sensed another attack. Without needing to look, his instincts kicked in, making him kick to the side to dodge. Sure enough, the lava golem wasn't stopping. This time, it hurled several fireballs at once. Boom, boom. One fireball after another shot towards him, but Un evaded them with ease. His movements were swift, leaping between lava rocks gracefully, as if dancing amidst the rain of fire. The fireballs were fast compared to the previous attacks from the hard-shelled turtle, but for Un, it meant nothing. He knew that while the golem's attacks were fierce, its real strength lay in its defense, not its offense. Crack. As Un was enjoying his evasive movements, the ground beneath his feet trembled oddly, as if something was about to burst from the earth's surface. Crack. The ground fractured, emitting a flash of orange light. From within the crack emerged a massive skeletal hand, blazing with orange lava. The giant claw shot up from the ground, swiftly reaching Un's leg. Clutch. Un gasped before he could react. The lava claw had already seized his leg. Its grip was firm, and the heat from the lava burned even through his aqua barrier protection. Your body has received 10 points of damage. A system notification appeared at the corner of his vision, making Un frown. Damage notification? Huh, interesting, he thought, slightly surprised. But he had no intention of staying trapped. Quickly, he raised the golden sword in his right hand and slashed toward the claw gripping him. Slash. The golden sword sliced through the lava claw like a hot knife through butter. The claw shattered into pieces, and lava splattered in all directions. Un immediately jumped back, creating some distance from the trap, his sharp eyes monitoring the golem still standing across from him. The golem seemed to move faster, perhaps enraged by its failed attack. I need to finish this quickly, Un muttered as he prepared his sword, readying himself for a counter-attack. Un's eyes locked onto the lava golem, which was now approaching, each step making the ground tremble as if echoing the power of the earth itself. You're pretty strong, golem, he said with a sly smile, giving a thumbs up. Even though he had just escaped from the claw's grasp, Un showed no signs of frustration or anger. Instead, he looked like someone who had just found a new toy. Watching how the lava golem moved, slowly but with undeniable power, Un couldn't help but feel curious. I wonder if I can get a soul in the form of this lava golem, he thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He recalled that every soul gate contained only one soul entity, like when he had previously entered a soul portal and fought the hard-shelled turtle. After defeating the turtle, the system detected that Un had slain it. Since he had only killed one turtle, it confirmed that each soul gate contained only one soul. In that case, what if I try duplicating it later? He whispered softly, as if making a promise to himself. This soul gate was a special item, just like the Alpha Orb during the system's first event. If that could be duplicated, then perhaps the soul gate could be as well. But Un didn't want to drag this out. The fight had to end soon. With steady hands, he activated one of his favorite abilities. Divine Eyes. Divine Eyes. Sharpness of vision and reflexes are significantly enhanced when this skill is active, making it easier to detect enemy weak points and speed up actions. This skill is ideal to activate before battle or when facing a tough opponent. Active for 30 seconds. It increases attack and speed by plus 50% when striking enemy weak points. Level 9, 20%/8.640 kx. Base sharpness plus 120%. Rarity. Legendary. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requirement, Tier 3, Universal. A golden aura enveloped Lung's eyes, making him look like a god observing the world from above the clouds. His eyes, now sharper and clearer, scanned every movement of the lava golem, detecting weaknesses in the layers of stone and the flow of lava that encased its body. With divine eyes active, every move the golem made appeared slow in his vision, every weak spot glowing bright before him. He could see indicators marking the eyes and joints as critical points. Vortex plate, he whispered in a low yet controlled voice. Instantly, a thin white disc materialized from thin air, hovering in front of him. His favorite flying device appeared as if summoned by its master. Without hesitation, Lung jumped onto it, his body floating lightly in the air, ready to strike. From atop the vortex plate, Lung could see the entire lava pool churning below, along with the sturdy body of the lava golem walking steadily toward him. Chapter 214, Killing Lava Golems. Prepare yourself, cute lava doll, Lung muttered, his gaze burning with excitement. Adrenaline surged through his body as he raised his golden sword, igniting a 2-meter-long golden light along its blade. He stood firm atop the vortex plate, ready to attack like a meteor descending from the sky. As Lung rushed toward the lava golem, the giant raised its massive hand, preparing to hurl a blazing fireball. But Lung was even more prepared. With agile movements and sharp reflexes, he spun to the side, evading the fireball that shot past him with searing heat. Slash, he shouted, the sound of his sword slicing through the air, emitting a sharp gleam as it swung toward the golem's seemingly fragile joint. Lung's first slash generated a wave of golden energy that struck the golem's arm joint, followed by 4 shadow sword waves trailing closely behind, as if determined to ensure the attack landed. Successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 450 damage. Successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 284 damage. Successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 244 damage. The damage notification from the first slash rang out, surprising with the amount of damage he inflicted. The previous battle with the hard-shell turtle only resulted in 15 damage points, but now his main slash delivered 450 points, and the shadow sword waves added over 200 points each. The notification sounds echoed in Lung's ears. He was stunned by the numbers displayed. In his earlier fight against the hard-shelled turtle, his single sword strike, Sky Sword Rain, only inflicted around 15 points of damage, but now, his primary slash scored 450 points, and the shadow sword waves contributed over 200 points each. The lava golem roared fiercely, its voice shaking the lava pool surrounding it. The pain from Lung's attack triggered the golem's fury, and without hesitation, it unleashed more fireballs, attempting to rain attacks down on him. Hey, come on. Hit me again. Lung laughed with satisfaction, enjoying the thrill of dodging the exploding fireballs. The golem's large, somewhat rounded body reminded him of a giant teddy bear he once saw in a toy store on Earth. Despite the danger, there was an undeniable cuteness to it. Using the vortex plate's teleportation, Lung appeared and disappeared from one side to another, effortlessly evading the fireballs hurled by the lava golem. The tool's flexibility allowed him to move across kilometers in the blink of an eye, making the battle feel like a game of whack-a-mole. Successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 461 damage. Successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 277 damage. Successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 281 damage. With each teleportation, Lung took the opportunity to launch another attack, gradually depleting the lava golem's soul energy. In less than 10 seconds, he managed to reduce the monster's energy by almost 10,000 points. The lava golem didn't remain idle. The surrounding lava pool now bristled with giant skeletal claws, towering 10 meters high, ready to snatch Lung at any moment. These claws opened wide like carnivorous flowers, waiting to ensnare their prey. Ugh! The golem's growls grew harsher, and the heat around it intensified rapidly. Thin orange bubbles formed around its body, expanding and becoming more impenetrable. Lung observed from a distance, narrowing his eyes as he noticed the golem's energy surging. Ah, so you're activating there. Inferno Rampage. Skill, he muttered softly, standing atop the vortex plate while keeping a close watch on the monster's transformation. The lava golem's soul energy was now down to just 12,000, but the reddish-orange shield enveloping it had grown to a diameter of 20 meters, ready to explode at any moment. Damn, this bubble is huge, Lung said as he eyed the golem's shield, which had reached a 20-meter diameter, glowing red as if about to burst. Boom! A massive lava eruption burst forth from the golem's body, spraying with incredible force and covering a 30-meter radius. The blast was so powerful that the red-hot lava spread like a wave of death, threatening to burn everything in its path. Your body received 150 points of damage. Your body received 12 points of damage. Your body received 12 points of damage. Despite the wave of heat hitting his body, Lung suffered minimal damage. Even after taking the brunt of the golem's massive explosion, he only lost 150 health points. an insignificant amount to him, while within the 30-meter radius, the lava's burn effect continued to deal 12 damage points per second for 5 seconds. Why does this feel like nothing? Am I really this strong? Lun chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his voice. The lava golem had used its ultimate skill, yet the result was disappointing. Maybe it's because this is just a level B monster, he thought. Without dwelling too much on it, he pulled out a black sword from behind his back. Alright. Let's use both, he said with a faint smile, eyeing the golden sword in his right hand and the black sword in his left. With both weapons in his grasp, he looked like a swordsman ready for a deadly duel. If I had royal silver armor, I'd look like a complete knight, Lung joked, imagining himself in full armor, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Refocusing on the ongoing battle, successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 451 damage, successfully attacked lava golem, dealing plus 262 damage. The effect of Abyssal Curse is active. Lava golem is paralyzed for 5 seconds. What? Lung froze for a moment, surprised by the effect of the black sword he had just wielded. Oh right. I almost forgot about Master Black's ability, he said with an amused smile. He had become so accustomed to using the golden sword that he almost forgot the special power of the black sword now hanging in his left hand. Before his eyes, the lava golem froze, its large head drooped like a sleeping child. How does this monster look cuter than most kids? Lung thought, finding the golem's submissive posture amusing. Alright. It seems I've wasted enough time. Alright. It seems I've wasted enough time, he said, his gaze turning serious once again. Without hesitation, he moved the vortex plate toward the lava golem, preparing for a merciless finishing blow. Successfully defeated lava golem, dropping, Magma Fury Core. Soul B. Chapter 215, Build Soul and Fuse. It didn't take long before the lava golem finally collapsed, its massive body falling into the lava pool, splashing hot liquid in all directions. From the remains of its body, a round orb made of lava stone floated up. Magma Fury Core. Soul B. When used, this item boosts the user's attack power, channeling the lava golem's rage to unleash devastating fire-based attacks. Hell Wave increases the user's attack power by 200% for 10 seconds. During this time, each attack has a chance to burn the enemy, inflicting fire damage over time. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Ah, so the dropped item matches the Soul Guardian of the Soul Gate. Lung murmured thoughtfully. Lung recalled obtaining the hard shell after defeating the turtle, which had extraordinary defensive abilities. Now, after defeating the lava golem, which mastered fire attacks, he received the Magma Fury Core. A pattern seemed to emerge in his mind, as if each guardian passed on its unique ability through the soul item it left behind. After examining the item for a moment, Lung stored it in his spatial ring. He looked up, gazing at the sky, which glowed with a fiery red hue, as if waiting for something. Still waiting in silence, Lung finally shouted loudly, "Hey, lousy system, where are you?" Lung's loud voice broke the silence, and a few seconds later, the familiar system notification echoed. Successfully defeated lava golem's soul. You will be transferred in 1 minute. If only you were human. Lung gritted his teeth. Annoyed with the system's cold behavior, he took a deep breath, trying to stay patient, and waited for the minute to pass. When the time expired, Lung felt his body pulled by an invisible force, and in an instant, he reappeared on a vast grassland. In front of him stood the magnificent Soul Gate portal, emitting a soft, glowing light. Lung glanced toward the area where the lava golem's Soul Gate had been, only to find it completely gone, as if it had never existed. Vanished, Lung muttered, slightly disappointed. Then, his attention shifted to a large orb in the distance, radiating a mysterious aura. Alright, I'm curious how soul construction works, Lung said, stepping toward the soul construct orb not far away. From a distance, the object appeared like a large glass sphere containing swirling white smoke, creating a mystical and mysterious sensation. The closer Lung stepped, the more he felt as if he were approaching something arcane. Finally, he stood right in front of it, his eyes narrowing as he observed the panel that emerged from the sphere. Soul Construction Orb. Please insert soul fragments to receive an evaluation from the Soul Construction Orb. The higher the grade of the soul fragments, the higher the soul evaluation that will be generated. Current evaluation: Soul Strength 0, Defense 0, Intelligence 0, Agility 0, Construct, Fuse. 2 new features. Lung frowned, noticing the added options on the orb's panel. These features hadn't existed before, making him wonder whether the orb could detect the soul fragments he had collected. Can this orb read the fragments I possess? He muttered, stroking his chin. Lun already had 2 soul fragments, Hard Shell of C grade and Magma Rage Core of B grade. Driven by curiosity, Lun decided to try out the new features, starting with the Construct option. The system panel changed immediately. In front of him appeared a pattern with a large circle in the center, surrounded by 10 smaller circles, all connected by thin white lines. Lun touched one of the smaller outer circles, and a notification popped up. Please insert a soul fragment. It seems these 10 circles are the slots for inserting soul fragments. Lun nodded, realizing how the system worked. The interface reminded him of a game UI, like when a player was about to combine or craft items. Without hesitation, Lun inserted the 2 soul fragments he had, Hard Shell, C and Magma Rage Core, Soul B. As the fragments were slotted, the white lines connecting the central circle to the 2 adjacent smaller circles lit up, displaying waves of energy flowing briskly around them. Another notification appeared, breaking Lun's train of thought. 2 soul fragments detected. Would you like to build a soul? No, Lun said, shaking his head. He decided to stop the merging process. Exiting their Construct feature, he returned to the main panel and selected the next option, Fuse. The same system display appeared, but with a slight difference. The central circle was still surrounded by smaller ones, but this time there were only 3. Below the pattern was a brief explanation. Fuse, combine 3 souls of the same grade to obtain a new soul. S-grade soul, requires 3 S-grade souls. A-grade soul, requires 3 A-grade souls. E-grade soul, requires 3 E-grade souls. 3 souls. Huh? Lun grinned slightly, feeling excited by the challenge. He knew exactly how to use his duplicate talent to gather the necessary soul fragments quickly. Alright. It seems I need to build a soul first, then proceed with Fuse, he said as he closed the feature panel and returned to the Construct menu. Before inserting the fragments into the circles, he duplicated their Magma Rage Core, Soul B, duplicating Magma Rage Core, Soul B, 10,000 times. Are you sure? Yes. Without any extravagant display, 10,000 Magma Rage Cores appeared in Lun's spatial ring. Lun nodded in satisfaction. With nimble fingers, he returned to the Construct panel. Eyeing the circular pattern he had already understood, one by one, he began placing Magma Rage Core fragments into the 10 small circles surrounding the central one. 10 soul fragments detected. Would you like to build a soul? Yes, Lun answered eagerly. As soon as he gave the command, the entire circle on the panel began to vibrate. The 10 outer circles exploded into brilliant white light, each releasing a burst of energy that converged into one. The connecting lines between the outer circles and the central one glowed even brighter, revealing a pattern resembling woven threads of light that tightly bound every core, as if drawing out all the power from the fragments. Chapter 216, Gakka Time. The fusion animation lasted for several seconds, displaying intricate patterns that glowed and swirled as if merging soul energy. When the light dimmed, the fusion result appeared on the front page of the soul construction orb. Lun could see a small creature in the shape of a worm, with lava-like skin covered in sharp glowing red spikes. A baby worm, Lun muttered, frowning at the sight. The small creature on the panel resembled a young version, with large gleaming eyes that gave an innocent impression despite its body being covered in sharp spikes. Lun then examined the attributes of the lava worm he had just created. Soul, spiked lava worm, C, soul energy, 700, strength, B, defense, C, intelligence, D, dexterity, C. Molten ambush. The lava worm burrows into the ground and hides, waiting for a passing enemy. When the enemy gets close, the lava worm leaps from the ground and attacks with destructive fire, dealing 250% of its regular attack damage and inflicting a burning effect, causing an additional 50% damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Huh? That bad? Lun muttered, his eyes scanning the ability description on the panel. The result was far below his expectations. And it's a dear soul, he added in a frustrated tone, shaking his head. Not only is the ability poor, but the attributes are also very low, he continued, his voice now laced with sarcasm. He couldn't hide his disappointment upon seeing the lava worm, which had sub-attributes for a dear soul. Lun ignored the creature and quickly returned to the Construct feature, intending to run another experiment. He inserted another 10 Magma Rage Core pieces into the small circles. Soon, the system displayed a confirmation. 10 soul pieces detected. Would you like to build a soul? Yes, he replied quickly, hoping for a better outcome this time. The fusion process began once again. The 10 outer circles emitted bright white light, connected by glowing lines leading to the large center circle. However, this time, when the light dimmed, an unexpected notification appeared. Failed to build soul. What? Lun shouted loudly. His strong hand grabbed the soul construction orb, shaking it in frustration. Ugh. Damn it, he hissed angrily, almost smashing the orb. Calm down. calm down. Let's try again, he told himself, trying to keep his emotions in check. With 9,981 magma rage core pieces still in his ring, losing 10 pieces wasn't a big deal. As before, he inserted 10 pieces into the circles, confirmed the fusion, and waited for the result. The same process repeated, but this time, the outcome was just as bad. Failed to build soul! Exclamation mark. Fuck, Lung took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as the cool aura around him began to fade. With a forced smile, he repeated the process 3 more times. Each step was the same. Insert 10 pieces. Confirm fusion. Wait for the result. If it fails this time, I'll destroy you, he thought, more serious than before. Failed to build soul! Exclamation mark. Crack. Without thinking, Lung kicked the pillar supporting the soul construction orb. The hard impact shattered it, and the sound of cracking filled the room. Damn it, what's going on? He shouted, his anger exploding uncontrollably. Hey, stupid system! Show yourself, he shouted to the sky, hoping for an answer. But nothing happened, only a gentle breeze blew softly, brushing through his short black hair. Lung stood silently, unsure who else to direct his anger toward. He turned and looked at the previously broken soul construction orb. Strangely, it was now fully restored, without any sign of damage. Yeah? You are tough, Lung murmured in resignation, realizing how foolish it was to fight against an indestructible system. However, an idea suddenly struck him. No, I have a system too, he whispered, a glimmer of hope emerging in his mind. Wait. Still on cooldown, he muttered again, disappointment creeping back into his voice. He wanted to duplicate the soul construction orb to perform thousands of attempts at once, but the idea was thwarted by the cooldown restriction. Out of ideas, Lung decided to stop attempting to build a soul for now. It was pointless if the success rate was so low. It would just waste time. While waiting for the cooldown to end, he decided to search for other soul pieces. Lung turned to the endless portals surrounding him. For a moment, he wondered who was behind the appearance of these portals, but he chose to ignore that curiosity for now. All right. Come out, he whispered lightly. Immediately, golden and black swords began emerging from Lung's ring space, floating gracefully in the air. The number of swords continued to grow, from hundreds to thousands, until they surpassed 100,000, filling the sky around him. Ahaha. You are indeed strong, he said softly, though in his heart, he still mocked the cursed system. Echo Phantom, he whispered slowly, his hundreds of thousands of swords suddenly transformed, forming figures identical to him. Yes, they were all clones of Lung, each inheriting half of his original strength. Binding skills, Echo Phantom, clone with 50% attributes, Blade Warp, teleport to sword location, Phantom Exchange, swap position with sword, Phantom Assault, sword passively auto-attacks nearby enemies. All of you, enter the portals and defeat the guardians within, Lung commanded the clones. Although it felt strange to talk to himself, he did it anyway. Yes, boss. Got it, boss? A big question mark formed in Lung's mind. He didn't expect his clones to respond, let alone simultaneously. Each of them answered, albeit with slight delays. Lung watched as the clones entered the soul portals, looking eager and fearless. From a distance, they resembled a swarm of ants sneaking into small caves, the soul portals. As the owner of the clones, Lung could sense the view from each of their perspectives. Ugh, I feel a bit dizzy, he muttered, massaging his temples. Observing 1 or 2 clones was easy, but hundreds of thousands? That was overwhelming, so he stopped after a brief glance. Through one clone's perspective, Lung saw himself above the clouds, surrounded by white mist and a few floating soap bubbles. Inside the bubbles were human figures, completely unclothed. Yes, entirely unclothed. It's massive, the real Lung murmured, startled by the sight. However, he quickly brushed aside any strange thoughts that crossed his mind. Chapter 217, Cloud Man. Cloud Man, a mystical being formed from ever-changing clouds. It can create illusions from mist and smoke, confusing and disorienting its enemies. This entity floats gracefully, manipulating the weather to summon thunderstorms and call forth gusts of wind. Tier, Soul A, Soul Energy, 400,000, Defense, 8,000, Attack, 11,500. Mist illusion creates illusions from clouds, making it seem as if multiple copies of itself are attacking. This causes enemies to strike at shadows, reducing their accuracy by 50% and lowering their attack by 50% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Dear A. Huh? Murmured the real Lung, observing the clone's perspective above the clouds. Lung, or rather, the clone, stared at the cloud man before him without comment. Without hesitation, he activated Lung's ultimate skill. Sword Heaven Prison. Skill 4, Sword Heaven Prison, summons a sword prison to trap enemies for 5 seconds. Reduces enemy attributes by 50%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Immediately, a massive sword descended from the sky, heading straight for the cloud man inside the bubble far away. Not just one, but 3 other golden swords surrounded him. Once all 4 swords fell, a transparent barrier formed into a cube, trapping the Cloudman inside the bubble. "You're too relaxed," the real Lun murmured lightly, satisfied with the success of his sword prison. He was about to shift his focus away from the clone's view when a middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed around him. "Hello, young friend." The clone Lun turned, finding the Cloudman standing casually on a floating cloud. His broad smile sent a chill through Lun's heart. When the clone looked back toward where the Cloudman had been imprisoned, he saw nothing but an empty golden sword prison. "Am I caught in an illusion?" Lun wondered to himself. Seeing Lun not respond, the Cloudman's wide grin turned somewhat sinister. With a gentle wave of his hand, a colossal cloud appeared above the clone Lun's head. The cloud was massive, about the size of a football field, and it descended, intending to crush the clone Lun, who appeared no more than an ant in comparison. The clone Lun did not remain idle. The golden sword in his hand glowed brilliantly, extending to 100 meters in length. With a full swing from behind, the blade's light cleaved through the enormous cloud above him. The massive cloud trembled, then gradually dissipated. "Not bad," the Cloudman remarked, impressed by the clone Lun's skill. Soon after, he noticed countless golden swords materializing around the clone Lun. "The aura of this swordsman is deep. It's been a long time since I've seen anything like it," the Cloudman muttered emotionally, forming a hand seal. A white barrier emerged, surrounding him. Tang! The first sword clanged against the barrier and fell. Tang! Tang! "Your swords are strong." But, before he could finish his sentence, a powerful slash from behind sliced the Cloudman's body in two. "You talk too much," the real Lun observed. Still monitoring the battle between his clone and the Cloudman, he watched the Cloudman's body reassemble. Though his soul energy was halved by the direct slash. "Damn, how did this young man move so fast? Is he a mage?" the Cloudman wondered, bewildered. He had not even sensed when Lun had shifted positions. He eyed the clone Lun with newfound caution. "Come on. Again, bro," the real Lun instructed his clone. Without hesitation, the clone Lun directed the golden blades toward the Cloudman, bombarding him with sword strikes. One by one, the swords clashed against the Cloudman's barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered. Seizing the opportunity, the clone Lun teleported again and delivered a direct slash toward the Cloudman's neck. In the span of a single breath, the clone Lun was already behind the Cloudman, ready to execute the next slash. However, his movement faltered as multiple Cloudmen appeared in front of him, identical to each other. "How do you like my illusion skill?" From a distance, the Cloudman spoke smugly. His other illusions echoed the same words, temporarily confusing the clone Lun. The clone Lun didn't waste time. A fan with a brown wooden handle appeared out of thin air. He waved it a few times, and waves of pure energy spread out from him as the center. Goddess of Enlightenment fan. A fan made from the feathers of a sky swan, forged for 1,000 years with the lightning of the god of destruction. Type, active artifact. Grade, pure artifact. Essence, 615. Ability, soul purification, activates the pure soul energy contained in the fan. Eliminates all illusions around the user and within the user's soul, refreshing the mind, making it healthier and calmer. Regular use increases charisma and the positive aura of the owner. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Each time the waves of pure energy passed through one of the Cloudman's illusions, the illusion disintegrated effortlessly. "Damn, a pure artifact," the Cloudman muttered, shocked. Not wasting any time, he immediately fled for his safety. The clone Lun activated the Vortex Plate's teleportation ability, appearing beside the fleeing Cloudman. "No!" the Cloudman shouted, eyes wide in fear, shocked to find the clone Lun right behind him. Slash! A decisive and merciless slash cleaved through the Cloudman's body. Successfully killed Cloudman. Dropped. Illusion Cloud. Soleil. A notification sounded, and a transparent bubble containing an item shaped like a cloud appeared. "Easy," Lun said casually, watching the Cloudman perish. He then severed his connection with the clone. Surveying his surroundings, he saw thousands of his clones moving in and out of portals. "It's truly beautiful having so many staff." "No, clones," Lun boasted, reveling in his duplication talent. He felt a bit overwhelmed, still trying to manage his mind to avoid getting too focused on his clones' perspectives. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a chair from his spatial ring, followed by a table and some food. He didn't forget to take out the fan he used earlier, Goddess of Enlightenment fan. "I'll need 10 more fans like this to deal with that stingy black system," Lun murmured to himself. Chapter 218, Long Whisker Dragon. Lun then sat on the chair and lifted a piece of roasted meat to his mouth. The smoky and savory aroma immediately filled his nose. As his teeth bit into the meat, the soft juices burst on his tongue, leaving a salty and slightly sweet taste that made him pause, savoring every chew. Delicious. Chewing slowly, he leaned back in the chair, making himself as comfortable as possible. After finishing his bite of venison, he grabbed a bottle of fruit juice from the table and took a few sips. The cold, refreshing liquid flowed down his throat, leaving a subtle sweetness in his mouth. Slowly, He lowered the bottle and took a deep breath. Delightful, Lun sighed in satisfaction. His previously joyful expression now twisted slightly as if something intriguing had crossed his mind. Through the vision of one of his clones, Lun noticed something captivating. He saw his clone standing tall before a massive dragon with a green-scaled body and two massive, muscular arms. The dragon had long whiskers flowing gently in the air, adding a mystical aura to the 20-meter-tall beast. Its muscular body radiated immense physical strength. Each step made the ground tremble, and the fearsome aura it exuded made the air vibrate. Its eyes gleamed sharply, revealing both rage and vigilance. Long-Whisker Dragon. From the depths of darkness and the Earth's molten core, Longshan is a creature born of dreams and catastrophe. It emerged during the eruption of the ancient Earth, a fusion of green forest energy and ancient spirit. Rank, Soul A, Soul Energy, 370,000, Defense, 10,000, Attack, 10,000. Ability, Dragon Fury, doubles physical strength and speed. When activated, the dragon's scales glow bright red, and its eyes radiate fire. Cooldown, 5 minutes. A whiskered dragon? Pretty ordinary, Lun muttered, still lounging lazily on his chair while observing his clone facing the massive green dragon in the distance. Indeed, the dragon's whiskers were long, almost reaching half of its elongated body. Its appearance resembled the long dragons from ancient Chinese folklore but with disproportionately short, powerful arms, giving it a strange look compared to its large, serpentine form. What's the point of having a long body with short arms? Lun sneered while continuing to watch. Not wanting to waste time, the clone began to move. Golden swords materialized around him, their gleaming blades causing the distant whiskered dragon to tense, locking its gaze on the clone. Attack, the clone muttered. In an instant, tens of thousands of golden swords flew toward the whiskered dragon, raining down mercilessly on its body. Ugh, the dragon did not retreat. Seeing the incoming swords like a storm of arrows, it swung its long tail in an S shape. With a single powerful swipe, it shattered the approaching blades. Tang, Lun's swords scattered, producing metallic clangs as they clashed with the dragon's iron-hard tail. Tag. The whiskered dragon kept whipping its tail, fending off their sky sword rain. Assault. Clone remained in place, with no intention of moving. His calm eyes tracked the dragon's every movement, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Blink. Suddenly, Clone vanished and reappeared behind the dragon's long neck, his sword raised, ready to slash the dragon's neck in a swift, decisive strike. Slash. The strike was executed, but it hit nothing but empty air. Clone was momentarily startled, glancing around in confusion to locate the dragon's new position. His head turned in every direction until it stopped on a distant figure, an old man with long white whiskers standing tall, smiling. Ho ho. Teleportation? Lun murmured, popping a grape into his mouth with a relaxed grin. Why are old men always so powerful? Lun mused to himself, recalling how nearly all the strongest individuals he had encountered were elderly men. Kark. Lun squinted, observing the old man stretching as if he had just awoken from a long slumber. The sound of muscles flexing echoed from afar, piquing Lun's curiosity about the old man's true strength. Lun blinked as he checked the status panel of the old man. The information confirmed that the elder was, in fact, the whiskered dragon in human form. Now, his aura felt even stronger, nearly twice what it had been before. Just as I thought, this old man's attributes are twice as strong now, Lun muttered, his eyes still fixed on the status panel while enjoying his meal. The panel displayed average defense and attack stats of 20,000 points, surpassing Lun's own base stats without any enhancement buffs. Young one, you are strong. The old man's voice was raspy but calm, like someone emerging from a long hibernation. His tone was lazy, yet there was genuine gratitude as he continued. Thank you for waking me. Lun gave no response, but his clone wasted no time. In an instant, the clone teleported and appeared beside the old man once more. Slash. Ugh. The clone's sword sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, but this time, the old man effortlessly caught the blade with his small fingers. Hey. Why the rush? He remarked casually, as if making small talk. Without a word, the clone activated another skill. Area of Light. Skill 3. Area of Light. Creates an area of light in a 100-meter radius. Increases all attributes by 100%, negates enemy healing, plus 100% damage to dark creatures. Lasts 10 minutes, has a 1-hour cooldown. A burst of light suddenly exploded from the center of Lun's clone, spreading within a 100-meter radius. The sacred glow emitted a majestic aura that made the old man pause momentarily, his heart trembling. He was about to speak, but this time, Lun's black sword moved, slashing mercilessly at the old man's neck. I told you. His words were cut off as blood dripped from his fingertips. The old man's small hand, which had tried to catch the sword, was now severed, his fingers falling to the ground. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly teleported 50 meters away, attempting to heal his injured hand. Damn, I knew it. But before he could finish his sentence, Lung's clone reappeared behind him, launching a series of relentless slashes. Successfully attacked Long-Whisked Dragon, dealing plus 1,300 damage. Successfully attacked Long-Whisked Dragon, dealing plus 1,280 damage. Damage notifications chimed in Lun's ear. Each slash struck with deadly precision, forcing the old man to retreat slowly, his wounds worsening with every blow. Ugh! Suddenly, the old man let out a deafening roar, the sound of a dragon echoing like thunder, creating shockwaves that trembled the ground around them. However, Lun's clone did not falter. He moved swiftly, his sword glimmering like lightning as he rained down attacks without mercy. Tang! Tang! A loud clang rang out as the old man attempted to parry, but his movements were cautious, as if knowing that one wrong step could spell his end. Fear flickered in his eyes as he continued to retreat from one position to another, unwilling to face Lun's attacks head-on. Stop! Stop! He shouted desperately, his voice echoing in panic. His body was in shambles, blood seeping from unhealed wounds. Far from the grandeur he had shown earlier. Sword Heaven Prison. Lun ignored his pleas. His clone activated the sacred human skill, and 4 giant swords descended from the sky, embedding themselves at the 4 corners, trapping the old man within a glowing golden dome. The old man's eyes widened. He glanced around, surrounded by gleaming golden mirror walls that reflected his trapped image. Ignoring the pain from his injuries, he slowly approached one of the walls, reaching out as if trying to touch it, as if reminiscing about a distant past. His fingers halted just at the surface of the mirror, and for a moment, he seemed dazed, staring at his own reflection. However, Lun gave him no more time. His clone was ready with the next strike, and the old man knew there was no escape this time. Inside the bright golden prison, the old man knelt, his shoulders trembling, and tears streamed down his wrinkled face. Please, stop. You win. His voice quivered, drenched in fear and despair. His sobs were faint, filled with hope, as if searching for a way out of his doomed fate. But his tear-filled eyes failed to notice the dark shadow looming above. A giant sword poised to strike from above. Outside the prison, Lun raised his golden sword high, sacred light wrapping the blade with a deadly sheen. Without hesitation, he swung the sword with a calm, deliberate motion, yet brimming with power. The slash sliced through the air, and in an instant, the aura of the sacred sword pierced the golden prison walls, striking the old man within. The long-whisked dragon's body froze momentarily before splitting cleanly in two, as if a thin cloth had been torn. The gleaming golden aura vanished along with his life, leaving behind only 2 lifeless halves, devoid of sound. Successfully killed long-whisked dragon, dropping dragon whisker. Soleil. Lun absorbed the notification calmly, ending his observation as his clone began to fade. Chapter 219, Waiting for the S-level soul piece. Ah, how pleasant. Lun let out a long sigh, allowing himself to sink into the rare comfort he seldom experienced. This time, there was no need for active movement. He could just sit back in his chair, letting the fresh breeze caress his face, and feel the soothing chill washing over him. Beside him, a selection of fresh fruits sat on the table, their vibrant colors tempting him. He grabbed one and bit into it slowly, savoring the sweetness spreading across his tongue. Lun leaned back, straightening his spine, and enjoyed the view from the open terrace. Meanwhile, a faint glimmer sparkled in his eyes, a sign that his consciousness was connected to the clones scattered across the world. He didn't just see what they saw, he could feel every surge of adrenaline, every swing of the sword, and the heat or cold they encountered. Strike the abdomen. That's the weak spot, Lun muttered to himself, his eyes tracking the movements of one clone locked in battle with a large monster, searching for an opening between its hard scales. Don't get careless, watch your back, he said louder, like a coach giving instructions. The clone swiftly turned and slashed an attack coming from behind with perfect reflex. Lun gave a slight smile of satisfaction. His remarks were inevitable. Like a pro player observing a beginner, he wanted the newbie to follow his instructions exactly to ensure the best results. Far away, one of his clones was locked in combat under the scorching heat of the desert sun. A massive sand serpent, its body gleaming with scales as sharp as rotating saw blades, slithered effortlessly over the sands. The serpent measured over 20 meters long, its gaping mouth ready to crush anything foolish enough to approach. The clone dodged with agile movements, keeping his eyes focused on the serpent's unpredictable slithers, while his golden sword shimmered under the sunlight, poised to strike. Elsewhere, in the depths of a dark ocean, another clone confronted a colossal B-rank clam. The shell of the clam was as hard as steel, and each time it slightly opened its maw, a low-pitched vibration pulsed through the water. This vibration was not just a sound. It penetrated the mind, causing dizziness and disruptive hallucinations. Yet, with remarkable composure, the clone kept his distance, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Lun felt no concern that his clones wouldn't succeed in slaying the soul beasts guarding the portals. For him, failure was simply out of the question. After all, each of his clones was equipped with top-tier combat gear, including the divine-grade Vortex Plate artifact, which allowed them to teleport instantly and hover in midair. Additionally, every clone carried the time ring, which reduced skill cooldowns by 80%, making it easy for them to unleash abilities rapidly. Not to mention the two-part sword set, one golden, the other black, that each clone wielded in case they faced a particularly tough enemy. Extra golden swords were always at their disposal, ensuring that other clones could step in if necessary. Lung's smile widened as he watched each of his clones fight. Yet, despite the fragmented perspectives flowing through his mind, a nagging thought persisted. I still haven't found an S-rank soul, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with reflection. Is it really that difficult? His gaze shifted deeper, scanning from one clone to another. Desert sands, dark forests, snowy mountains, and the deepest ocean floors. His clones had spread across every corner of the world, collecting souls from countless monsters. But most of what they found were C-rank creatures, a handful of B-rank ones, and only a rare few A-rank. Out of the hundreds of thousands of clones deployed, only around 10 had managed to capture A-rank souls. For the rest, defeating C and B-rank soul beasts was as effortless as mowing grass. Could I be lacking in luck points? Lun chuckled, recalling stories where protagonists were blessed with absurd luck, stumbling upon unimaginable powers from the most trivial events. Well, I suppose I've been lucky enough with my infinity duplicate talent, he mused, letting out a soft laugh. That chuckle was followed by a brief glimmer in his eyes, memories flashing back to when he first set foot in the celestial realm. He remembered arriving on a tiny island, surrounded by an endless sea of clouds, with no idea what to do next. Back then, he had been so weak, possessing nothing but the sheer will to survive. Yet, as if by miracle, he had acquired a talent that defied the laws of nature, something far beyond his imagination. With his duplication ability, he carved his path, step by step, until he now stood as the supreme ruler of humankind. Level 50, Lun muttered, his tone carrying a hint of boredom. He glanced at his status screen, carefully reviewing the numbers that reflected his current power. Status: Name, Lun, Tier 3, Leader of the Sovereign 3. Level, 50. 23%. Attributes: SDR 22877, AGA 22921, INT 20423, RES 21726. Class: Swordsman. Skills: Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/ Area of Light, Sword Heaven Prison, Sacred Heart Sword, Sky Sword Rain. Sub-skills: Double Slash, Sword Aura, Quick Movement, Light Barrier. Equipment: Divine Sword plus 15, Void's Tri-Boots plus 15, Celestial Shadow Cloak plus 15, Wrath-Forged Claws plus 15, Crown of Temporal Mastery plus 15. Artifact: Time Ring, Pure, Vortex Plate, Heaven, Mud Summoner's Necklace, Goddess of Enlightenment Fan, False Soul Ring, System Chat Message, Human Race of Earth, Alliance, Staff, Market, Divine Sky Realm, Friend, Cute Cat, Laras, Orb Island. Lun felt excitement every time he reviewed his system panel. His attributes, surpassing 20,000 points, were the result of various buffs, from core essences, titles, soul altars, and other sources that indirectly boosted his stats. This was in addition to the free attributes he gained from leveling up. Even Nita, who was at the same level as him, could only manage around 15,000 points on average. I wonder how high the attributes of those top alliances are, Lun thought, recalling the 5 leading human alliances. Probably not more than 10,000, he muttered, making a rough estimation. Most of them were still early tier 3, with limited items, making it nearly impossible for them to catch up to him. His attention shifted to the market feature in the system panel, which still displayed the same interface as before, complete with a section for sales posts. In the market panel, Lun could apply detailed filters, sorting by price, posting time, seller name, and more. Browsing through the highest selling items, he found tools for enhancing power, such as equipment, stones with white or green hues, and even construction materials for island structures. Aside from these popular commodities, he noticed a few premium items like Insight Stone, Skill Book, Rare, and others. Seeing these listings, Lun couldn't help but comment. Aren't they afraid of being hunted? His thoughts were justified. Several people had reportedly died after listing high-quality items on the market board. Therefore, anyone still daring to post such premium items likely had strong backing. They were likely leveraging the market to expand their network or find buyers offering immense profits. Driven by curiosity, Lun opened the system chat feature. System chat messages: Human Race of Earth. Heavy rain. Thank you, Princess Hana. You saved my life and my family's. Also, thank you to Alliance Leader Lun, Myra. Why is the help taking so long? I've paid my taxes, but the government can't even protect us. Damn it, bring my family back. White cloud, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to end it all. Roger, if anyone needs escort services, send me a message. Friendly rates. Lun scanned the chaotic chat system, filled with complaints, pleas for help, and service offers. The messages flowed endlessly, filling the screen with a mixture of hope and despair. One message from a man threatening suicide caught his attention, while a desperate cry from a mother searching for her family made him sigh. How am I supposed to save everyone? He pondered as he gazed at the horizon. If they rely on me forever, what will happen when I'm gone? A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew he couldn't be their sole protector without giving others the chance to grow. Pwah! Lun yawned, sleepiness creeping in as he waited for his clones to deliver results. It had been over 20 minutes with no signs of an S-grade soul fragment. Damn it, still nothing, he muttered in frustration. However, the hard work of his clones had yielded 10 A-grade souls so far. Closing the status panel, Lun reached for the spatial ring on his middle finger. A flash of light appeared, and a large epic chest materialized before him. A slow smile spread across his face as he imagined its contents. While I wait, I might as well go treasure hunting. Huh? He chuckled softly. He sat on the ground, pulling the chest closer. As he began unlocking it, he felt the intricate carvings and cold surface beneath his fingertips. Like a child impatient to open a present, Lung hoped his luck would continue. Chapter 220, Heaven Level Artifact, Time Freeze. Lung stared at the confirmation panel in front of him. Clasping his hands together in anticipation, he closed his eyes and muttered a luck incantation, like an experienced shaman performing a ritual. Die once, live once, get lucky once, he murmured seriously, as if the chant had been proven effective. Goddess, please, he whispered softly, completing his ritual before finally pressing the confirmation button. Open. Epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. The epic chest before him began to tremble, shifting slightly on the metallic floor. Aloha echoed, as if energy was gathering, ready to explode at any moment. The purple lid creaked open slowly, releasing a blinding white light that intensified until it turned into a swirl of golden radiance filling the room. For a moment, it felt like time had stopped around Lun, the world waiting in suspense to reveal what treasures lay within. With a soft click, the lid opened fully, revealing the contents inside, shining with brilliance. As the light dimmed, the hidden treasures were unveiled. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. High-grade energy crystals X21. Agility boosts. Level 40 X1. Blood pendant. Pure artifact X1. Black sand X12. Pure blood X4. Nice. A pure artifact on the first try, Lung said enthusiastically. His gaze locked onto the shimmering red pendant within the chest. He reached out, lifting it for closer inspection. Blood pendant. Pure artifact. The blood pendant is an ancient vampiric artifact, usable only by those with strong resolve. It glimmers with a dark crimson aura, striking fear into enemies while granting extraordinary regenerative abilities. Ideal for frontline fighters, the pendant absorbs the power of enemies to strengthen its wearer. Type, active, passive artifact. Grade, pure grade. Essence, 8000. Abilities, Blood Pact, active. Crimson Veil, passive. Vampiric Strike, active. 1. Blood Pact, active, absorbs 15% of the enemy's HP with each attack for 30 seconds, healing the wearer. 5-minute cooldown. 2. Crimson Veil, passive, increases physical and magical resistance by 50% and provides immunity to poisons and curses. If HP drops below 20%, it automatically activates a blood shield that absorbs 30% of incoming damage for 10 seconds. 3. Vampiric Strike, active. A counterattack that crystallizes the enemy's blood, increasing damage based on the HP absorbed, applies the blood decay debuff, reducing the enemy's HP regeneration for 15 seconds. Lun scanned the item description casually. To most people, the blood pendant would be extraordinary, but for him, it was average among other pure artifacts. Even so, its effects were dangerous enough to make anyone willing to fight to the death for it. With this pendant, long battles would no longer be a problem. The descriptions are very detailed, he muttered. After the entire race war had ended, Lung noticed the system was now providing more precise information. He wondered if this signaled a change in the system. Whatever, he shrugged, dismissing the thought. Lung pulled another chest from his space ring. This time, a purple chest adorned with gold trim sat elegantly before him, waiting to be opened. He took a deep breath, readying himself before pressing the confirmation button again. Open. Epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. Once again, a burst of colorful light erupted from the chest, making the room shimmer like a festival of radiance. Lung remained focused, hoping for even more valuable items. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. Night Bow, level 30 X1. High-grade energy crystals X10. Saniu seeds X10. Lung glanced at the materials, plant seeds, and the black bough with leafy tassels that had merged. Uninterested, he skipped over the item descriptions. Lame. Moving on, he sighed in disappointment. This time, and pulled out over 100 epic chests from his space ring at once. He summoned a few clones to assist him. "Hey! Come over here and help me," he called out. The clones, who were near the soul portal, quickly responded to his summons. "At your service, Master. How can I assist you?" one of the clones asked curiously. "Sit down and help me open these chests," Lun ordered, gesturing toward the rows of chests. The other clones gathered, following Lun's instructions with enthusiasm, enjoying the cool breeze circulating through the trial room. "If anyone finds a heaven-grade artifact, I'll treat you to roasted venison," Lun announced, dangling a tempting reward. The clones' eyes gleamed hungrily as they focused on their tasks, their fingers swiftly pressing the confirmation buttons. Lun also began opening the chests before him. "Open, epic chest. Are you sure?" "Yes." The over 100 clones worked in unison, opening the chests with a synchronized hum. Flashes of white light flickered across the room. Whenever golden light emerged, Lun knew it meant a high-grade artifact had appeared. One by one, the chests revealed their contents: potion ingredients, weapons, skill books, talismans, and more. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained, Fire Spear, level 35 x1. Crystal Dew x5. Wind Barrier skill x1. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained, Skill Book, Thunder Domain, Rare, x1. Energy Crystals x8, Kaloya Leaves x6. Lame. "Next," grumbled one of the clones, frustrated at the lack of valuable items. "Hey, did you get anything good?" another clone asked. "No," replied the clone beside him, sounding disappointed. Lun observed his clones interacting with each other. "Do they even know each other?" he thought, puzzled by how lively they seemed despite being mere shadows of himself. "Master, I found an artifact," one of the clones suddenly shouted, running toward him with a chest in hand. Lun focused intently. From within the chest emerged a small blue crystal etched with intricate patterns. Chrono Crystal, Heaven Artifact X1. Lun's eyes locked on to the crystal, sensing the gentle pulse of energy flowing from it, as if it were calling forth power from the universe. His hand trembled as he picked it up, realizing the immense strength it contained. Chrono Crystal, a deep blue crystal adorned with intricate glowing patterns. When touched, it emits a soothing, cold aura, as if stopping time around it for a brief moment. Inside, a swirl of blue light moves slowly, indicating its connection to the flow of time. Type, Active Artifact. Grade, Heaven Grade. Essence, 178,000. Time Freeze, Active. Halt time for 10 seconds, freezing everything around the user while allowing them to move and plan their next steps without interruption. This effect can be activated once every 24 hours, providing a strategic opportunity to change the tide of battle or evade danger. Use wisely. Lun stared at the crystal in awe. 10 seconds, he whispered to himself. 10 seconds to decide between life and death, he said lightly. He loved this item for its ability to stop time. But how far does its range extend? Lun wondered curiously. And the 1 use per day limit? Hey, Lun chuckled softly. He didn't care too much about the 24-hour restriction. His plan? Duplicate the Chrono Crystal 10,000 times, allowing him to activate it 10,000 times a day. After admiring the heaven-grade artifact in front of him, Lun glanced at the clone who had discovered the item earlier. "Here, eat this. You can rest for 10 minutes, Lun said casually, handing the clone a piece of leftover venison. "Thank you, Master." The clone gratefully accepted the meat and expressed his thanks sincerely. He then turned around, eating freely, like a child enjoying his favorite ice cream before running off to play. "Ha ha. Ah, life," Lun muttered, smiling in satisfaction. He laughed at the strange yet lifelike behavior of his clone. It was just one of those odd, beautiful moments that made existence meaningful. Lun stopped observing his clone and turned around. But as he did, he noticed all the other clones staring at him, hoping for some meat too. "Shoo. Back to work," Lun said, waving his hand dismissively. Without hesitation, the clones resumed opening chests tirelessly. Lun went back to opening his own, lightly pressing the confirmation panels on the epic chests. Loot after loot appeared endlessly. From a bird's eye view, Lun and his clones resembled laborers performing a monotonous task, opening chests non-stop. Their movements were repetitive and dull, like a factory assembly line. Flashes of light illuminated the entire area, like fireworks bursting in broad daylight. Minutes passed. Thousands of epic chests had been opened, yet no new pure-grade artifacts appeared, let alone another heaven-grade one. "Master, I found an artifact." The voice Lun had been waiting for finally rang out. One of the clones sprinted toward him with great enthusiasm, sitting down quickly to present his discovery. Lun looked inside the chest to find a small hourglass with silver sand swirling softly. Each grain of sand seemed to dance in defiance of gravity, never quite falling but spinning elegantly through the air. Lun stood still, entranced by the artifact. Time itself seemed to stop as he examined the delicate hourglass. His hand reached out slowly, almost reverently, to touch it. The moment he did, a calm yet mysterious aura washed over him. Temporal hourglass. A small hourglass made of clear glass, framed by polished silver. The silver sand inside defies gravity, floating like tiny stars in an endless dance. When activated, the sand spins backward, granting the owner the power to reverse time and correct fatal mistakes. Type: active artifact. Grade: Heaven Grade. Essence: 182,000. Temporal rewind. Active. Rewinds time by 30 seconds, resetting all events within that time frame. This ability grants the user a second chance to correct mistakes, evade deadly attacks, or make different decisions. Can be activated once every 24 hours, but beware, careless use may result in temporary disorientation for the user. Use with caution to turn the tide in critical moments. Whoa. Another item with time-manipulating abilities. Lun muttered in awe as he read the artifact's skill description. Just like their freeze time ability. Their temporal rewind skill on the hourglass could only be used once every 24 hours, but that didn't matter to Lun. He could duplicate it effortlessly and multiply its usage. Chapter 221, 3 Heaven-level artifacts. Good, very good, you've done your job well, Lun praised. His eyes radiated satisfaction as he gazed at his clone, who had successfully found a new artifact. A faint smile graced his lips, showing his appreciation for the clone. The clone stood upright, eyes expectant, as if anticipating further rewards. As soon as Lun pulled out a deer thigh from his spatial ring, the clone's eyes lit up. The fresh aroma of meat filled the air, tempting every sensitive sense in the room. Thank you, Master, the clone exclaimed enthusiastically, barely able to contain himself as he accepted the meat. I'll resume the search right away. With excitement, the clone brought the meat to his nose, inhaling its delicious scent with satisfaction. Yum! He sighed with such enthusiasm that it made the other clones glance enviously, though clearly tempted. They could do little but steal glances before focusing back on the epic chests laid before them. Lun simply smiled, waving his hand lightly as if signaling that he was still keeping an eye on them. Very efficient, he muttered quietly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction swell within him. I should have used this trick from the start, Lun thought. Previously, opening epic chests had taken hours, but now, with the help of his clones, he had already gathered 2 heaven-grade artifacts in a short amount of time. How lucky I am, he murmured happily. However, Lun suddenly paused, his brow furrowing. Wait. Is my clone luckier than me? His mind started to spin. The clones shared 50% of his attributes. But did that also mean they shared the same destiny? With a slight doubt, he shook his head. Probably not important. As long as it's beneficial. He dismissed the thought with a resigned expression, shifting his focus back to the row of chests in front of him. All right, let's keep going, he called out lightly, settling back down and preparing to open the next chest. 3 hours passed without him noticing. Lun had been inside the mission formation trial room for more than 3 hours. During that time, Lun and his 1,000+ clones tirelessly opened epic chests. The white light that shone from each opened chest was like beautiful fireworks, though often the beauty ended with a flat expression from a clone who failed to get a good item. In over 3 hours, Lun and his clones managed to collect more than 100 artifacts, 12 of which were heaven grade, while the rest were pure grade artifacts. At first, Lun was quite surprised by the appearance of pure grade and heaven grade artifacts, but over time, he grew accustomed to it and let his clones keep whatever they found. Finally, after 3 hours had passed, all the artifacts were gathered before Lun as instructed. He felt he had spent enough time inside the trial room. However, before leaving, he decided to inspect the 12 heaven-grade artifacts he had obtained. He examined the spatial ring containing all the artifacts. Lun could see a variety of weapons, armor, and unique tools such as jars, hose, chains, and more. Every time Lun read a description, he felt amazed and excited, imagining how powerful he had become. He continued inspecting the items one by one until his attention was drawn to a black mask. The mask was made of hard black material, with small slits on the front, making it resemble a mesh. The back of the mask was lined with dark fabric, ending in golden fringes that added an elegant yet powerful touch. Mask of the Eternal Phantom, the original mask of the Dark King, capable of conjuring terrifying illusions that trap enemies in endless nightmares. Type: active artifact. Grade: Heaven. Essence: 105,000. Ability: Phantom Realm. Emits a dark aura that traps nearby enemies in illusions of their worst fears. The enemies will attack each other or even themselves. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. A beautiful mask, Lun remarked with a satisfied smile, admiring its appearance. The mask glimmered with a mystical light, as if harboring secrets from another realm. When Lun examined it closely, he could feel the power flowing within, almost inviting him to embrace the darkness hidden inside. After placing the mask back, Lun continued to inspect the other artifacts his clones had collected. His mind moved quickly, analyzing each item until he stopped at a uniquely shaped spear, about 2 meters long. The spear was a deep blue color, with a T-shaped tip, and small sparks of lightning danced along its shaft. Lance of the Stormbringer, a spear inherited from the Star Vamos, carrying the power of the stars in every strike. Feared in battles across realms. Type, active artifact. Grade, Heaven. Essence, 110,900. Ability, Storm Fury, summons a thunderstorm that accompanies the user for 5 minutes, striking nearby enemies with continuous lightning. Each hit slows enemies by 80% and reduces their defense by 50%. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Whoa. A Zeus spear? Lun muttered lightly. He was reminded of Zeus, the character known for wielding a zigzag-shaped lightning spear. Although the design was completely different, Lun could feel the power of lightning radiating from the spear. Curious about what it felt like to be a spear wielder, Lun grasped the spear with his right hand, assuming a graceful stance. Grug zaz. The moment his hand touched the spear, thunder roared in response. White clouds gathered, and flashes of lightning crackled, drawn to the storm spear in his grasp. Wow. Don't tell me this is really Zeus's spear, Lun said with a pleased grin. Just holding it elicited such a response. How terrifying would it be when the skill was activated? Only his enemies would know the true pain and fear of such an assault. You'll sleep for now, Lun whispered softly, caressing the spear before placing it back into his spatial ring. Continuing his search, Lun kept reviewing every artifact, reading through each description and evaluating their abilities. What is this? Lun muttered with furrowed brows. In one corner of the room, he saw an orange crown that resembled flames. The crown had 7 sharp points, and on top of it, an orange circle spun endlessly, glowing with a fiery brilliance. Crown of the Sun Emperor, a crown born from the scorching energy of the sun, absorbing the power of stars until it destroys them, nestled between space and time. Type, active artifact. Grade, Heaven. Essence, 141,000. Ability, Solar Dominion, activates Solar Domination mode, enhancing all magical abilities tenfold. Attacks inflict severe burning effects. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Amazing. Lun admired the luxurious appearance of the crown in his hands. Not only did it shine brilliantly, but the crystals embedded in its body added a sense of value. Each crystal had a unique and beautiful color. Not bad. Though still lacking compared to that middle-aged man, Lun mused. Recalling his promotion to Tier 1. The crown atop that man's head made him feel like dust, ready to be blown away at any moment. The crown on that man's head was thousands of times more majestic and regal than the dull crown in his hands. I wonder, what level is that person? Lun asked himself but quickly abandoned the thought, knowing it was pointless to dwell on it now. Tenfold. Huh. Alright, Lun remarked with a satisfied grin as he observed the crown's abilities, though curious about the effect of the tenfold power boost. Now was not the time to test it. Casually, he tossed the crown onto his head, trying to feel what it was like to be a king. Silence. The moment he donned the crown, Lun sensed his surroundings with heightened clarity. It was as if he was holding a powerful flashlight on a dark night. The clones around him now gazed at Lun with adoring eyes. What is this light? Lun could see himself radiating a soft, sacred glow, like divine light descending from the heavens, blessing those around him with celestial grace. Well, as long as it makes me look more handsome, I don't mind, Lun muttered nonchalantly. Who would dare reprimand him now? No one, at least not in the realm of divine skies. Without removing the crown, Lun resumed inspecting the artifacts for a few more minutes before completing the process. Most of them were low-grade artifacts that did not pique his interest. After more than 3 hours of waiting, Lun surveyed his surroundings. Nearly every soul gate within a 10-kilometer radius was now clear, with no soul portals in sight. Throughout the past 3 hours, he had received an endless stream of information about the soul shards collected by his clones. E, D, C, and B tier soul shards flooded his mind relentlessly. He had grown somewhat bored of hearing about them. Initially, the A-tier soul shards intrigued him, but even that excitement faded over time. He had collected over 1,000 A-tier shards. Despite the abundance of heavenly grade artifacts and A-tier soul shards obtained within 3 hours, Lun still felt frustrated by the absence of any S-tier soul shards. Is it really this difficult, even after 3 hours? Could they be that rare? Lun muttered in disbelief. He began to question the luck of his clones. For some reason, his clones were not fortunate enough to find any S-tier soul shards, or perhaps those shards were simply that scarce. Chapter 222, S-level Guardian Soul Arc. Lun furrowed his brows, his mind filled with worries about how difficult it was to obtain an S-rank soul fragment. He felt as if something bad was about to happen. As though danger was creeping toward him incessantly, his gaze swept across his clones, trying to find the source of the unease that had suddenly taken over his thoughts. Every clone gave off a similar vibe, a sense of helplessness surfacing. Lun's brows knitted tighter, and his lips thinned as his gaze landed on one specific clone. In front of that clone, a vast void stretched out, filled with large floating rocks drifting aimlessly. Beams of starlight occasionally shot across the scene, adding a touch of mystery to the silence that enveloped the space. Soundlessly, The void emitted a coldness that was hard to describe. Lun focused his attention on the clone, trying to recall what had happened earlier. He remembered that this clone had entered an S-rank portal for the very first time. A while ago, the clone had successfully cleared a portal guarded by a B-rank soul. After completing his mission, the clone searched for another portal and stumbled upon one that looked unusual. Unlike the previous portals, which were semicircular and slightly oval-shaped, this one was different. It was a perfect circle, hovering above the ground. The edge of the portal was pitch black, as was the center, like thick, dark liquid, ready to swallow anything daring enough to enter its darkness. Without fear, Lun's clone stepped inside without much thought and eventually found himself in the void. You have entered the soul gate. Apart from the initial warning upon entry, no further information was provided by the system. Where's the guardian soul? Lun murmured, narrowing his eyes in caution. The feeling of danger that had haunted him since earlier hadn't subsided, and this was the first time he had felt such anxiety since his clone entered the portal. All right, let's search for it, he said determinedly. Lun pulled out a vortex plate, mounted it, and began to explore the area. That way, he pointed in a random direction and sped off, hoping to discover something as he moved further. Flying at a speed of 1 kilometer per second, Lun traversed the void, going up and down in search of any boundaries. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. Nothing could be found. Damn, no guardian soul. But why do I still feel uneasy? Lun stopped at one point, trying to reassess the situation. Suddenly, a deep and heart-wrenching voice echoed, reverberating through the silent space. Child, leave before your soul is destroyed. The voice sent ripples through the void as if the universe itself responded. Lun, standing atop the vortex plate, suddenly dropped to his knees. His heart trembled, and his pulse raced. Lun felt a tightness in his chest, trying to take a deep breath even though it felt constricted. The impact of the voice affected not only the clone but also Lun's real body, which was observing from the soul trial chamber. Although the effects were weaker due to the indirect experience, a sense of anxiety still lingered. Ha ha, Lun let out a bitter laugh. Moments ago, he had cursed the system for making it so hard to find an S-rank soul, but now it was he who felt worried. There was no doubt, the guardian within this space was an S-rank soul. It wasn't just the guardian's strength that was intimidating. The very sound of its voice made Lun feel afraid. My soul destroyed? He muttered in concern. Honestly, Lun was scared. He knew little about souls. While he could rely on his items and clones to fight powerful beings, dealing with souls stirred a lurking fear that gnawed at him. Hey, system, is this trial capable of threatening my life for real? Lun spoke into the empty air, hoping the system would show some mercy and provide him with answers. The trial space is specially designed not to directly threaten the user's life. However, the user may experience real consequences, such as attribute reduction, lifespan depletion, and even soul death. What? Lun was stunned, shocked for two reasons. First, because the system actually answered him. Second, because the information it provided was horrifying. Soul death? What is that? He asked again. His voice lowered, afraid that the system might think he was being too demanding with his questions. Contrary to his expectations, the system responded once more, this time with a detailed explanation. Yes, soul death is a condition in which the host will no longer possess a soul, leaving only the physical body. This effect will drastically reduce the host's combat power by more than 90%. What? 90%? Lun shouted in disbelief. Isn't that the same as being dead? He thought. It was clear that if his soul were destroyed in this trial, his life would effectively end. Lun considered the possibility of facing the S-rank guardian soul, but his focus shifted back to his clone. At the same time, something began to stir within the void. Lun saw a jet-black tentacle suddenly emerge from the emptiness, writhing wildly toward him. The tentacle appeared to be made of thin, dark fibers, radiating a menacing aura of darkness, moving with a threatening force, ready to pierce Lun's body. With quick reflexes, Lun dodged to the side, his body moving swiftly like a shadow. He spun around instantly, unwilling to take his eyes off the black tentacle, his sharp gaze tracking every deadly movement the mysterious entity made. Damn, he muttered. Lun's eyes remained fixed on the first tentacle, which continued to lash out as if expending the momentum of its ferocious attack. However, a sudden sense of danger surged from behind. Catching him off guard, he turned and found another tentacle already speeding toward him, aiming to pierce his body without mercy. Reacting swiftly, Lun shifted positions again, moving like lightning to create more distance. This time, he flew further away, ensuring that he could monitor both tentacles, which now floated wildly like predators hunting their prey. Chapter 223, Voidwalker. SHH. Not even a second had passed since Lun moved when more tentacles began to emerge from the dark void. Not just one or two, but 5, 10, 100, and the number kept growing, pouring out from the emptiness like creatures awakened from slumber. The tentacles attacked relentlessly, coiling and stretching, trying to entrap and ensnare him. Although no loud impact could be heard in the vacuum, Lun could feel the tremendous energy within each tentacle's movement. Every swing of a tentacle carried a destructive aura, as if capable of annihilating anything it touched. Is this S-rank guardian an octopus? Lun frowned, wondering about the true form of the S-rank entity he was facing. Sesh. One by one, Lun continued to evade the tentacles' relentless assaults. However, the increasing number of tentacles was overwhelming. The attacks now numbered in the thousands. Each strand of tentacle seeming to have a clear intent to destroy him. Lun raised his hand, and in an instant, two swords appeared. One gold, one black, both radiating an undeniable aura of power. But that was only the beginning. With a wave, the swords multiplied, 100, 1,000, tens of thousands. Lun summoned every golden and black sword in his possession, flooding the empty space with dazzling light and sharp shadows. The swords immediately took flight, scattering into formation, creating spacing for the next wave of attacks. Echo Phantom. As soon as Lun activated his skill, the tens of thousands of swords transformed into tens of thousands of clones, each wielding a sword of their own, their eyes gleaming with identical resolve. The clones spread out at once, coordinating their movements to deceive the oncoming tentacles. What had once been a silent and cold space now erupted into a fierce battle. Tens of thousands of Lun's clones clashed with the dark tentacles in a deadly dance. There was no sound, yet the impact felt utterly real. You think you're the only one with a lot of tentacles? Lun smirked, a subtle arrogance curling at the edge of his lips. He kept moving, leaping from one position to another, evading the unending flurry of tentacles. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his ears, delivering grim news. Your body received 15,000 points of damage. Your body received 11,600 points of damage. Your clone has perished. Damn it, Lun hissed through clenched teeth. His clones had done their best to dodge, but some still got hit. Limbs were severed, bodies impaled, and several clones died on the spot. But the clones felt no pain. They fought on with unwavering spirit, like fearless soldiers. Lun and his clones didn't just evade, they retaliated. Their swords radiated with sharp, deadly auras. One of the clones activated, sky-shattering slash, and the sword's aura extended 100 meters, slicing through the tentacles effortlessly, as if cutting through air. Successfully attacked Voidwalker, dealing plus 80,000 damage. A single slash inflicted 80,000 damage, cleaving the black tentacles in an instant. Lun's eyes gleamed as the creature's name appeared in the notification. Voidwalker, he whispered, exhaling deeply. At last, he knew his opponent. This thing must have spatial powers, Lun deduced, pondering the Guardian's name, but that knowledge didn't dampen his spirits. If anything, it fueled him and his clones to fight even harder, determined to crush the writhing tentacles. Another clone activated, Area of Light, creating a burst of brilliant holy light in a 100-meter radius. The once dark space was now filled with blinding radiance. The tentacles recoiled as though seared by intense heat, retreating from every illuminated patch. Ahaha. Like vampires. Lun chuckled softly, realizing that Area of Light granted a significant buff to all his attributes and dealt extra damage to dark creatures like the Voidwalker. Skill 3, Area of Light, creates an area of light within a 100-meter radius. Increases all attributes by 100%, negates enemy healing, and deals plus 100% damage to dark creatures. Lasts for 10 minutes, with a 1-hour cooldown. The holy light made the tentacles writhe like worms exposed to the sun, scrambling to escape its brilliance. Lun and his clones were now surrounded by a glowing barrier of sacred energy, driving the tentacles away as they flailed helplessly. Successfully attacked Voidwalker, dealing plus 150,000 damage. Successfully attacked Voidwalker, dealing plus 173,500 damage. With the Area of Light buff active, every sword strike dealt exponential damage, scoring hundreds of thousands of points with each blow. It was like a harvester wielding the sharpest scythe, cutting through the tentacles with ease. Lun's clones moved swiftly, eradicating the dark limbs as if harvesting a field. Looks like I was worrying too much, Lun thought, recalling the fear he had felt earlier about the Voidwalker. Within minutes, the space that had once been teeming with writhing tentacles grew still. The Voidwalker's limbs dwindled drastically under the relentless assault, retreating like cornered prey facing an unbearable light. The creature hidden behind the tentacles seemed to realize how deadly Lun's radiance was, halting its attacks to avoid further losses. The clones only needed 3 minutes to clear the remaining tentacles. The chaotic battlefield now lay in eerie silence, with Lun's glowing clones standing alert. Their Area of Light skill softly illuminating the surroundings, ready for any further threats. Why hasn't it shown itself yet? Lun wondered, sensing the overwhelming soul energy of the Voidwalker from the earlier attacks. He began to consider other possibilities. Or, am I trapped in an illusion? He muttered, trying to anticipate the enemy's trickery. Without wasting any time, Lun drew out an artifact, the fan of enlightenment. With a graceful motion, he waved the fan, spreading ripples of illumination that surged outward, washing through the empty void. No. This isn't an illusion, Lun muttered. The place was real. The Void Walker hadn't trapped him in a deception. But just then, his vision flickered. One of his clones was sliced in two, perfectly bisected, falling lifelessly onto the slowly rotating vortex plate. Below. Your clone has perished. Lun's focus snapped to attention as he scanned the area. From the corner of his eye, he caught it. A black tentacle suddenly materializing out of thin air, ambushing another clone. The movement was swift, like a flash of lightning, executing without mercy. Chapter 224, The Voidwalker Figure. Damn. What a troublesome skill, Lun muttered, his jaw tightening. He hated enemies who fought like this, silent, sudden, and deadly, especially when their strength surpassed his own. Arc. The scene kept repeating. One by one, his clones were cut down, sliced in two by invisible strikes. Your clone has died. Your clone has died. Lun clenched his teeth, holding back the burning anger in his heart. Damn it. Stop. He screamed internally, but the relentless attacks continued. He had to think of something, fast. His determined eyes scanned the void, searching for a clue. Hope this works, he whispered. Gripping the fan tightly in his hand, Lun commanded his clones to transform into swords and vanish back into his spatial ring. However, not all of them disappeared. 100 clones remained, teleporting toward Lun using the vortex plate, surrounding him. Ready? Lun asked the clones now standing close to him, each face reflecting a high level of vigilance. Without waiting for a response, he activated his skill, Sword Heaven Prison. Skill 4, Sword Heaven Prison, summons a sword prison to trap enemies for 5 seconds. Reduces the enemy's attributes by 50%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. 4 massive swords materialized out of the void, shooting down swiftly and embedding themselves around Lun. Upon landing, they formed a sturdy golden barrier, creating a prison that locked Lun and his 100 clones inside. Inside the sword prison, the clones exchanged glances, watching every inch of space. Would the black tentacles return? Could they breach this prison? Seconds passed. 4 seconds ticked by with no sign of the tentacles. But just before the skill's duration ended, another clone swiftly activated the next Sword Heaven Prison, replacing the previous one, locking them in once more. Hey, can't touch me now, huh? Lun smirked, satisfied. The black tentacles remained absent, even after several moments of intense observation. And indeed, a full minute passed, with the sword prisons rotating seamlessly, shielding Lun and his clones from further sudden attacks. Lun stood atop the vortex plate, his sharp eyes observing from within the sword prison. Before him lay the void, silent and still, as though something was lurking in the darkness. He could sense the presence of the Voidwalker, though it had yet to reveal itself. Hey, stop being mysterious and show yourself, Lun shouted, his voice trembling slightly despite his effort to sound brave. Fear lingered in his heart. But it was better to confront the enemy head-on than be ambushed from the shadows. HMPH. A faint snort rippled through the air, mocking his courage. Then, out of the darkness, a figure emerged, a 3-meter-tall entity. Its body was pitch black, with long, clawed arms, ready to tear anything apart. Dark energy swirled around it, forming tentacles that danced wildly, moving as if they had a will of their own. Lun felt an overwhelming pressure crush down on him, forcing his knees to buckle atop the vortex plate. He wasn't alone, all his clones knelt as well, subdued by the invisible force. Young one, the entity's voice was calm, yet carried a weight that hinted at millennia of existence. What is your name? Lun, still kneeling, could only stare at the creature's feet. The pressure was so intense that lifting his head felt impossible, as if an unseen force forbade any defiance. Dum. His heart pounded like a machine working overtime. Meanwhile, the real Lun, back in the trial chamber, felt anxiety creeping into his thoughts. Without hesitation, the clone retrieved an artifact, the chrono crystal he had acquired earlier. The black crystal floated in midair, ancient runes glowing in neon blue along its surface. Rotating slowly, ignoring the dark figure before him, the crystal continued its orbit, seemingly defying time itself. Time freeze. The ancient runes detached from the crystal, circling around it at increasing speed, generating a chime that resonated through the air. Ting. A transparent white light radiated from the crystal, expanding outward, freezing time in its wake. Lun felt the crushing pressure ease, granting him a moment of freedom. He tried to stand, but, crack. Like shattered glass, the illusion broke, time resumed its flow, and the oppressive weight crashed down on him once more. This little thing, the dark figure remarked casually, its voice carrying a cold indifference rather than anger. Lun bit his lip, panic spreading through him. How could it fail? This is a heavily tier artifact, he thought frantically, searching for answers. If even a powerful item like that couldn't affect this being, what could? He was only a level 50 master with the Infinity Duplicate SSS talent. Though his ability was extraordinary, it meant nothing in the face of a being far beyond his comprehension. Damn it. If only my talent had destructive power, Lun cursed inwardly, feeling helplessness seep into every part of him. Hey! Why are you silent? The calm voice returned, demanding the answer Lun had momentarily forgotten. Huh? Lun snapped back to attention, recalling the earlier question. Oh, the figure had asked his name. Apologies, sir. I misspoke earlier, he replied with great effort, forcing clarity into his voice despite the lump in his throat. My name is Lun. The figure murmured, as if weighing his words. Did you not hear my warning earlier? Lun fell silent. Admitting he had intended to kill this portal guardian was obviously not an option. He racked his brain, seeking a response that wouldn't invite disaster. I am undergoing a trial, sir. I accidentally entered this room, Lun answered truthfully. He knew deceit would be useless against such a powerful entity. Ah. A master-level player? Are you a player? The figure's tone shifted, sounding more intrigued. As soon as the question left its lips, the crushing pressure vanished entirely. Lun felt light, as if standing on the beach at night, with a gentle breeze caressing his skin. Thank you, sir, he said sincerely. Rising slowly, he looked at the dark figure more closely. The dark aura wrapped around the entity formed a cloak, its tentacles continuing to sway as if dancing in the air. Chapter 225, Matsun. Lun gradually raised his gaze from its feet upward, until he saw a human-like silhouette within the cloak. And when he finally stood upright, the face beneath the hood was revealed. Lun's mouth opened slightly in disbelief, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Hello. My name is Matsun, said the figure with a faint smile. His long black hair flowed wildly like a wolf's mane, and his eyes radiated wisdom that was both calming and serene. His face appeared firm yet gentle, with a solid jawline and straight nose, exuding strength combined with humility. The young man named Matsun sat casually on the shoulders of a terrifying black figure. Lun observed the entity with unease. It resembled a grim reaper with coiled tentacles wrapped around its body, and two glowing red crystals embedded in its head and chest, surrounded by thick darkness. The oppressive aura seemed to devour the surrounding light, making the black figure appear as if it embodied eternal darkness. Lun swallowed hard, unsure of how to react. His expression was blank as he stared at the young man, struggling to believe what he was seeing. He examined Matsun more closely. The young man's clothing was unlike anything worn casually. An ancient noble robe embroidered with gold, elegant and regal. A crystal weapon hung at his waist, glowing faintly, suggesting immense power hidden within it. But the most striking feature was the ruby necklace hanging around Matsun's neck. The gemstone emitted a sinister aura, yet strangely, it did not diminish the subtle kindness in his demeanor. He was undoubtedly powerful, but there was a sense of calm and empathy behind his gaze. Sorry, I got a little bored waiting, Matsun said with a warm smile, showing no hint of hostility. His tone was light, as if they were having a casual conversation, not encountering each other in this strange situation. Lun gave a faint smile, trying not to seem awkward in front of the polite young man. However, inwardly, he felt like a fool meeting someone for the first time. His expression momentarily shifted, his mouth slightly agape in surprise. No status panel, he thought. Usually, every entity he encountered would display a status panel before his eyes. But not this time. The panel only appeared for the black figure, Void Walker, Eternal Void Explorer. Soul, Strength, Defense, Intelligence, Agility, Ability. All question marks? Lun felt his breath catch for a moment. He had seen question marks on status panels before during the ongoing inter-race war, indicating power levels too high to read. But encountering them now, in front of Matsun and the black figure, felt far more intimidating. Matsun's smile widened as he finished a soft chuckle before saying, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to join my race. Lun frowned in confusion. What do you mean, sir? He asked cautiously, seeking clarification, as if expecting the reaction. Matsun gave a slight nod, his gaze soft yet firm. If I'm not mistaken, you currently belong to the Holy Man race with a mix of others, he said clearly, as if waiting for further questions from Lun. Damn, how does he know what race I chose during the first tier promotion? Lun thought. Yes, he was indeed part of the Holy Man race, having used a Holy Man crystal core upon reaching tier 1. At that time, Lun had picked the Holy Man race at random because the name sounded powerful and intimidating. Ignoring how the man in front of him knew his race, Lun figured it must have been easy for him. Lun then asked, with a hint of confusion, what exactly do you mean, sir? I don't quite understand. Matsun smiled faintly, as if prepared for the question. Become part of my race. You will gain tremendous benefits. I will protect you and help you grow, he said calmly, as if the offer was the simplest thing in the world. Lun gave a wry smile, sensing something off about the offer. He knew that in situations like this, he probably didn't have the luxury of saying no. But still, he asked, hoping for a clearer answer. Can I refuse, sir? Yes, you can. Martson replied without changing his expression, still calm and friendly. In that case, I will. Lun began to decline but suddenly stopped. His mind raced, formulating a strategy. If Martson was as powerful as he seemed, perhaps Lun could take advantage of the situation. What's in it for me if I join you, sir? He asked, trying to probe deeper. Hoping to understand the offer better. You will have my protection, Martson replied, crossing his arms over his chest, his tone a bit more assertive. And I will also provide you with limitless resources. Behind his calm demeanor, Lun felt a small spark of curiosity and greed. A wealthy man, he muttered inwardly. Martson's offer sounded tempting, but Lun wasn't foolish. He knew there were significant risks in accepting the offer outright, especially if Martson had the potential to control or exploit his power. A being as powerful as Martson could easily manipulate a weaker one like Lun to obey his every whim. Lun smiled again, this time more softly, as if genuinely interested in the alluring deal. But his thoughts were far from what his expression suggested. He wanted to refuse, but before doing so, he planned to see exactly what was being offered. Pardon me, Sir Martson, may I see the resources you mentioned? Lun asked directly, wearing an expression of keen interest. As if ready to accept the offer, Martson gazed at him for a moment, then smiled faintly. He muttered thoughtfully before pulling several items from his pouch. Since you're a player, I'll give you these as a welcome gift if you decide to join me. 3 small items appeared in Martson's hand, glowing dimly, and he tossed them toward Lun casually. Instinctively, Lun caught them swiftly, his eyes immediately scanning the objects. He began inspecting each item carefully, making sure whatever lay before him could be the key to his decision. Chapter 226, Divine Promotion Elixir. The first item was a black glass bottle filled with shimmering blue liquid. Inside, small white crystals danced, following every gentle shake of the bottle. Curiosity drove Lun to open the description panel. Divine Promotion Elixir. An elixir made from the blood of gods. Anyone who drinks it will receive extraordinary benefits. Ability. Consuming this elixir will help anyone below the Emperor level advance by a full rank. Lun read the description, and he froze, his eyes widened, and his heart rate increased slightly. Am I dreaming, or is this real? He murmured, his voice almost inaudible. Doubt crept into his mind. Accepting this reality was too difficult. An elixir that could enhance someone's power unconditionally, without talent limitations, was like a fairy tale coming true right before his eyes. No, you're not dreaming. Martson's calm voice broke Lun's trance. The young man's flat gaze showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated Lun's reaction, like a gift giver who knew precisely how his gift would affect the recipient. If that weren't the case, perhaps Martson himself would have been shocked by Lun's astonished expression. Lun stared at the bottle again, now with a deeper gaze. The tiny blue crystals inside sparkled like stars in the night, dancing in the darkness, dazzling in their simplicity yet captivating. Damn. This really is a divine tier item, he whispered internally, caught between awe and disbelief. For a moment, a desire arose within him to accept Martson's offer, the offer to join him, but that thought was quickly dismissed. No, his resolve strengthened, his voice echoing in his mind. Joining Martson would mean giving up his freedom, living under the shadow of a power beyond his control. Nothing in this world is free. Lun knew well that free food always came with a steep price. He could imagine being cared for, fed, and having his power enhanced without external threats. Temporarily. But he knew, without a doubt, that when the time came, the bill would arrive, and it wouldn't be cheap. I'll surely rise to the level just below the Emperor soon, he thought, as if glimpsing a future where he broke through his current limits thanks to the elixir in his hand. But that didn't mean he could let his guard down. Excuse me, sir, does this elixir have any conditions? He asked, trying to keep his tone steady despite his pounding heart. His gaze remained fixed on Martson, who was still watching him calmly, like a father observing a child opening a long-awaited present. Yes, you can use it now and immediately advance by a full rank, Martson replied plainly, without the slightest hesitation. And yes, you must accept my prior request. Join my race. Martson's gaze shifted slightly, hinting that this was not an offer to be taken lightly. Yes. Of course, sir, Lun nodded slowly, understanding the implications hidden behind those simple words. But before his thoughts could delve too deep, his eyes shifted to the next item. Lun held a transparent crystal in his hand, shaped like a star with 5 sides of different colors. In the center, a restless red eye moved, seemingly alive, gazing back at him. A cold sensation crept down his neck, and Lun held his breath, feeling pierced by that gaze. Damn, he muttered inwardly, trying to steady his heartbeat. The item's bizarre appearance almost made him step back. Ignoring its strange form, Lun then checked the crystal's status panel. Immortal Star Crystal, an ancient crystal on the brink of death, yet it harbors a strong desire to live. Stop acting arrogant if you don't want your own power to kill you. Ability. When used, The immortal star crystal can copy 100% of an enemy's skills, with a maximum of 5 skills at a time. It is limited to creatures at the master level and below. Wow! 100% skill duplication? Lun's eyes sparkled. His mind quickly jumped to his own talent, Infinity Duplicate, SSS. Although this ability was only limited to items, it could process up to 10,000 at once and could be repeated every 30 minutes without interruption. Even if it's only effective for master-level beings, this crystal could become a deadly weapon. The terrifying possibilities made a small grin form on his face. 1,000 enemies. It would mean nothing if he could replicate all their skills. He carefully placed the crystal down, his gaze shifting to the next item, a scroll wrapped in shimmering gold, engraved with ancient symbols that glowed softly. Lung touched the exposed white paper, its texture smooth and soothing. Heart of the Elements. A scroll containing the fundamental elements of the universe, granting mastery and unity with the core elements of life. Ability: transforms all user skills into the chosen element. Water, earth, fire, or air. Provides a 100% bonus damage if the element is advantageous. An incredibly powerful item, he murmured in awe. With this scroll, he could completely change his strategy, conquering terrains that were once impossible to traverse. No more worrying about hostile environments, only total victory. Lun once again examined the 3 items before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he studied each one. Damn, I want them all, he thought, weighing the possibilities. But there was only one chance to duplicate an item this time. Lun had to choose wisely. He wanted to delay his decision a bit longer, but the young man before him wouldn't be easily deceived into giving more time. Of all the items, the most crucial for me right now is the Divine Promotion Elixir, Lun said lightly, weighing his thoughts on which item to duplicate. With the ongoing war and the loss of the Divine Sky Realm's Guardian, Lun urgently needed to increase his power and advance. And the item that fit that need was there. Divine Promotion Elixir. After duplicating 10,000 of the elixirs, he would immediately ascend to a being just 1 rank below the Emperor. From the item's name alone, he was certain that beings of that level could move freely across the universe. Lun frowned slightly, contemplating the other items. However, from a long-term perspective, their Heart of the Elements offers more utility, he thought. Chapter 227, Your clone has died. Based on the item's description, Lun understood that even a small difference could change the outcome of a battle, especially if the advantage was significant, such as having a more favorable element than the opponent. The Divine Promotion Elixir would only be useful below the Emperor level. Beyond that, it would serve no purpose for Lun. On the other hand, the Elemental Scroll would provide long-term abilities and exponential benefits aligned with his growing power. Their Immortal Star Crystal isn't worth considering, Lun muttered, looking at the Star Crystal. Among the 3, it was the weakest, only effective at the Master level and useless beyond that. Even if he could copy 100 million skills from Master level enemies, it would be worthless at the Emperor level. Since the crystal was limited to the Master level, Lun decided not to prioritize it for duplication. So, have you decided? Martson's voice broke Lun's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Lun flinched. Turning to him, the young man's expression remained calm, as if enjoying the confusion reflected on Lun's face. Lun's mind churned with conflicting thoughts. His main problem was that he didn't trust anything Martson said. He strengthened his resolve, convinced that all other beings harbored ill intent toward him, especially powerful ones whose status panels didn't even appear. Even though his real body wasn't currently in front of Martson, Lun still felt uneasy about the power Martson displayed. Fool, I need to duplicate the elixir first, he thought. He opened the Divine Promotion Elixir's description panel and quickly pressed the duplication button without hesitation. Duplicating Divine Promotion Elixir 10,000 times. Are you sure? Yes. Everything proceeded smoothly. No dramatic sounds, no flashing lights. The Divine Promotion Elixirs appeared quietly in Lun's spatial ring. Your clone has died. However, the moment the decision was made, the clone standing before Martson suddenly vanished, as if swept away by the wind. In the distance, the tentacles of the Voidwalker writhed restlessly, as though an invisible storm was raging. This kid dares to play tricks on me, Martson hissed, his teeth clenching in anger. His face, usually adorned with a smile, now darkened with menace. Was my act too obvious, or does this boy truly have an iron will? He pondered, recalling how he had carefully crafted a harmonious approach that usually tempted lower beings like Lun, but this time, the approach had failed entirely. Not only did it fail, but Lun even managed to pull a trick right in front of him. You won't escape. You will die. Martson waved his hand through the empty air. A faint crack began to form, widening into a dark fissure about 2 meters wide, resembling a portal that slowly opened. He stepped inside leisurely, followed by the Voidwalker, whose body seemed to shrink and wriggle as it entered along with its master. The real Lun, standing on the vast grassland where the promotion trial took place, watched as the dark rift appeared before him. He hadn't even had time to react when Mudson emerged from the darkness, accompanied by the Voidwalker. Just as Lund saw Mudson step out of the spatial portal with the Voidwalker trailing behind, his mind went blank. The entire world around him froze. The wind that had once howled fiercely now halted in midair, as if caught within the grip of frozen time. The sunlight, which had shimmered moments ago, was now suspended, casting no further illumination. The Lund clone, busy opening an epic chest and exploring a soul gate, stood frozen in place. Like a lifeless statue, inside his body, the rhythmic heartbeat ceased. Blood no longer flowed through his veins. No signs of life remained. Every cell, every pulse, everything had stopped. From Mudson's perspective, Lund's body appeared like a statue, standing motionless with wide eyes, frozen in a gaze of fear he couldn't hide. What kind of courage does this boy possess? Is he really that foolish? Mudson murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. He couldn't understand why Lund dared to reject his offer, even after he had dangled such an enticing reward. Never mind, it doesn't matter. I only need his talent. Mudson continued coldly, unaffected by his failure. Beneath him, the Voidwalker squirmed with excitement, as if supporting its master's statement. Let's see just how talented this kid really is, Mudson said, raising his hand and performing a series of intricate finger movements. At least, it should cover the costs of finding him, he whispered, his fiery gaze tracing over Lund's body, as though eyeing prey ready to be devoured. Begin, Mudson commanded softly, yet with undeniable authority. In an instant, millions of thin white threads emerged from his fingertips, gleaming under the suspended sunlight. The threads danced gracefully, following the rhythm of Mudson's fingers as they approached Lund's body. Open, he whispered again. Lund's rigid body suddenly moved, but his motions resembled that of a lifeless puppet. His skin stretched, and his pores widened, like doors slowly opening to reveal the flesh beneath. The flesh parted, exposing stretched veins, red and pulsing in eerie silence. Anyone witnessing the scene might have been gripped by terror, watching as Lund's body appeared like an experimental subject laid bare on a dissection table. Huh? A cosmic-level altar? Mudson whispered, his eyes lighting up as he noticed the swirling black energy within Lund's heart. The energy spun ceaselessly, radiating immense power, as if holding boundless strength within. The white threads continued to creep deeper, peeling layer by layer from Lund's heart, meticulously searching for something hidden within. Nothing? Mudson's lips quivered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. He furrowed his brow, doubt clouding his expression. Impossible. His gaze sharpened as he directed the threads toward Lund's brain, hoping to uncover something there, but once again, he found nothing. Left with no other choice, Mudson delved deeper into his thoughts. His eyes narrowed, haunted by a possibility he didn't want to consider. This boy, even in death, he dares to mock me, he growled, his voice laced with frustration. With a swift movement, the threads descended toward Lund's lower abdomen, where vital organs lay hidden, scouring carefully as though searching for a hidden treasure. Chapter 228, Void Monkey's Tale. Like a surgeon operating on a patient's body, Mudson's attention was fully focused on every part of Lund's cellular tissue and internal energy, searching for something crucial. Every nerve ending, every cell, was within the reach of his skilled magical threads. Cutting, sorting, and tracing each nerve network, he made sure not to overlook the slightest suspicion. After a long search, he finally found it, a black cluster of energy, faint and almost invisible, hiding at the tip of Lund's tailbone. Instantly, Mudson felt his breath catch in his throat. With quick yet gentle movements, he swung his hand, summoning magic energy that coiled toward the cluster, pulling it out like extracting a thorn from flesh. But then, he felt something was wrong. Terribly wrong. No, his scream echoed only in his mind, rippling with waves of panic. In a fraction of a second, the world around him shifted. There was no explosion, no flash of light, only a sudden, gripping silence. Mudson and his mount, the Voidwalker, vanished from the testing ground, as if struck down like a mosquito by lightning, leaving Lund's lifeless body to fall freely to the ground. Far away, beyond the realm of the divine skies, deep within the void of the universe, the silence was torn apart by the opening of a portal. From within, a young man emerged, followed by a creature resembling a mass of seaweed, with dark eyes and a black core pulsing within its chest. They were Mudson and the Voidwalker. Upon exiting, the Voidwalker immediately vanished, sensing the looming danger after forcefully injecting black energy into Lund's body. Mudson's breathing was short and ragged, each gasp heavy and producing harsh, rasping sounds as if his lungs were about to burst. Large veins bulged across his face, stretching his skin, while cold sweat poured down endlessly. His bloodshot eyes darted wildly as he waved his hands, opening another space portal. Mudson kept moving, slipping through the folds of space, traversable only by beings of the highest tier. Damn it, who is that boy's protector, he thought, though fear gnawed deeper at his mind. A cold sensation crept along the back of his neck, gripping tightly, choking his throat. An invisible line, like a thin, shimmering thread, followed every step he took, relentlessly pursuing him. It was the thread of fate, the red string of life entangling him. With just one glance at that thread, a fear he had never known exploded within him. There was no place to hide, no way to fight back. He could feel it, the thread was thinning, as if it would snap at any moment. My thread of fate. It's almost severed. Damn it. The words escaped his lips with fury, yet they carried a tremor of fear he could not suppress. Terror spread throughout his heart, the kind that comes with realizing his life could end in an instant, without resistance. Back at the testing ground, Lun's body still lay lifeless. However, something had changed. Small white lights began to emerge from his body, flowing gently as if healing him, slowly mending the damage done to him. Minutes passed, and Lun gradually regained consciousness. Yet, his awareness was not fully restored, and his body still felt heavy, as though it were beyond his control. Your clone has died. Your clone has died. X9999. You have received a soul attack. Your soul is destroyed. You have received a mental attack. Eternal sleep. You have entered Mutson's space-time domain. Body ceased living. Body will disintegrate. Activating emergency protection. Repairing body damage. Restoring host soul. Energy recovery in 60 seconds dash. Energy recovery in 43 seconds dash. The bold notif is black color. Lun saw millions of notifications appear on his panel, flooding his mind. All the notifications warned him that his clones had perished. The last set of messages was processed by his brain only moments later. The countdown finally ended, and Lun regained control of his body. He opened his eyes and saw the same blue sky as before. The clouds drifted slowly, and the breeze carried a fresh scent to his nose. Everything felt so familiar, as if he had just woken from an afternoon nap. Lun raised himself off the ground and scanned his surroundings. Not far away, he noticed thousands of epic chests piled up, and in the distance, the Soul Gate portal was still visible. I'm still here, Lun muttered in confusion. How did I survive? He asked himself, trying to comprehend the situation. He remembered that the moment he duplicated Mutson's divine promotion potion, he immediately received notifications that his clones had died. Shortly after, Mutson emerged from a spatial portal, standing directly in front of him. That was Lun's last memory before everything went blank, until the system began sending notifications while he was still semi-conscious. Thank you, system, Lun whispered with gratitude. Although the system often acted foolishly, it truly cared for him. Recalling how close he had come to dying, a cold chill pierced his heart. He couldn't bear the thought of what Nita would feel if he were truly gone. But what's with those black notifications? Lun recalled those moments when he was barely conscious. The notifications informing him of his clones' deaths and his soul's destruction were usually blue. However, the alerts about emergency protection and energy recovery were black. Did I get a black system? Lun mused with a wide grin. Even though he entertained the thought, he wasn't entirely sure, as he hadn't yet received any special treatment from it. Regardless, he was just grateful to be alive. I was really unlucky this time, Lun grumbled with frustration and a hint of dread. His original intent was to find a piece of an S-rank soul. But not only did he fail to obtain it, he also nearly died without a chance to resist. Fortunately, the black system helped him attack Mutson and restore both his body and soul to their original state. How could someone that powerful show up in a master-level trial? Lun asked in a serious tone. He trusted the system, but he never expected such an incident to occur. The system had mentioned before that souls could be destroyed, but the ruler's body would remain intact. Yet here he was. Without the black system's help, both his body and soul would have been obliterated. Stupid system, you almost killed me, Lun shouted in anger. If the system could manifest as a person right in front of him, he would make sure to land at least one solid punch. Apologies, Master. External interference is beyond the system's responsibility. Damn it. Get out here. Lun raised his sword high, intending to sever the system's neck. How could it respond so nonchalantly? It was in charge of the trial space. Yet now it claimed it wasn't responsible for external disruptions. I don't care. Give me compensation. Lun demanded his rights. If he had known his life could truly end, Lun would have willingly submitted to Mutson, carefully plotting his escape at the right moment. However, since the system had assured him otherwise, Lun felt safe when his clones perished or even if his soul was destroyed, believing he could still escape and find a way to restore his soul. As compensation, you have received a soul fragment, Void Monkey's Tail. Huh? Lun's mouth dropped open as he saw the notification from the system. He read it again to make sure there was no mistake. An S-rank soul fragment? Wow. Lun shouted loudly. All his efforts from a few hours ago had paid off with this item. An S-rank soul fragment. Who would have thought he could get it just by begging the system a little? Lun didn't inspect the item immediately. Instead, he straightened his posture and stood tall, facing the sun. He bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "Forgive my harsh words earlier. Thank you for this gift, O greatest system." He performed the gesture with utmost sincerity, from the bottom of his heart. His words were so heartfelt that they could even turn a demon's heart toward kindness if it heard them. Ha ha ha. Yay! Right after offering his reverent bow, Lun let out a joyful cheer. He raised both hands in the air in excitement and immediately opened the item's description. Void Monkey's Tail. S. The monkey, ruler of the void, lives eternally to maintain balance in nature. It is the first guardian to stand watch over the gateway of the universe's destruction. Thousand-hand tail. The Monkey King's tail transforms into a lethal weapon, extending and branching into 1,000 nimble hands. Each branch can wield weapons, block attacks, or subdue magical objects, granting the Monkey King a tactical advantage. With the 1,000-hand tail, he can strike from multiple angles and unleash brutal attack combinations that are hard to evade. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Amazing. So powerful. Lun murmured with excitement. Infinity Duplicate is still on cooldown. He added casually. He wanted to start building his soul immediately, but at the moment, he only had one fragment. Since he had already used Infinity Duplicate SSS to duplicate the Divine Promotion Potion, he had to wait another 30 minutes before he could perform the next duplication. In that case, I'll open the epic chests first, Lun said as he drew his black and gold sword. He then activated the Echo Phantom skill to create a clone of his weapon. In an instant, the familiar sight of thousands of opened chests returned. Lun and his army of clones sat on the green grass, opening the rows of chests laid out before them. Chapter 229, Building a Tier S Soul. Open. Epic chest. Are you sure? Yes, Lun agreed without much thought. The chest opening animation began, with a white light enveloping the chest and a slight tremor. Finally, the chest opened, revealing its contents. Not only the real Lun but his clones did the same. They moved like robots tasked with opening chests. By using clones for this task, Lun avoided the risk of assigning humans. All the clones shared the same space and could communicate through a special connection between them. Meanwhile, other clones continued to explore the Soul Gate portals, hoping to find the remaining S-tier soul fragments. In the area near, no more Soul Gate portals could be seen. Everything had already been cleared by his clones. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. High-grade energy crystals X13. Assassin boots. Level 30 X1. Power stones X5. Jasmine seeds X2. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. High-grade energy crystals X22. Yannying leaves X5. Blueprint. Killer Tower X1. Skill book. Cursed arrow X1. Successfully opened. Epic chest. Obtained. High-grade energy crystals X22. Leaf X2. Blueprint. Strong wall X1. Time passed, and after 30 minutes, the cooldown for Infinity Duplicate SSS had finished, allowing the ability to be used again to duplicate Void Tail Monkey S. Alright, let's duplicate, Lun said, standing up. Duplicate Void Tail Monkey S 10,000 times. Are you sure? Yes, he answered without hesitation. As soon as he confirmed, Lun saw his count of Void Tail Monkey S increase to 10,001, ready to be used to form an S-tier soul. Ha ha. Finally, an S-tier soul. Lun laughed with satisfaction, eager to form his S-tier soul. With burning enthusiasm, he walked toward their soul construction orb nearby. After a few steps, Lun arrived in front of the soul construction orb. The transparent orb at the top emitted a dense magical energy that was almost overwhelming. Just gazing at it left Lun slightly amazed. Without delay, Lun opened the panel of the soul construction orb, and checked the last result he had obtained when first attempting to build a soul construction orb. Please insert soul fragments to receive an evaluation from the orb. The higher the tier of the fragments, the higher the resulting soul's evaluation. Current evaluation: soul, thorned lava worm, C. Soul energy, 700. Strength, B. Defense, C. Intelligence, D. Agility, C. Molten ambush. The lava worm burrows underground and waits to ambush passing enemies. When an enemy comes near, the worm leaps out, striking with destructive firepower, dealing 250% of normal attack damage and burning the enemy, inflicting an additional 50% damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Construct, fuse. On his first attempt, he received the thorned lava worm, C. Afterward, he tried building another soul, but failure messages appeared repeatedly. Much to his frustration because of that, Lun decided to stop and search for dear soul fragments. This time, you can fail as many times as you want, Lun said with a wide grin. He was no longer afraid of failure. With 10,001 dear soul fragments in hand, it was impossible not to succeed at least once in 1,000 tries, especially if he chose to build the soul with 10 energy fragments. Naturally, Lun opted for 10 fragments without hesitation. Not only would it increase the success rate, but it would also significantly affect the final result. Not wanting to waste more time, Lun selected their construct option, triggering the appearance of 10 small connected circles surrounding a larger central one. Already familiar with the process, Lun placed their Void-tail Monkey fragments one by one into the 10 smaller circles. Each filled circle glowed white, ready to channel energy for soul construction. Once all 10 small circles were filled, the system's confirmation panel appeared, detected 10 soul fragments. Do you want to build a soul? Yes, Lun answered firmly. Immediately, the 10 circles emitted bright white light, releasing immense energy into the larger central circle. The connecting lines between the outer circles and the center lit up brightly, merging all the energy from the smaller circles into the large one. The energy radiating from the central circle grew more intense. Lun could feel a powerful rumble echoing. The once white light now turned a mixture of blood red and metallic black. Whoa, so powerful, Lun murmured, witnessing the changes in the soul construction orb. The crystal ball atop their soul construction orb, filled with swirling blood red smoke, spinning as if a massive storm was about to erupt. Lun observed with eager anticipation, his eyes gleaming with hope and excitement. After a few moments, the chaos subsided, revealing a figure inside the crystal ball. Inside the crystal, Lun saw a living creature, a muscular monkey with a long tail. Its head was wrapped in white and gold cloth that fluttered endlessly as if blown by the wind. Curious, Lun immediately checked its status on their soul construction orb panel. Current evaluation, sold. Void-tail primate, soul energy, 123,000. Strength, defense, intelligence, agility, Spectral chain. Using its powerful tail, the Void-tail primate creates 10 spectral chains that can bind and immobilize enemies. Trapped enemies cannot move or use abilities for 5 seconds. The attack also inflicts energy drain, siphoning 10% of the enemy's soul energy every second. Cooldown, 75 seconds. Wow! It drains soul energy, Lun exclaimed, his mouth agape. If he wasn't mistaken, soul energy was essential for summoning soul troops. This meant that if a summoner didn't have enough soul energy, they wouldn't be able to summon their souls. A 5-second stun, it was just like his Heaven Sword prison ability. His first dear soul also had a similar power. Lun shifted his gaze from the evaluation panel to the crystal orb atop the pillar, the soul construction orb. His eyes focused intently on the monkey inside the orb, and the monkey returned his gaze without fear, staring at Lun with seriousness, its face resembling that of a proud warrior. Seeing the monkey's expression made Lun think that it was almost human, possessing emotions and thoughts of its own. Chapter 230, Cosmic Howler, That fierce monkey, Lun thought to himself. Next, he noticed that the monkey's tail was quite long, even forming a full loop at its end. In addition, its firm muscles reminded Lun of Son Goku from the films and games he had played. Nice. Let's try creating another soul. Lun then returned to the construct feature. He reviewed the list of souls he had obtained so far. Currently, there were 2 on the list. 1. Spiked lava worm. C2. Void-tail primate. Good, Lun said with satisfaction, pleased with how easy it would be to choose the soul he needed later. He quickly inserted the soul fragments into the 10 empty slots and approved the system's confirmation. 10 soul fragments detected. Do you want to build a soul? Yes, Lun answered without hesitation. A white light illuminated the crystal ball, linking all the small circles and slowly forming a soul within. The process didn't take long. Soon after, the white light turned blood red, bringing a wide grin to Lun's face. Haha, success on the second try, Lun exclaimed excitedly. Although he had 10,001 dear soul fragments, he was still satisfied that he avoided excessive failures. I'm curious, what abilities will this creature have? Lun said, eagerly watching the developments inside the soul construction orb. Shortly after, the formation was complete, revealing a monkey standing upright inside the crystal. The monkey held a small, irregularly shaped staff and spun it skillfully, demonstrating its prowess. Current evaluation. Sold. Cosmic Howler, Soul energy, 123,000. Strength, Defense, Intelligence, Agility, Eternal Vortex, forms 10 cosmic energy vortices that pull all nearby enemies to their center, paralyzing them and dealing 500% damage per second for 10 seconds. Each enemy absorbed increases the damage by 1000%. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Whoa, cosmic vortex with 500% damage, Lun said in awe, unable to believe how powerful this creature was. But whatever the case, he was thrilled to have gotten 2 of them. Lun observed the monkey wielding its staff from the status panel for a few moments before returning to their construct feature. He inserted a soul fragment labeled Void Monkey Tail S into each of the 10 synergy slots. Without hesitation, Lun confirmed the system's prompt. A bright white light shone again, connecting all the circles. However, the light quickly dimmed within minutes. Failed to build soul. The first failure, Lun said calmly, unaffected. He had expected failure, so it didn't bother him. In fact, he would have found it strange if the third attempt had succeeded. A system as ruthless as this couldn't possibly grant him too much luck. Let's try again. Lun remained enthusiastic. He repeated the same steps, inserting the fragments, confirming the prompt, and waiting for the soul-building animation to complete. Watching silently, Lun tried to think about something else to avoid being too anxious about the results, but he couldn't. His mind stayed fixed on the crystal orb, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Failed to build soul again. Without a second thought, Lun repeated the process, inserting the fragments, confirming, and waiting. Failed to build soul again. Failed to build soul. Keep going. Lun ignored the failures without giving them a second thought. He felt slightly annoyed but knew there was nothing he could do about it. Staying focused, he kept building souls tirelessly until, at last, on the 27th attempt, the white light shifted into blood red. Lun's sleepy eyes widened in excitement as he stared at the glowing crystal orb with intense interest. Inside the orb, a monkey stood tall with an athletic and well-proportioned build. Its muscular body was strong yet not excessive, reflecting a perfect balance of strength and agility. A coat of sleek black fur covered its body, exuding elegance and power. Around its neck hung a silver necklace with a small blue pendant, softly radiating light. Its sharp eyes gazed forward with confidence, daring anyone to challenge it. The monkey stood in a combat-ready stance, its hands clenched at its sides, ready to attack or defend. From Lun's perspective, it was clear this creature was a formidable melee fighter. Lun quickly checked the creature's stats through the evaluation panel. Current evaluation: Soul, Celestial Primate, S. Soul Energy, 150,000. Strength, S. Defense, S. Intelligence, S. Agility, S. Primal Fist, a melee attack that relies on raw power. The Celestial Primate can unleash punches imbued with cosmic energy, shattering enemy defenses and stunning them for 2 seconds with a 90% chance. The attack can also bounce to other enemies within a 5-meter radius, dealing 200% additional damage to the next target. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Ha ha ha, insane, Lun shouted in his heart. He grinned widely as he read the abilities of the creature, a fighting monkey with stun and chain attacks. This is perfect, he thought enthusiastically. Not only did it possess incredible strength and agility, but it also had deadly combat effects for close-range battles. I can't wait to try out this new power, Lun said eagerly, longing to put it to the test. He glanced again at their Celestial Primate, S, inside the crystal ball, admiring its sturdy posture and the aura of majesty it emitted. Soon after, Lun continued building souls. Upon re-entering their construct feature, he noticed the updated list, now including the newly formed soul. 1. Spiked Lava Worm, C2. Voidtail Primate, S3. Cosmic Howler, S4. Celestial Primate, S. I think I'll build an army of monkeys. Ha ha ha, Lun chuckled softly. Without wasting any time, he filled the small circles with soul fragments and resumed the soul building process. Seems like a good idea. Ha ha ha, Lun thought to himself, especially with the help of his duplication skill. Creating a monkey planet would be incredibly easy. Lun then set aside other matters for the moment, focusing on building souls as quickly as possible since he had limited time, not because of an enemy attack on the island, but to prepare for potential enemies from beyond the realm of the divine heavens. He calmly continued constructing souls with steady movements. The white light shone continuously from the soul construction orb, repeating the process hundreds of times without stopping. Chapter 231, 60,032 Dear Souls. 3 hours in the test chamber had finally passed. Lun stood in front of the soul construction orb, his breath heavy and a bored expression on his face. In front of him, the construction panel displayed dozens of soul images that had been formed non-stop for 1,000 cycles. Lun raised his hand, touched the surface of the panel, and scrolled down. The list of soul images, all shimmering with gold, filled the screen, making him smile faintly. On the last page, he saw the number indicating the total souls he had acquired, 33. 32 Dear Souls, Lun said with excitement. Aside from the Dear Soul, Spiny Lava Worm, Lun had successfully obtained 32 Dear Monkey Souls. Examining the soul images again, Lun noticed their varied appearances. Some wielded long staffs, while others used shields as their weapons. All the monkey souls he acquired were S tier, differing only in their unique abilities. The strength of these monkeys revolved around chaos-based powers, such as unleashing devastating void attacks, forming black holes, or creating dead zones that inflicted severe negative effects on anyone caught inside. Their diversity made Lun hesitant to fuse them until he could duplicate them first. Within the past 3 hours, Lun had successfully duplicated his S-tier monkey souls 6 times. However, the duplicated souls did not appear on the construction panel. Instead, they were stored inside his spatial ring. Hee. 60,032 S-tier souls. Lun chuckled quietly. No one out there would dare imagine such a massive collection of S-tier souls, let alone achieve it. What's next? Lun muttered to himself. After spending so long inside the test chamber, he momentarily forgot his original goal. After a brief moment of thought, he remembered. Right, I need to promote to master level. Lun already met all the requirements for the promotion. The only step left was soul fusion. As he contemplated the process, a previous idea popped back into his mind. Fusion. Without delay, Lun accessed the fusion panel and began reviewing the rules. Please. No failures. He hoped anxiously. The success rate for soul fusion was notoriously low, far from what he had hoped. Fusion. Combine 3 souls of the same tier to create a new soul. S-tier soul requires 3 S-tier souls. A-tier soul requires 3 A-tier souls. E-tier soul requires 3 E-tier souls. Lun skimmed through the brief rules displayed by the soul orb. His eyes locked onto the layout resembling the construction panel, with a large central circle surrounded by smaller circles where souls would be placed for fusion. Additionally, Lun could view the complete list of souls in his possession on the fusion panel, including all duplicated souls stored in his spatial ring. Alright. Let's do this, Lun said eagerly. He immediately inserted souls into each of the 3 outer circles. The first soul he placed was a monkey soul. Voidtail primate, S. Soul energy, 123,000. Strength, S. Defense, S. Intelligence, S. Agility, S. Ability, spectral chain. Lun chose to use identical souls to conduct some analysis. He suspected that fusing highly similar souls might yield better results. However, this was still just a theory, so trial and error was necessary. 3 souls detected. Do you wish to fuse them? Yes, Lun answered quickly. The fusion process began. The 3 souls Lun inserted emitted powerful energy, all converging into the central circle like water bursting through a dam. Please. Succeed, Lun whispered, clenching his fists. Hoping for the best outcome on his first attempt, the fusion animation ran for several seconds. A figure began to form within the central circle, resembling a bat with wide wings, sharp claws, a small head with protruding teeth, and red streaks along its body, giving it a menacing appearance. A bat? Lun muttered in confusion. He had fused monkey souls, yet the result was a bat-like monster. But there was no turning back now. He had to wait for the fusion to complete. After a few tense moments, the soul formation finished, revealing the creature in the center of the circle. Sure enough, the resulting being was a wolf-like creature with pitch-black wings, a long tail, and sharp fangs. Blood void tail primate, S. Soul energy, 123,000. Strength, S. Defense, S. Intelligence, S. Agility, S. Ability. Blood spectral chain. Blood spectral chain creates 100 blood chains that shoot out rapidly, attacking and binding enemies. It locks enemies for 10 seconds and drains 20% of their soul energy per second. Each enemy killed by this ability adds 100 additional chains. Lun studied the new status panel that appeared before him, raising an eyebrow. A bat with a monkey's tail? This system is strange, he muttered as he examined the status panel carefully. The creature displayed on the panel was unsettling. A giant bat with a long monkey tail and coarse fur sprouting across its body. Although it looked bizarre and unpleasant, what made Lun smile was the soul's ability. There, blood spectral chain skill had become significantly more powerful. Its binding duration had increased from 5 to 10 seconds, and its energy drain had doubled from 10% to 20%. A seemingly simple yet terrifying ability. This could turn the tide of battle instantly, Lun thought, his lips curling into a confident smile. Let's keep going, Lun whispered as he picked up the pace. He had spent more than half a day in the test chamber. If he didn't leave soon, others might assume he had died inside. Without hesitation, Lun selected the next soul, Cosmic Howler, a soul with the power to manipulate cosmic energy to create black holes that devoured everything around them. Cosmic Howler, S. Soul energy, 123,000. Strength, S. Defense, S. Intelligence, S. Agility, S. Ability, Eternal Vortex. Lun pressed the confirmation button. Alright, let's see what happens. 3 souls detected. Do you wish to fuse them? Yes, he replied without hesitation. The soul fusion animation started immediately. Lun watched in awe as bright white light swirled, forming a beautiful vortex of energy. The energy from the three souls slowly merged, creating a new monster encased within the crystal orb. Lun observed carefully, noting every transformation. It didn't take long for the system to display the result. Cosmic Howler, S. Soul Energy, 138,000. Strength, S. Defense, S. Intelligence, S. Agility, S. Ability. Eternal Vortex. Eternal Vortex forms 50 cosmic energy vortices that pull all nearby enemies to their center, paralyzing them and dealing 500% damage per second for 10 seconds. Each enemy drawn in boosts the damage by up to 1000%. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Wow! 50 vortices now, Lun said with excitement in his voice. The effect was similar to using multiple clones, but the increase from 10 to 50 vortices was a significant boost. This could change the course of any battle, he thought as he stared at the panel in satisfaction. Although the ability had improved, the monster's name and base attributes remained unchanged. Only the ability changes, he mused. Does that mean using the same base souls always yields the same result? But that assumption was quickly dispelled when he recalled the first fusion, a bat with a monkey's tail. Despite using identical base souls, not wanting to dwell too long on the mystery, Lun pushed the thought aside. He refocused on the task of fusing more souls. Lun was still immersed in his experiments inside the test chamber when night had already fallen in the Divine Sky realm. The atmosphere was vastly different from earlier, when battles were still raging. Now, the entire island was protected by a glowing, transparent shield, appearing sturdy and ready to withstand any attack. On a nearby island, devastated by earlier assaults, the ruins of collapsed buildings bore silent witness to the destruction. The city was almost pitch black, with only a few remaining light sources illuminating the scattered debris. In the heart of the city, a green military vehicle with mounted weapons moved slowly, patrolling the area. Soldiers on board kept a vigilant watch, their sharp eyes scanning every corner for signs of an ambush. "How's your wife? Has she regained consciousness?" The captain seated beside the driver asked in a low but concerned voice. A soldier in the back, sitting upright with a weary expression, adjusted his posture and answered, "Yes, sir, my wife has regained consciousness, but she's still very weak." The captain nodded before turning to another young soldier sitting beside him. "And your child?" he asked, his tone softer this time. The young soldier swallowed hard before responding. "He's happy in heaven now." "Sir," he said firmly, though his voice trembled. His eyes fought back tears, determined to stay focused on his duty despite the overwhelming grief. "Stay strong," the captain said, patting the soldier's shoulder for encouragement. "We must survive, for the future of our people." "Yes, sir," the soldiers responded loudly, affirming their resolve to keep fighting. Even under the crushing weight of loss, the vehicle kept moving, passing through roads filled with debris from destroyed buildings, traversing a city that resembled a ghost town, while the quiet of the night was broken only by the roar of the engine and the footsteps of the patrolling soldiers. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. End of Block 3.